filling up quite nicely. So this is all part of the capacity at the venue, and we hope that we're going to have an electrifying and wonderful game today.
Can you look into your crystal ball and tell me about tomorrow? I understand that the ticket sales are going pretty good for tomorrow as well.
Extremely well. And again, because these are the first two games in the T20 series, everybody wants to be at the ground. Everybody wants to be part of the atmosphere. And if you recall, back in December, West Indies won the series as well. So there's a lot going on the ODI victory that we had and the series win, and then hoping that West Indies can get 2 victories here over the next 2 days.
We're going to go back to that wonderful party you had. In fact, I was a little bit concerned because there was a lot of rain. We've had a lot of rain in Barbados in recent times, but that didn't deter anyone at all. They had a grand time. Grand time.
And we brought some cultural aspect to it. We had a Mother Sally. We had some stilt men. We had some costume ladies. And it was wonderful, Andrew. And then what we did is we tried to really integrate what is total Barbadian in terms of queuing the community. We've got some middle-aged people, some slightly older ones who are retired, and they were absolutely enthusiastic. There were giveaways, there were opportunities to sign autographs, to take photographs. That was a wonderful atmosphere, and again, something that we can repeat again and hopefully in the future.
All right, Don is just putting his everything on there. Have you made it? You made it quite nicely. Stephen spoke about a Mother Sally. Do you know what's a Mother Sally?
Is it not another one of your pastries?
From Crumb's Bakery. Well, I've got them there to bring into the box. They're wonderful indeed. Are you enjoying Barbados?
Oh, lovely. I had a lead pipe last night.
A lead pipe?
I did, with some jam.
With some jam?
And
jelly?
A jam turnover.
Okay.
And an apple strudel turnover.
Say that again?
An apple strudel turnover and a jam turnover and a lead piping. That was our pudding last night.
Oh, really?
Or dessert.
Wonderful.
What do you have here, dessert or pudding?
We call it dessert, but at the end of the day, it's something that you just want
the same
sweet.
thing. Yeah.
It would have been nice to have a little bit of custard, but we forgot the custard at the shop.
No, you should have brought it from England. Yeah. Ah, wonderful. From your new Prime Minister who's giving you trouble and lost a lot of popularity already. All right, that's another matter, of course. Now, the news is that England have won the toss. Don, nice to see you. Good to have you as part of the team.
Thank you.
And they decided to field first. Are you surprised by that?
No, not at all. That has been a tried and tested formula. Sometimes successful, certainly in the evening games. But generally speaking, England have always opted to bowl first. Whatever you get, they fancy, with Butler in the side, chasing it down.
Let's look at the construct of the England side. Talk to me about that.
Okay. To be honest, I actually don't know definitely who's going to keep wicket.
Right.
Butler, Salt, don't know. Will Butler...
What's your preference? Ooh. I ask these good questions.
We've got an inexperienced bowling lineup.
Yes.
With if we look at the bowling lineup quickly, firstly, Topley, Mahmood probably will open the bowling. Curran and Overton, if we need them, as seamers. And then we've got quite a number of spinners. Rashid, he's our banker, isn't he? Rashid, Livingston will bowl a few, maybe Jacks, maybe Bethel. So once again, we've got 8 bowlers. I hope we don't bowl 8 bowlers. I'd like to see England go, hey, Mason, you're going to bowl your 4 because we back you. I don't want any of this iffy, I'll bowl you, maybe you, I could get 2 out of you. No. Give players responsibility. So I think, I don't mind Butler on his comeback game, and he's not played since the World Cup, that defeat against India in India. So I don't mind if he doesn't keep, because Salt will do a good enough job, and it allows Butler to stand at mid-on, mid-off, look after his bowlers, talk to them, but also allows him to return at the top of the order without maybe testing too hard his calf, keeping wicket. So there's my thoughts there, but I'm kind of pleased. But listen, your boys are in, Nick. You're playing nicely. You won last week's series, but last week's series has now gone.
Right.
And these England boys have to prove, they have to turn up today. And they're playing against the West Indies, who's improved with their players. Pooran.
Yeah. Oh, he's a piece.
I mean, all of the 3 guys can make a difference.
Right, absolutely.
But I am...
dangerous amount of match winners, Pooran.
Oh, listen, can I just say, his last knock was, I think I looked, research, we good journalists, was the 1st of October.
Yes.
I think his last 2 knocks was 100 and a 91.
Yes.
Now, according to my mathematics, he's due a naught.
Oh! Well, you know my response that logic is the science of reasoning. And I certainly wouldn't want to agree with you on that. Certainly. The umpires are beginning to come out now. And it's a tremendous atmosphere. Just before you go, now stay with us because Barry Wilkinson comes to call in. Steve, we're going to get a final word from you. The English that have come, a lot have come.
I think there's a few more arrived for this weekend, which is pleasing. Look, they're here, they're sociable. I took 40 up to North Stars. I'll tell you about that later.
Yeah, indeed.
For a great event. Listen, it's great to see them. The Greenwich and Haynes, I believe, is going to be full
Yes, I
later.
understand
Certainly
that.
with Bayesians. The party stand, they're going to be burnt to a cinder later in the day.
Right.
But they're partying, and all the alacadoos are up in the 3Ws.
Wonderful. But stay with us, of course. Lovely pink. You love pink. Stephen Leslie loves it as well. First of all, quickly, just before you go, the partnership, the BCA, ensuring that this happens. You must be happy.
Yeah, very critical to bring the opportunity for everyone to hear cricket, not just only to view it. So the partnership that we have with the station is very critical. We have many listeners who want to be part of the action. So hopefully this exercise will be one that they can enjoy. And going on in the future, we want to do more of this. And we want to thank you and all the other members of your team for the wonderful job that you're doing.
Yeah, Barry Wilkinson is just behind me. We can state that both stations are on. We're happy to have CBC and VOB on. And, of course, there was a time, when I remember going to Trinidad and there was as many as 3 stations taking cricket. So thank you very much, Stephen Leslie, the marketing manager of the BCA. We're going to have another word from the man in pink as the action starts. Don Topley, you're going to be joined by your good friend Barry Wilkinson, who'll start the ball-by-ball commentary.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, Barry. Good afternoon, everybody. Where you're listening to us, I think the words are the cut and dry. But it's a cracking afternoon. There looks as if there might be a little bit of rain further up the hills, but I'm pretty confident we're going to get through England or West Indies innings. Good afternoon, Barry.
Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to everyone listening. What an atmosphere we've got here. Brandon King has come out, of course, 57 innings, 1,486 runs, Brandon King. He's been in really good form recently in both T20 and ODI format, so we're going to see if that's going to continue. And his partner, Evan Lewis, who's just got over that, 1,522. They've got similar stats, Evan Lewis and Brandon King. They're just about within 20 runs of each other where career stats are concerned. So they make a very good pair, and we hope to see if that's going to continue for the West Indies. This young man, how well do you know Reece Topley?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I do. I occasionally give him a little bit of pocket money. He's got the new ball. Look,
I thought it would be the other way around, that Reece is giving you pocket money.
Listen, I'm hoping he's going to look after me in my retirement. But listen, he bowled okay the other night. He didn't bowl badly, but there was no swing. Whenever we played, was it Thursday? Wednesday?
Wednesday night.
Wednesday. Do you know what? There was a bit of a breeze when the West Indies bowled, but when England bowled, it died down. There was nothing. There's a little breeze. It comes across. It will help Reece Topley with his in-swingers to the right-hander, but he doesn't mind bowling at left-handers, and you would expect England maybe to look at having a slip. But interestingly, in Antigua and Barbados, the ball has not generally swung.
So Reece Topley to get things going from the Joe Garner end, the left arm around the wicket. He comes in and bowls the first ball to Brandon King, and King is punching the swan just to the point area and can't score. We've got a short third man with the backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on. There is a mid-wicket on the boundary, and there's a long leg in between that. There's also a forward square. So a pretty interesting field. Of course, only 2 outside of the circle for the first 5 overs.
I'm going to ask you, are we playing on the same wicket, or have we moved across one?
It's a good question. I think it's this very same pitch. Here comes Reece Topley in again and bowls to King, and King this time is flicking this one out to the square leg region. He'll get off the mark, and that is 1 run to the West Indies' credit. As you can hear, the more local support now in the microphones. We were only hearing support from an English perspective on Wednesday, but now we have some local support because they love T20 cricket in Barbados.
They do indeed. Actually, when I've been talking to people at the bar, on the bus, taxis, wherever, even at the petrol stations, they have all been I'm going to go Saturday. I'm looking to go Saturday. So that's great to hear. I think the island's probably got a challenge in trying to encourage, look, we put a slip in for the left-hander. And if it doesn't swing, I would expect the slip to be moved. But it sounds
traditionally, they always have the slip for Evan Lewis. I think they look at the percentage of where he has gotten out quite early in this innings. He tends to fly to slip.
If Topley swings it.
Here comes Topley bowls to Lewis, who's getting a short ball that he's pulling out to mid-wicket. Just another single. There's a fielder down there, so he's off the mark straight away, and the West Indies being asked to bat their 2 without loss.
Well, that was a good shot, under control. He was hit in the air, but it's not a problem. It obviously is a man back, but he's almost behind square, and it's gone in front of square by Lewis. Sensible shot, calculated shot, under control, and he's up and running. So 2 without loss. Topley is normally quite economic with the new ball.
Bowls to King, who is bowling just on the line of the off stump, pushes it out to mid-off. The mid-off is very deep, allowing for another single. So far, early indications that the pitch doesn't seem to be a flyer. It just seems to be pretty, I wouldn't say slow, but just thereabouts.
Yeah, there was a little bit of bounce on that delivery, which was played off the splice of the bat. It was played down the ground. It was a good call by the striking batsman, who easily got home at the danger end. So good cricket from the West Indies.
It's going to be Evan Lewis on strike again. Left arm seamer to left-handed batsman. He comes in and bowls to Lewis, and Lewis is getting one on the line in the middle and leg stump. Just tucks it out into the onside. Can't score. So Evan Lewis and Brandon King, we look at them against Sri Lanka. Very successful, even though the West Indies lost both series. I think that he was somewhat of a player who shone. He got runs in both formats, and many people believe that this is the pair that could lead the West Indies in the shorter version of cricket.
Listen, I think they've been brilliant, actually. I really do. They bat well. Listen, most professional bowlers hate the left-hand, right-hand combination because it mucks up your rhythm or it mucks up your lines, and slips come back in, third man's up.
Here he comes now, Topley, as he runs in, passes jump and bowls to Lewis, and Lewis this time gets the delivery on the line in the middle leg stump, just defends it, pushes it into the onside for a single. The ball picked up just about now to end the first over.
Good over.
The West Indies being asked to bat their 4 without loss.
The reason that was a good over, most of them were on the spot, right on the money. Maybe one he just dragged down a little bit short, but all 6 were okay, and there wasn't a moose. Now, when I was at school, when I was coaching, if you bowl a ball of dross, a poor ball, which is a Christmas present or an Easter present, a birthday present, listen, Reece Topley didn't bowl a bad ball that over. He went for 4, which is credible.
Was it a toss-up between Salt and Butler? When they played, who usually keeps? Is Salt usually keeps?
Butler's your number one keeper.
So why is Butler not keeping today?
He's still got his calf injury, so I think it would put him under pressure, and we've got an inexperienced side here, so I think he's good to be able to talk to him at mid-on, mid-off. Saqib on his way in.
Yeah, Saqib comes in and bowls, and this one is driven through cover. Beautiful shot. Butler, with that calf injury, has to run it. He's not going to get a cow over that. It's gone for 4.
Yeah, okay. Slightly full, slightly inviting the batsman to come, and Lewis didn't miss out. He just caressed it through the gap which is really a ring of 4 on the offside.
It just seems so weird seeing Josh Butler in the outfield. I think he should keep, because if you ask me, in a T20 he probably would be doing less. Yes, he probably has to run it to the stumps, but on the field he's going to run around a lot.
Well, look, I think he will in an ICC event, but he's just come back from injury.
Fair enough.
And he's got a young bowling attack.
Saqib comes in and bowls to Lewis, and Lewis is driving straight to the fielder we were talking about again. Butler, he's diving on his right to his right and stopping what could have gone to the boundary again. They just get 1. So 9 without loss. Saqib, tell me about Saqib. How good is he?
Plays at Lancashire. I like him. I think there's a lot to like about him, and he's the kind of lad that you would like to coach because he works hard. He works hard and he tries to improve. The poor lad has sustained, I would say, at least 2, if not 3, stress fractures.
Wow, that's a lot.
Topley has had 5.
My goodness.
You're not a bowler until you've experienced a stress fracture.
Here comes Saqib, now bowls to Brandon King, and King this time is turning the ball for the square. He gets 1, that's all will be. So just 1 run there to him. The crowd beginning to really build and bubble. I think the crowd so far is about at 80%, I would reckon. The bleachers, of course, are 25%, and that's where the vacancy seems to be. The Greenwich and Haynes stand is picking up nicely. The 3Ws...
Fairly full.
Yeah, fairly full,
Apart from-
75%. So I think the ground is at an 80% capacity, and I know for sure that the hospitality suite, which is just the new hospitality suite I'm talking about, which was built for the World Cup, also has a good set of people. So we've got a good crowd in hand. Here comes Sakib now and bowls to Evan Lewis, and Lewis this time is flicking the ball, just driving it in the onside, out to the fielder there, passing Butler, pick up just about now by Liam Livingston, and that means another single is achieved.
Well, as you talk about this new splendid entertainment facility to our immediate right, looking out of our beautiful windows here at the Kensington Oval, two chaps I walked into on the way passing me or on the way to the corporate hospitality. Sky News broadcaster Mike Wedderburn, who heralds from Barbados family, and a very fine bowler who once took 10 wickets in a game, Otis Gibson.
Saki bowls, he comes down the pitch and drives straight to extra cover into the hands there of the fielder. Looks to me like Jamie Overton takes the catch, and the first wicket has gone down. It's Brandon King caught Overton, bowls Sakib, and just as I was telling you about the pitch, that is not your ideal ball that's coming on. That one held up a bit, and he hit it straight to cover.
He may have. He came advanced down the wicket. Up until that ball, Barry, I thought the wicket was looking quite nice. Maybe we're gonna disagree about that.
Definitely.
But Brandon King has come down the wicket, and he's been hurried perhaps a little bit, mistimed it, and it's gone to probably a very new chap in English T20, but he's got the safest pair of hands. Jamie Overton, he's got hands like cornflake boxes. They really are huge. He was the guy fielding at slip until Joss Butler at mid-off has moved him. But English have struck early. It's 11 for 1, and we've got rid of King. England have got a punch in.
We have to have our Dasani cranberry flavored water quiz. I want you to think of a question that we can give the audience. Think of a question, and we'll come back after the first delivery that Puran is going to face.
Right.
We got to thank Dasani, of course, the new flavor cranberry water. It's a fantastic drink, and we'll be giving away some during this game and tomorrow as well. And we must also thank Signia Globe for the fantastic sponsorship. It's going to be Sakib. I saw him drinking a cranberry water earlier, and it was definitely a Dasani one, so he's enjoying that new flavor. And Nicholas Puran, who has not played an international since the 1st of October, which song's a long time ago, but I guess essentially that was just over a month. Here he comes in now, Sakib to bowl the first ball to Nicky P as he passes the umpire, and Puran gets a Yorker length delivery, plays it back to the bowler, and there is no run. The over ends a successful one. After 2, it's 11 for 1, the Windies.
You would like a question?
Yes.
Would you like it now?
Yes, let's get it now. Let's get those questions coming in.
It's, as I'm an Englishman, it's got to be about the English. It's going to be one of those strange questions. You know it or you don't know it.
Let's hear it.
Joss Butler is married. Mrs. Butler has her own company. She's often on television, on radio, and it's to do with remaining fit.
Well, if you answer that question...
What is her business?
What is her business?
Joss Butler's wife. What is her business? All around the world.
This is what I'm going to do.
She is known for it.
I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do after this delivery. If you answer that, I'll tell you what I'll do. Here comes Topley and Bowles. This delivery is played forward of square. They'll just get a single. If anyone answers that correctly, I'm going to give you a case of Dasani cranberry flavour water and a Chafette voucher.
Hang on, did you say you're going to give me a
Not
case
you.
or a
I'm
kiss?
going to give the winner.
A kiss or a case?
No, you definitely not a kiss for you.
Right.
A C-A-S-E. A case. I'm going to give you a case of the Dasani flavored water. Send me the answer to 253-4679. 253-4679. If you're texting from overseas, 246 is the area code, 2534679. Here comes Topley now. He was just about to start to Puran. Puran says, I'm not ready to face you. I think someone is just moving behind the sight screen.
These two are mates. They played together at the ILT20. They played together Durban Supergiants. Nicky P was Reese's captain, I think, in the 100. So they know each other very well. Huge respect from Reese to Puran.
Topley comes in and bowls to Puran, and Puran this time is getting the ball outside the line, the off stump, shoulders, arms. Test cricket we were watching.
Well, he may be respecting Reese there.
Obviously he did.
Just
it was
having
on the
a little look.
on line of the off stump, he just let it go by.
I'm trying to think, actually, if he's got him out. I'm trying to think. Bowlers remember things. I was a bowler.
How often have they played against each other from an England West Indies perspective?
Quite a few times.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, quite. He smashed him somewhere.
Here comes Topley now, bowls to Puran. Puran comes down the pitch, and when he gets it, he just managed to tugs it out to the mid-on. The pitch is playing slow, Reese. It's playing slow, Don.
I'm Dad.
Yeah, Reese's dad, I meant to say.
We're both called toppers, you know.
Toppers.
Everyone in the world of cricket calls both of us toppers. The only person to call me Donald was my mother when she was angry. But
is she still alive?
No, sadly not.
Sorry to hear that.
Sadly not. Both his grandparents both sets never saw him play for England, sadly.
Well, here he comes now, perhaps looking to give them some inspiration in heaven as he runs in now and bowls to Puran again, and Puran this time is getting a short ball, top edge, going down to short fine leg. And there goes Salt, the keeper, who tugs off his gloves and chases, and they'll get just 1 run, it looks like to me. So 1 run being taken, and Puran is off the mark. It's 13 for 1.
Interestingly, it was banged in. I was wondering if he was thinking it would come down the wicket again. Slow wicket.
Slow pitch.
Was it gloved or bat? But it didn't go anywhere. I think it got on him quite high. So height wasn't too bad. It could have gone anywhere. 2 left-handers at the wicket. England have let go the slip, so there's a ring of 5 on the offside.
Comes in again and bowls, and this time Lewis is looking to pull, doesn't get hold of it at all. The ball goes nowhere but just in front of him. He was even thinking there about fielding to his own bowling.
Now Reese has bowled 5 balls. He's gone for 2 runs in this over. He's got 1 to go. Now in T20, bowlers educate themselves to get out of their over. If Reese doesn't go for a boundary, he's bowled a very good over at 2 high-class players. If he goes for a 4 or 6, he will kick himself all the way down to fine leg or third man. A huge ball for Reese.
Here he comes in again now. He steams in and bowls to Lewis, and Lewis this time is driving down the ground. That's gone through mid-on like a bullet from a gun. 4 runs. It was pitched up, and there was Evan Lewis on the front foot, smashing it wide of the fielder at mid-on. He had no chance whatsoever, and that's only the 2nd boundary of the match. 13 there to Lewis, 1 to Puran. After 3, the Windies are 17 for 1.
Wasn't a bad ball. It was around about length. It was bringing him forward, but I have to say it was an exceptional shot. It was a good shot that went for 4. I'm not going to give Reese too much stick. He would have been so delighted to go for a 1 or 2, but to go for a 4 or 6 just puts a bit of a dampener on what was a good over. That's how they think. Mahmood now. The West Indies are going to come attacking these 2 left-handers. It's going to be Puran, and I think if I'm rightly, if anyone does any research, Mahmood played here last December, I think it was.
Yes, it was.
And he struggled.
Here he comes in and bowls now. Puran is looking to hit this one. He's wrapped up the palace. A loud appeal for LBW. The ball goes down to short third man. They're still appealing. They're going to steal a leg by. I thought he was absolutely plumb. I must tell you. I'll be surprised if they don't go up the stairs for that.
Thinking about it.
They've got 4 seconds left.
Has he gone? He's gone for it.
Yeah, they must.
Right.
Unless that was pitched outside leg, which I don't think it was. I think he's plumb.
Right. My initial reaction with the way the batsman played, you may be right, Barry. I'm going to say not out.
We have a player's review for LBW. The original decision on field is not out.
I think if anything, outside leg decision. No, it would not be umpire's decision. It's either pitched outside leg or he's plumb. Let's have a look. The decision, of course, the original decision was not out. It was not a no ball. That ball was pitched I don't think
Doesn't
it was
appear
pitched
to be any
outside.
bat involved.
Let's have a look.
I'd like to use ultra edge to confirm.
Let's have a look. They're going ultra edge.
So important for England, this.
It's a flat line.
Flat line.
Between bat and ball.
Was it pitched outside leg? Let's have a look.
When ready.
Could he pitch outside leg? Here we go. Here we go.
I should have been an
It's
umpire.
pitching outside leg.
Just pitched outside leg.
Thank you. I'm going to go back
If
to
I
Leslie on
apply
field.
to be an umpire,
Leslie, I'm
Barry,
gonna ask you to stay with
will
your
you
original knockout decision. You're on
second
screen
me
now.
or
You can
back
make
me
your
if I
signal.
try to
Well,
become
no.
an
Let's
umpire?
first of all deal with reality. Let's give Leslie Reefer some credit. That's a very good decision by Leslie Reefer, because from the naked eye, I thought it was closer than it actually appeared. It was pitched just outside leg, but I must tell you that that's a brave decision there from Leslie Reefer Jr. and he must be given some credit.
Well, okay. Can I have it?
Sure. Go ahead.
Thank
now.
you.
Have
Thank
your
you.
flowers.
Thank you.
Have your
Thank you.
flowers.
Have my flowers. Barbados Pride flowers, aren't they? Hibiscus.
I'll give you a joke about that in a minute. Here comes Saqib and Bowles to pull around. He whips it now. It's gone in the air and he's out. Caught down in the deep. Evan Lewis is the man who's caught. It was whipped in the air down to deep backward square, and Evan Lewis holds out, and the Windies all of a sudden on a very slow pitch. They are 18 for 2. Lewis is gone for 13.
Well done, Saqib Mahmood. Listen, look, there was an absolutely understandable appeal, a decision to go up for it, but it pitched outside leg. But the next ball has been hit in the air, and it's actually quite a good catch. I'm just trying to look who took it, actually. Was it?
It looked to me it was actually Bethel. It was Jacob Bethel.
What a little athlete he is. A really good athlete, Jacob Bethel. Dived forward, picked it up, diving forward, snaffled it well, and Saqib had his second wicket. So the West Indies are 18 for 2, and at this moment we're in the fourth over, so we've only had, 20 balls, but I'm actually going to say England have bowled one ball. Saqib's first ball was a push drive for 4. I don't think England have bowled badly at all. I would go as far to say they've bowled well with the new ball.
They've been okay, but the thing about it is that the West Indies players tend to get miserable when they don't get their way with conditions. These conditions here are not very West Indies-like, and I can already see them grumbling about the pitch
Surface.
and the surface. And
I still think it's an okay batting surface against the new ball. It may be slow, it may be, but there'll be a lot of spin bowled today by both sides. Who's coming at 4?
We've got Shimron Hetmyer, so we've got another left-hander who's come in.
I wonder if he's worked at his fielding over the last couple of days.
Who are you speaking of?
Shetmire and Hetmire.
Well, that's a long life thing he has to work on.
Oh, you should. You've got to become if you're an average fielder, become a competent fielder. If you're a competent, become good.
Hetmyer is on strike now. The first delivery is caught behind. One ball. That one was pitched just on the line in the middle stump. Moved away. Hetmyer pushed at it. Edged it. Catch taken by Salt. And the West Indies are in trouble on 18 for 3. Hetmyer's got a one bowler.
Whoa, what a cracking delivery. I can't tell you if it moved away, but it was down the corridor of uncertainty, as Geoffrey Boycott would say, and he's pushed at it, little nick through, and it was snaffled beautifully about knee height by Salt, and Hetmyer has to go. England are on a roll. This is great cricket from England. It's nice to see, having lost the series earlier in the week, justifiably, the West Indies were good, but the West Indies are under pressure.
Well, the captain has got to really prove his worth. He's been under pressure and under fire. Many people believe that he's done little in terms of batting and getting runs consistently, and I think he's going to have to prove a lot here today. He has 100 here against England in T20s, so he knows this surface very well, but it's a different kind of kettle of fish. Pooran is still there. He's on 1. He's only faced 5. But the new man is Rovman Powell. They tell me that this West Indies team is a bomb squad. Well, let it explode. Wow. Because I am yet to see them play consistently well. But that is where they really fail. Consistency.
Do you think you should throw your hats, or do you think you should play for? Well, if it's a slow surface,
we're into the fourth over. We've just lost power, and it's been regained thanks to the.
But do you think they should go hell for leather, or do you think they should play?
There's no reason to.
Context of the game.
every ball on its merit for the meantime. You've lost 3 wickets, 3 quick wickets.
Still a lot of balls left.
Let the momentum die down.
Hat-trick ball.
Here he comes down. He's on a hat-trick. Sakib comes in and bowls to Powell, and Powell this time is driving, pushing the ball to cover. Wants a single. No, says the non-striker Jacob Bethel, throwing it there, and it means that the hat-trick negated, but the West Indies still 18 for 3 in a bit of trouble.
Sakib Mahmood, they'll be cheering in the streets of Preston, Manchester, all over Lancashire. He's had an incredible career in terms of frustrations. He's had some bad days in Barbados back in about 22, 21, maybe 23, but it's his day today.
Sakib bowls to Powell again, coming off the inner portion of the bat. They're going to walk a single. The ball goes down to backward square, so Powell is off the mark. 1 apiece to Powell and Puran, but the Windies in trouble. They're now 19 for 3.
I think Topley will have another. That's the 5th over, and I think somebody else will bowl after Sakib, or will they keep him on for a 3rd? Topley often bowls 3 in the power play, which is pressurised bowling, and he's bowled well so far. Sakib has got the 3 wickets. Will they bowl him a 3rd, or will they introduce somebody in that important final over of the power play?
Sakib to Puran. Puran is whipping this down to fine leg 4 runs.
First bad ball of the innings.
That
First
was
bad ball.
on the leg side, and he was able to just whip it. And what you know, the rain is falling and the ground staff are caught napping. It's just drizzling. It's not really coming down helter-skelter, but the ground staff are running helter-skelter. They recognize that they've been caught napping because it's a real sharp shower in terms of just passing. I don't think it will stop any cricket, but nevertheless, hopefully it should just blow over. So,
Sakib Mahmood, this is a summer's day in Manchester with rain like this.
It is.
He would be used to that in the leagues, training, Manchester Nets, Lancashire Nets. He's used to that, and as we said, Topley will continue for his 3rd in the power play. He does that most games for England.
So
looks as if it's stopped now, isn't it?
No, it's actually still
going.
Still raining. If you look at the screen,
Will it do anything to the pitch?
I doubt much. It's Topley now to continue. He comes in and bowls to Powell, and Powell this time is edging.
Oh, edge.
Right to where first slip would have been. It's gone down to the boundary for 4.
Nothing wrong with that. Well bowled, but it's cost him 4 runs. The ball is raining a little harder now. Certainly when I look to the Haynes and Greenwich stand, you can see it, but a lot of people have retreated back into the stand. Topley will be unlucky. The umpires are just chatting to Butler and indeed Salt. The ball is wet. It hasn't swung, so it won't upset the swinging ball at all. I think it's Jacks who's got a cloth. He's giving it a hard rub. Topley's got the ball. He's on his way in.
Comes in now again and bowls to Powell. And Powell this time is looking to turn the ball into the onside. Can't score. Topley fields his own bowling. And there's no run.
Yep, well bowled. So poor Sakib, who's got the 3 wickets. He just had 1 ball. It was the final ball of his 2nd over, the 4th over, which he bowled a little too straight. It would have been a great ball to a right-hander, but it was Nicky Puran facing, and he simply turned it around the corner down to fine leg for 4, and then the very next ball from Topley, the West Indies got an edgy boundary.
Topley bowls, and this one is short and pulled well, high, hard and handsome into the Greenwich and Haynes stand. 6 runs. Topley also falls. I think he might have skidded, and 6 runs there to bring up the 30 for the West Indies, 33 for 3.
He slipped there. Don't like to look at that. I don't know. He had a problem with his studs. We were talking to him the other night. He came out to North Stars with Tino Best for an event.
Well, they're actually going to go off. The covers are going to come on because the rain is getting a little harder, and they're going to go off. Good time to ask Andrew Mason if anyone has won the quiz that we did.
Topley's staying down on the park
question
at
came
the
to your
moment.
phone.
He's going to have to move, otherwise he's going to be covered over like a night bed sheet. Hope he's okay.
I really hope he's okay, especially you as his dad.
Slipped.
You will be a little concerned, and I can understand
it's
that.
His knee. He's holding his knee.
He's being helped off, as a matter of fact.
Now he might suggest, was it the rain who upset him? The physio's with him. This is not good news. He's got a bit of history of injuries, and he's disappearing. He's going to be the last man off with the physio. He is walking, but there we go.
Well, we were telling you earlier about our Dasani cranberry water quiz. You put the question up.
The question was,
yes,
Joss Butler's wife, she has a business. It's known throughout the world. What is her business?
Right, and the winner, did this person put their name? They just, this person doesn't have a name. We have a lot of winners, I must tell you, but we usually pick the first. Yeah, please put your name, because if you just send in your message without the name, then you're going to struggle. Let's take this next winner, and let's see if they have put their name here. No name again. These people are losing out because they're not putting their name. All right, let's go again. Fish. Just coming in. Mova Hines. Mova Hines. Is she correct? Is it a Pilates trainer?
She is a Pilates trainer. She has videos. She's very famous. A lot of people enjoy her video work, her help in becoming fit or stronger. So the answer is a fitness trainer. Well done to
Mova Hines.
Did you say Wover?
Mova Hines. Yeah, Mova Hines. Congratulations to
Was that
Mova
a good
Hines.
question?
It was a very hard question. That's why That's why we gave away a Dasani flavored water case.
Well, they got it right. Congratulations. Enjoy. Perhaps you may enjoy going to a Pilates class.
A Pilates class. It doesn't sound like something I would rush to, but you never know. A Pilates class. That sounds like something that you send your wife to when you want to stay home for a little while by yourself.
Actually, England cricket team have done a lot of Pilates.
Really?
Josh Butler does a lot of Pilates. Clearly, you understand why he does.
Not really, because he has a calf injury. Perhaps that's why he has.
Perhaps why it was. Yeah, good thinking, Barry. Good thinking.
He needs to stick to jogging and stop the Pilates.
Yeah.
The Pilates has really ruptured his calf.
Well, there is still rain falling when we look across towards the port. Tell me, there's a couple of nice, huge sailing boats in cruise ships. But what is the boat that doesn't have the windows? What's that brought to the island?
The boat that doesn't have the windows, that's a cargo vessel.
Everything here in Barbados, apart from perhaps sugar, is imported. So I'm just wondering what that brings in.
I'll leave that to be answered by none other than my good friend, because I have to go next door. But Lyndon Yaro will tell us perhaps what that has in. I'm not quite sure.
Okie doke. So it's quite a big cargo ship. It might bring cars. It might bring food. It might bring. I don't think it'll bring things like gravel or things like that to the island of Barbados. A very, very good afternoon to you, Lyndon. Are you well?
I'm well. Don?
Are you?
Toppers? I'm well. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to
Would you be
listeners.
able to elaborate that ship, cargo ship, to our left?
No, Barry's throwing me in a deep end.
You're not sure what it would bring in. But there's two cruise ships and one huge cargo ship. We can see it from our elevated position here at Kensington Oval. You're not missing any play. There's still a little bit of rain in the air. We've just seen Reece Topley fall at the crease, and it'll be interesting to see what Joss Butler's, the players have been sort of prepared to stay out there. Should they have stayed out there? The problem is Reece Topley could be injured. It looked to me as if his knee gave way and he landed on his knee, and I don't know if that was from the greasiness. It was on Wednesday night here that we stopped play for a period because he was forever digging out earth, grass, mud, bully, whatever you call it, topsoil, out from his studs. Or in Australia, you call them sprigs. What do you call them in Barbados? Studs?
You know, we go by Brads.
Brads.
Yep.
I've never heard that before. And his feet or boots, bowling boots, were clogged up perpetually on Wednesday with the dew.
We also saw Mario Shepherd took a tumble at the Malcolm Marshall end. And then it was later reported that he suffered some cramps, so at least he walked away unscathed, basically.
This is forever a growing problem in the game of cricket. We want the game to be played. We need the game to be played, but it needs to be safe for the players. And that's the difficulty, and that's the fine balance that the game is in. You know, it's got to be safe, but when there's a good crowd in here, like we have at the Kensington Oval tonight, we need to make sure that the facility and everywhere is fit to play.
Oh yes, safety is always paramount, and if you're just joining us, where the Rains have halted play with West Indies asked to bat first 33 for 3. And at the top of the order, Brandon King caught Overton off the ball of Mahmood for 3. His opening partner, Evan Lewis, was caught by Bethel off the ball of Mahmood for 13. King was caught at cover. Mahmood taking that wicket, and he also got rid of Evan Lewis, who was caught at deep backward square by Jacob Bethel. Well judged catch coming in. Nicholas Buran in at number 3 is not out on 5. Shimron Hikmar, he came out at number 4. And before you could say Jack Fat, he got a delivery outside in the off stump, sparred at it, and Salt behind the stump took the catch off Mahmood. So Mahmood has picked up all 3 wickets. Hikmar didn't score. Robin Powell has come to the crease. He's on 11. And nicked off his first ball down to, actually, first couple of balls, his 4th ball down to the 3rd man boundary for 4. He's not on 11, having faced some 5 deliveries. Puran is not on 5 from 6, and it's 33 for 3 off 4.3 overs. As we look outside, the covers, I believe, will be coming off momentarily. There's a rainbow to the right. It is some high dark clouds, but the sun is very much still with us, and the outfield is being roped, they will say, so as to get rid of some of the excessive water to make it a lot easier on the foot. Some bowling for England. Restopped 2.3 overs, no maidens, none for 20. Hasn't gone badly.
He's actually bowled quite well. He had an edgy for 4. Had an edge down to 3rd man from your captain, first ball. Outside of that, he's bowled quite nicely. I think England have bowled really, really well in the, what overs have we had? 4.3.
4.3. But it's really interesting how sometimes figures don't tell the stories, because I remember Shakib Mahmood, his first delivery was struck for 4.
It was a push drive.
A push drive, and he's sent down 2 overs for 12 runs. He's
Bowled
picked up 3 wickets. So,
beautifully.
and that's the beauty about the game, where you can get wickets tumbling at one end, and the better bowler normally doesn't get the wicket.
We talk about Lewis and King.
King, correct.
Listen, bowlers have to bowl in partnerships. So important. As a team, you have to bowl in partnerships. And when Adil Rashid comes up, it's not going to be just about Adil Rashid. It's going to be about who can tie in with him and try and tie the noose to try and reduce West Indies' runs.
Most definitely. I would have to concur with you. For the wickets, first wicket went down with a total on just 11 for 1. It became 18 for 2 in the 3rd wicket, also 18 when Shimon Hikmar went. And just to give you the 2 teams, if you're just joining us, the covers are being removed, so that's a good sign. We have a good crowd in thus far. And I can tell you that the England side, the West Indies side, Robin Powell obviously is the captain. And from the top, those that have gone back in the pavilion, Brandon King, Evan Lewis, Nicholas Buran is not out. Shimron Hikmar is also out. Robin Powell, the captain, is very much out there. And to complete the West Indies team, Sherfield Rutherford, Andrea Russell is back. Romario Shepherd, Akil Hussain, Shamar Joseph, and Gudakish Moti. And the English side, Phil Salt is the keeper. Of course, Josh Butler is back, and he is the captain. He's not keeping in this game. Phil Salt takes the gloves. Will Jacks, Liam Livingston, Jacob Bethel, Sam Curran, Dan Mosley, Jamie Overton, Adil Rashid, Shakib Mahmood, and Reese Topley. So the first of the 3 CGI's T20, CG T20, featuring England and the West Indies, and the covers, as I said, is being removed. The main cover is still on. The 2 umpires and the 3rd umpire are out in the middle. And West Indies, as you said, England loves to chase down whatever they give away, and I think it's a similar trend for West Indies if you go back to the days of Dwayne Bravo and Karen Pollard as captain. The tendency is to win the toss and ask the opposition to bat first.
Yeah.
And I always say it as a case that you're not certain your ball inside can restrict the opponents, basically, but you have more faith in your batting to chase down whatever the bowlers give away, especially saying they're not known to give it to bowlers. So, for example, if we go back a little bit and we look at the days of Kirkley Ambrose, Courtney Walsh, I don't think it's a case that the toss would ever have mattered, or the surface they're playing on. They're competent enough that if they cannot get you out, they can restrict your scoring. So it's in a case that we win the toss, we necessarily going to send the opposition in the bat.
I'm quite happy with what England have done. I tend to think the West Indies might have done the same. But the worry England have got now at 4.3 overs, will Topley come out and complete his third as the fifth over? And then I don't know what England are going to do. Will they keep Saqib on, or now after this delay, we're not going to lose overs, will they bowl another bowler? I think they might actually bowl another bowler, because Saqib may bowl at the death. Topley may have bowled his last over towards the death, but if he doesn't come back out, that is a problem, because somebody's going to have to finish the three balls
deliveries
before somebody bowls the all-important sixth. If Topley doesn't come out, then Saqib may be required to bowl his final two at the death, because there might not be any overs from Topley. So this is going to be interesting. The consequences of Topley not coming back out to bowl his three could be quite large, because he won't bowl at the death, and Saqib, Curran, we are a bit limited. Overton, who bowled for the first time for a long time in the ODI earlier in the week on Wednesday, he may have to fill in. You've got Curran, and then you've got Rashid. Topley is actually warming up in front of the Gary Sobers pavilion.
That's a good sign.
It is. Look, he's crouching down. I tend to think his knee may have collapsed. It'll be interesting if we could find any footage about that again. But I have to say, as an England fan, and as his dad, I'm pleased to see him out there. He's got a big heart.
Oh yes, 100% committed to the team. Just to completely.
You may recall the World Cup in India just over a year ago, where he broke his finger. Van der Dusen hit one back at Reece Topley. It broke his finger, and he had to go off. He stopped it. He broke his finger. He went off, and he had 2 injections in his knuckle and his finger, and he came back and bowled and his finger is still pretty bad, even today. So, from that point of view, he's somebody you want in the trenches. He's a big character, and he's very old-fashioned in his outlook of the game, which I think is quite reassuring.
Is that credit to his dad?
And mum.
Okay.
Old-fashioned values. He's not a modern-day cricketer. I think he has the values of yesteryear. And look at some of your greats of yesteryear. Your Haynes, your Greenwich, Joel Garner. Even to the extent he played with he played with Tino Best at Hampshire. Can I just say, while we've got a bit of space?
Oh, yes, you have.
On Thursday night, we had an event at North Stars. Tino Best and Reece Topley came up. And Lynthia Skeet, Mr. Holder hosted, along with Kyle, who's a fantastic young man, who hosted. We had some of the Barmy Army. We had 40 tourists up there.
Wow.
And then we had about 6 at North Stars, and we had about 60 from the local community. They put on lamb stew, soup, macaroni pie, the beers, the rum flowed. We had, as I said, we had about 100 people up there. We put the music on. But the nicest thing of the day in the evening, we also had Simon Finch from the Barmy Army, the trumpeter. And I don't think they've seen the trumpeter up at St. Lucie.
More than likely they
And
wouldn't.
let me tell you, he played the music. He played Sweet Caroline. He played all kinds of music for the evening. And right at the end, to signal carriages, we played The Last Outpost, because that's quite important, from the Remembrance Weekend. And do you know what was so nice? Some of the local Bajans recognised that, and they saluted, as in like a ceremonial salute. It was a lovely evening. And if I may, at this moment, just on air, just like to thank everyone at North Stars for looking after us. It was a wonderful evening because it was cricket at the heart of everything. The community, we've travelled the world to watch cricket. The weather was superb, no rain. And do you know one other little thing? North Stars are looking to bring 60 over on tour to Birmingham. Obviously going to go to London, but Birmingham, Oxford, but they're going to come to Norfolk and Suffolk and Essex for the very first time. I travel the world touring, and it is one of the most honourable, it's one of the most privileged things that you can do. And I'm looking forward to hosting and entertaining North Stars in Norfolk and Suffolk.
I'm sure you'll be returning the favour that was meted out to you down there in St. Lucie. And the T20 debut for Dan Mosley.
He is, and he was presented his cap yet again by his county colleague, Jacob Bethel.
Oh, wonderful. How good of a young man is he, in your estimation?
Okay, this is an awkward question. You've done me there. I'm going to be absolutely... I've not seen Daniel score runs, apart from a little bit in the West Indies, just recently. When Essex, who I do a lot of commentary, ball-by-ball commentary, he hasn't got the runs, but he has got runs elsewhere, but I've not seen him do it live. But the eyes and ears close to the ground say he's a very compact, calculated player, and he will compete, it's fair to say, with Bethel a little bit.
It's always good when you have competitions. It tends to make the team a lot more stronger, and each player value their part in retaining the play in the side. And the umpires have made their way off. They are putting on some sawdust. When last have you seen sawdust being applied to a playing area?
In England, every day.
Every day.
In England.
Some is being put on the Malcolm Marshall end, where you would get a long off.
Well, we saw that, Lyndon, the other day. Our end, the Malcolm Marshall end, the media end, they'd spiked it. It looked quite heavy. In horse racing, they would say the going is tough.
Or the going is heavy.
These kind of conditions where the going is tough, that's where you get calf strains or Achilles tendon issues.
A little too uneasy on the feet.
That's right. I wouldn't like
as
to
players, you don't tend to adjust to suit the conditions. You go after the ball and then you find yourself running into into a soft area.
Lyndon, that Kensington Oval has been used for some other events.
Oh, yes.
What like? What like? Pop concerts?
Yeah,
pop concerts?
Yeah, the concerts.
Are they? So has Rihanna played here?
Yes, yes.
Oh, she's played at the Kensington Oval.
Yeah. There's a show.
Not cricket. She's played at the Kensington Oval. Who else? What else?
A lot of the Caribbean artists.
Are they?
All shows are held here.
The what is?
Calypso finals.
Oh, right. Calypso finals. Calypso finals.
There's a popular song in England that took the areas by storm. A Calypso song called "Feeling Hot, Hot, Hot." Do you remember that song?
Feeling hot, hot,
oh,
hot.
There you have it.
Hang on, that's my era.
Right. So then you can relate to Calypso then. Feeling hot, hot, hot.
Yeah.
And it tends to get the party going.
Yeah, I'm quite happy with all that kind of music. I'm an 80s boy. 80s. UB40, Rat in the Kitchen. Hey? A little, yeah, I do. I saw him once, actually. Elton John, yeah. No. I do. Night Nurse, Isaacs.
Gregory Exat.
Oh, it's my favourite. I get quite emotional in the bar when that comes on. Eh?
Is there a particular reason?
It probably brings back the memory of a certain young lady from many, many moons ago. Maybe. Best not go there.
You aren't missing any cricket. We just haven't.
What? No, not related to Seymour Nurse, no. Night Nurse. Oh, that's such a cool song for me. From the era of the 80s. What kind of music do you like?
All kind of genres. It doesn't bother me. I prefer R&B.
R&B?
I'm a love man, but more often than not, I tend to get the heart hurt.
That.
Similar to...
I could tell that. You're a sensitive man.
Oh, yeah.
Eh?
There's a show coming up on the 16th right here at Kensington again. The likes of Taurus Riley. I think it's called Rise. So
when you say, so tell me what happens to Kensington Oval on a concert night. Where's the concert?
The square is protected. They will normally utilize the 3 Ws.
So people will be in there?
Yeah, people will be in there. A portion of on the right-hand side or the left-hand side of the Georgiana end will be cordoned off. Yeah. And that will be used as VIP. So there will be fencing installed. Yeah. And that area is cordoned off. Yeah. And then they will use the 3 Ws as for the main entrance then.
So where would they perform
stage itself,
from? Where's the stage?
The stage then will be more like in the area of the Hall and Griffith, in that area there. One big stage you can see, so everybody will be able to see.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, nice.
And then there's a show the first weekend of December as well, another show. So 1 or 2 shows.
And can I ask diplomatically?
I don't see Andrew Mason at these shows.
You don't see?
I don't see Andrew Mason at these shows. I don't know why.
He looks to me a bit more heavy metal. The reason I say that, one of our grounds in England, a famous ground which many West Indians will know about, Old Trafford, not the football, the cricket ground. They have a lot of concerts there. They joke at times that obviously England play there, but they joke about Lancashire. There's more concerts than Lancashire playing at home. So, and of course, it's all to do with money, the income. But they have ruined the square.
I was just about to ask you that. How does it affect the square, the playing area?
Well, it has. Another ground is, it has actually. It gets covered, and we don't have much sunlight, especially in Manchester. It rains more up there. So if you perpetually cover it and sunlight doesn't get to it, there's a problem. Another ground that has a lot of concerts. In fact, Elton John, Andrew Mason was talking about Elton John. Elton John performed at about 8 county grounds. Taunton, he played at Taunton. He played at the Ageas Bowl. The Ageas Bowl has many concerts. Elton John played at 8 county cricket grounds.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, and most of those games will be well attended? So we're going to have a resumption of play at 5 p.m. A resumption of play at 5 p.m. And the sawdust is readily being applied just in front of the Mitchie Hewitt stand and being spread out assiduously by the ground staff. And that is good news. So we're at 4:48. So in another 12 minutes, we will have a resumption with West Indies having been asked to bat first by England. And at the interruption for rain, they had reached 33 for 3. And in the old-time days of 50 over cricket, you say that there is some trouble. But T20 cricket, you can be 16 for 5 and still manage to get to 140, because it's that kind of a game. It's an aggressive game, and you can't say to yourself, well, we are 5 wickets down, because batting out the overs is one thing, but you still have to be able to score and give yourself something to give your bowlers to go at.
You guys actually just hit a couple of boundaries. One fortuitously. But now we've had a break, so you guys have got to start again.
Well, it can also shift the momentum, because I would say you were on top at that stage. And this break in play obviously could allow the West Indies to reset. And it would mean that your guys, your bowlers especially, would go cold. So the matter of start is a stop and start.
We're probably going to have a fresh bowler, I think, anyway. Okay? I think but Reece Topley or someone's got to bowl the 3 overs from that end. He's just gone for a 6, which was a moose, which was a poor delivery. But hopefully he's not injured. Hopefully he will bowl. But he's gone for a 4 and 6 this over. The 4 was an edge. The 6 wasn't. That landed in the Greenwich and Haynes. But from England's point of view, they've got 3 wickets. They've got 9 balls left in the power play. If they could get a 4th wicket, stats will tell you, I'm not telling you, stats will tell you that if you take 4 wickets in a power play,
you've done exceptionally well.
You often win. Doesn't always happen, but they're the stats. If you take 4 wickets in a power play, you often win.
So that's a stat that can be supported or compared to the first day of a test match, where if a side gets bowled out the first day, regardless of the score, let's say 210, 185, stats will also show that 9 out of 10, they will go on to lose the game because then they're playing catch-up.
I'm happy with stats.
They don't tell lies. You can misread them, but they don't tell lies.
You shouldn't live by them, but they're a nice indication.
They tend to solve most arguments where I'm concerned, and because here's a situation where you as Reece Topley's dad, you would favour him, and
only if he bowls well.
That's why I use him, because there aren't a lot of people that sit on the fence and call a spade a spade. There are quite a few people who sit on the fence rather than saying, well, this is what the stats will say. So when there's an argument and I'm saying, well, he didn't bowl that well, you were saying he bowled well, and I was like, okay, we go to the stats. Now the stats are showing that Mahmood has the better statistics. He's 3.
Picked up the wickets.
Right, but if you look at the games itself, apart from those 3 wickets, you would say that Reece would have been the better bowler in the partnership.
No, they bowled well.
No, I'm saying that's where you go to stats then. That could bring you the separation.
They bowled well. Okay. Reece had kept it tight till this over.
Right.
And then he'd gone for an edge down to 3rd man, genuine edge. And then he bowled that moose where he fell over and he's gone out the boundary. That was a poor delivery. That was his poorest delivery. Mahmood's poorest delivery was to Pooran down the leg. No. That was a bit of a powder puff delivery, of which was quite full, which was driven through the offside.
Yeah,
his worst delivery was the last ball of his 2nd over, which Pooran sent down to fine leg when fine leg was up. It was outside leg stump and he just turned it. That was a gimme ball. That was a run scoring opportunity. Just like Reece's ball that went for 6. But he fell over at the crease. I mean, I hope he's not hurt. England need him. He's got 9 balls to bowl in this game. So he must do that. And from my point of view, I think Mahmood will come off. We'll bring a fresh bowler on at the Malcolm Marshall end, because we will now need Saqib to bowl 2 overs at the death.
So just to recap, play to recommence at 5 p.m. local time. West Indies asked to bat first, opened with Evan Lewis and Brandon King. Brandon King was the first to go, caught by Overton off the bowling of Mahmood. Loose drive. It's a ball that was not quite there to drive, and he did advance down the wicket as well to make it into half volley, but still didn't get close enough to deliver.
Mahmood is marginally quicker than you think. He's got quite a quick arm, and he's advanced down the wicket, and I think he got himself not in a poor position. I just think he got himself a bit caught up. He hit it and didn't really make a decent connection. By coming down the wicket, he made it a little bit harder for himself. That's how I read it.
Evan Lewis, after hitting 2 4s, was caught by Jacob Bethel, coming off his square leg boundary off the ball of Mahmood for 13.
Superb catch.
What about the shot selection? Ball was asking to be hit?
Straight after an LBW appeal, which was pitching outside leg stump. But I'm going to have to say, if it had gone left or right of him, we would have got away with it. But I have to say, to be fair to Jacob Bethel, he made that an outstanding catch.
I think his timing of the catch as well, because he waited for it to come down. He didn't rush in too far, and then he ended up going down maybe just below the knees. So it was a comfortable catch in the end, low down. And as you say, he has youth on his side. I'm sure that if you and I would have been out there, we would try to get him to keep it at least chest height. But he allowed it to come to him, watch the ball right into his hands, which is the basics.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. You'd have been disappointed if it had dropped it.
Oh, yes.
And he could have spilled it. I'll tell you what England have done with their addition of their newish players. Bethel, Overton are two fantastic athletic fielders. They really are. Jamie Overton at 6'7", he is a huge person to stand next to. Bethel isn't. Bethel is like a little ferret. He runs around, agile, quick, low centre of gravity, close to the ground. Overton is a fantastic fielder, but so is Bethel. So England have certainly picked up and become a better fielding side with their youngsters.
After Puran survived the leg before wicket, we saw the introduction of Hitmar, and he got a one baller.
He did, yeah.
Was it a ball of particular merit, in your opinion?
Yeah, I didn't really see it too much on the replay. It was a good line. It was probably a little bit inconvenient to him that he played it. He probably would have liked to have left it. But to credit the bowler, Saqib Mahmood got it in the right area, and it was a feather edge through to the keeper. And England were ecstatic.
The captain came in, Rob Powell. He survived, got off the mark, threw a streaky edge past where our first slip would have been, down to the boundary for four. He's gone to 11 with a 1-4, having faced the 5 deliveries, 1-4 and a 6 from 5 deliveries. And he's on 11, but I think a lot hinges on this partnership to come through for Rutherford, who's been in rich vein of form. We have Andrea Russell returning. We know what he can do. Has not done for a while, but what he can do, we do not know of that.
Brilliant.
We're Mario Shepherd. Then we're down to the bowlers, Akil Hussain, Shamar Joseph, and Gudakesh Moti. So the tendency for most batting sides to go from 1 to 5 with batsmen, and then you can get from 6 down as all-rounders, as opposed to 6, 7, 8, 9 as all-rounders, and then 10 and 11 as out-and-out bowlers. You don't see many out-and-out bowlers being used in today's T20 cricket. No. You have to be able to be conveniently do two of the three things.
Do you think who in your tail is an outright bowler?
I would have to say it would have to be Shamar Joseph and Gudakesh Moti. But because of the intricacies involved in the game, the players are making their way back to the field, and Hendy Wallace will be joining me and replacing you, Don, a much-deserved rest as England at 33 for the loss of some 3 wickets, and play about to recommence at 5 p.m. sharp. And I can tell you that the openers are back in the pavilion, those being Brandon King and Evan Lewis for the West Indies, and also back in the pavilion is Shimwan Hitmire. And we have games coming up tomorrow, and then the series will continue in St. Lucia on the 14th, the 16th, and the 17th for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th T20 in this series. And with the players very much back out in the middle, it gives me the perfect opportunity to say welcome and good afternoon, to just give him some time to sort himself out. And another 33 for 3. And from a England perspective, I'm going to give you the good news that Reece Topley is going to continue. So that's very, very good news. And we don't like to see players picking up injuries. Robin Powell is going to have strike. He has 11 against his name. Nicholas Puran is at the non-strikers end. And let's say good evening to Hendy Wallace.
Good evening to you, Lyndon, and good evening to listeners all around the region and worldwide. Just wonder who this break will benefit more.
Well, here's Topley with his first delivery after the break on the way in, and this will hit over mid-off down to the bounds. Matter of fact, it's gone all the way for 6. And Hendy, it looks like a push drive. I didn't think he hit it. It was a delivery pitched up and coming into the batsman, and with consummate ease, there's Rodman Powell. He didn't get in the stride. He just simply played on the eye and hit it straight over long off for 6. Oh, what a wonderful start for the West Indies. 39 for 3.
Excellent start for Powell. Not so good for Topley. He obviously tried. He would have been doing a lot of warm-ups and stuff during the break. And he decided that he was going to give it a go. I guess he would have really been putting his heart on the line to say, well, I really want to make an effort, but it was obviously a little bit too much for him. That first delivery had absolutely nothing on it. And he's wrecking the chair and everything going up the stairs, which would suggest that he's absolutely devastated and frustrated, which one can understand. But that delivery had absolutely nothing in it, really. He just really put it there. And if Powell was looking for an invitation, that was certainly one.
Well, here is Overton to replace him. Moves into bowl to Powell, and Powell gets it, plays it up to the mid-wicket fielder, who has it under control, and there is no run. The two umpires being Leslie Reefer Jr., who stands at square leg, and Zaid Bazarath. I'm just watching that delivery where he actually fell over and lost his footing, landed badly on his knees. This hit his knee, his right knee, clutched the right knee.
Yeah, but I think the front foot as well just lost its footing, and it may have just jarred the knee, so it might have been a sprain in the knee.
Overton from the Joe Garner end in the delivery, which is right up on the line of the centre stump, and played back to the bowler by Powell, and that concludes over number 5 on the resumption. And the latest score is 39 for the loss of 3. Hendy.
An extremely long over, which was obviously truncated with the rain break, and Overton being asked to complete the over there for a young Topley. We just hope that there's nothing overly serious enough that he had to accept that it was really maybe a step too far to try and continue. And just interesting to see that Evan Lewis, in the 2 deliveries ago, he was backing up at the non-striker's end, and he was sent back very quickly by Powell, and as he turned, he too had slightly lost his footing, but no damage done, as he had ample time to regain his ground.
Well, it's going to be Shakib to take it up, and operating from the Malcolm Marshall end, with the West Indies on 39 for 3. He's picked up 3 for 12, and he starts in just about reaches umpire Reefer and bowls to Puran. Puran gets a short, even pulls it over long on for 6. A short delivery slanted across the body, but he had ample time to see it. He also has quick eyes, Nicholas Puran, and they're jumping in the Greenwich stands as the West Indies are motoring on the resumption from 33 for 3 when the rains came. In a matter of couple deliveries, they rushed to 45 for the loss of 3. Handy.
Not dissimilar to a baseball shot, and that would equate to a home run. This guy, I've said it repeatedly, he is a real 6-hitter.
Shakib into bowl to Puran. Puran is going across the lines of play for leg before. The ball runs down to short third man. Umpire Reefer is not impressed. The England players, they look pretty convinced. And Mahmood makes his way back to the top of his mark. So Puran looking to go for glory there. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And they've decided rightfully not to go upstairs. So action.
Not dissimilar to the previous one, which Barry and Don had a lengthy exchange.
That leg before against Puran.
Yeah, Don was obviously on cue because
spot on, yeah.
As a bowler, you would know that right arm bowler bowling over the wicket to a left-handed bat, unless you're presenting that ball between wicket and wicket, 98% of the times it will pitch outside leg stump.
Powell on strike, 17 from 8. West Indies 46 for 3. Shakib is into him, and Powell tucks it to the leg side. Square leg is onto it. So is the fielder from fine leg, who gets there first. That's Adil Rashid, and his return comes in. They take 1, and it's now 47 for 3 in over number 6. And quite an interesting partnership here would be necessary, Hendy, between these pair.
And what is interesting to see is that England have recognized the lack of intent for singles. So you notice that the fielders on the are right on the edge of the circle, so no attempt to save singles, because I guess they expect Puran and Powell to just be going for sixes.
Puran on strike, 11 from 8, and he drives. Beautiful shot. He squares it, he steers it square. Glorious shot. Down to white third man for 4. 50 comes up for West Indies, 51 for 3. And that was hit handy, or placed, I should say, with consummate ease.
Yeah, that was an intelligent shot as well. Placement being the key. Playing with a slightly open blade, so the intent was really to hit that gap between the short third man and the backward point, and he did it with precision. Timing was good, and excellent cricket shot. And
I was saying to Don before he took his break that the difference between a break and play normally tends to switch the momentum more than often not, and we have a situation where the bowlers were going fluently, their blood was warm and everything like that, and now we come on the resumption with the West Indies backs against the wall, and now it's the West Indies who start, so in the affirmative.
Yeah, as you said, probably more often than not that's the case, but what was probably slightly different here is that you had two batters that were still pretty much at the start of the innings.
Shakib around the wicket to bowl to Puran, and Puran is hit this one high, hard, and into the Mitchell Hewitt stands for 6. Oh, what a glorious shot. Delivery outside in the off stump. The bowler coming around the wicket, which means he has a better sight out of oven. And Puran, again, I like to use the word consummate ease. I should say hit, but he slapped it really into the Mitchell Hewitt stand for another 6. And England, at the moment, they are under the cush, and it's now 57 for 3 handy.
Not a great deal wrong with that delivery, except that Shakib decided to go around the wicket, which I'm not so sure is the best tactic to the left-hander who's swinging the ball off the stumps into the mid-wicket area. So he's reverted now to over the wicket. I would try to hold a much tighter line, maybe look at the possibility of hitting the heel.
Shakib starts in. He's gone 3 for 29 thus far. Into both Puran. Puran drives up to the field. That cover well stopped there. And they take 1. So Puran is up to 22 from 11 deliveries. And that completes over number 6. Powell is on 18 from 9. The latest score, West Indies as the bat first in the first T20 against England. They're 58 for a loss of 3.
And this is the danger of someone like Puran. This is what he presents to a fielding side, is that he scores so quickly. It's not unthinkable for him to be going at 200 with a strike rate, and especially in the power play. That's why, you ideally you want to get him in early, but you're still hoping to get a good start from your openers. If he's not opening, then you feel sometimes that it's an opportunity wasted because he scores so quickly, and if he spends 10 or 12 overs at the crease, he can sort of put his team in the sort of batting strength that makes it very difficult for the opposition. No surprise here that England have opted to go for their trump in Adil Rashid to try and counter this semi-assault from Puran, certainly to get at him before he really gets his eye in.
Well, he has career stats of 117 matches, 122 wickets, best figures of 4 for 2. He's into the attack with the current rate 9.67. West Indies 58 for 3. Here's Rashid. First delivery to bowl to Puran. Puran gets a full toss and just massages it up to the long off position for a single. So with that, he's up to 23 from 12 deliveries. It brings Powell on strike, 9 from 18, and he's known to struggle against spin handy. So I'm thinking that the England haven't done the homework, will be thinking this is a good time to get the spin on, especially.
Yeah, he tends to hit his way over the trouble. He doesn't look to graft too much. He'll try to sweep, sometimes try to paddle sweep. So there's no one at 45, so it may be an option for him to just get very low. Not try to hit it too hard, just get very low and help the ball to short fine leg.
Rashid on the way to bowl to Powell. Powell swings it down to long on. The fielder is interested. The fielder takes the catch, and Powell bowls. I called it moments ago, Henry Wallace. He has this thing against spin. You said it right as well. He tends to like to hit his way out. And Overton, who stands at maybe 6'7", took it like nothing, Hendy. Myself, I don't think he could not have taken that. But he just simply waited on it and just leaped gently and takes the West Indies captain, makes him walk back to the pavilion. Oh, he made it look so easy. And from a position of 58 for 3, they are now 58 for a loss of 4. And make it 59 for 4. Powell gone, caught Overton off the ball of Adil Rashid. So he strikes away right away, and suddenly again, this beautiful game of T20 takes another twist.
Well, you probably could have taken the catch if you stood on Don's
right back on the boundary.
Yeah, on Don's shoulders. But it was so perfectly judged. You said a very tall fielder. Again, it's strategic to have
The right
a player
fielders.
like that in that sort of, we call it the business area. And he judged it to perfection because he had to time his jump. Both arms were fully extended, and he took it with both hands, and he had the balance. He came down and he had his balance, so there was no worry about off balance and going over the line. So it was a very well judged catch, and as I said, it was a move that you expected from England as they went on the attack. And I think now we'll see Butler really going for the juggernaut now. Another left-hander has come to the crease. He's got a slip in place, and I think they really should be continuing to look to take wickets.
Well, Sherfane Rutherford is that left-hander, and his first delivery stretches forward, plays the ball to mid-wicket, takes one or two exploratory steps, sent back by Pooran, rightfully so as well. There is a backward point, there's a cover on the boundary, short cover, long off, long on. There's a mid-wicket, deep square leg as well. And Rashid with one wicket in the bag is into both of Rutherford, and Rutherford stretches forward. There is no run, has a T20I of 68 that came in the World Cup exchanges. But he's really come on, I would say, handy in the last 7 to 8 months. Sherfane Rutherford has been around for a little bit, 368 runs all told, and this delivery he is getting a wasted delivery, ill-directed, sweeps it down to fine leg. The slippers after it, they take one and jog back for the second run. So he would open his account, Rutherford, and he's now 2 from 3. And West Indies with one delivery left in over number 7, they're 61 for 4.
And what I would say about Rutherford in his last few innings that I've seen from him, he has exhibited a level of maturity in his batsmanship, in structuring his innings. So we all know what he's capable of doing, but we've seen one or two innings where it was slightly, let's say, out of character.
Rashid 1 for 3 into ball to Rutherford, and Rutherford is playing the ball up to cover. There is no run. The end of over number 7, 61 for 4. The latest West Indies playing England. Andy.
Yes, good over, successful over, first over there from Adil Rashid. And I wouldn't be surprised to see if the West Indies batters adopt the approach to just see out Rashid and not try to take him on, and maybe just put the pressure on the other bowlers. Maybe Pooran is the one that we'll have to look and see, because when he's going, doesn't matter who's bowling.
But you also need him to stay there as well.
It would help the West Indies cause if he's there. No matter how many wickets they lose, anything less than 10 wickets, he will put a score on the board.
61 for the loss of 4. And we're going to have a double change as Mosley's into the attack. And this is his first T20, 64 matches, 50 wickets, and 19.52. Economy rate is 7.15. Best figures of 4 for 28.
That's pretty all right.
Pooran on 23 waits on him, and his first delivery is a full toss, and that is hit high, hard, and into the Greenwich Hayes stand for a massive 6. What a great in by Nicholas Pooran, and the West Indies shouldering on. Besides losing the wicket of the captain, they know 67 for the loss of 4, Pooran to 29.
Well, I see the keeper Salt coming down to have a word with Mosley. I don't know exactly what he'd be telling him, because that was a knee-height full toss, angling down the leg side. It would, what you would call a gift, and accepted by Pooran to hit it 6-7 rows back. Maybe he didn't get it well enough.
I don't think he didn't get it well he wanted it.
He should have been atop the stand. But again, not seeing any signs that the bowlers are having any difficulty in gripping the ball, because we don't see anybody really drying the ball.
Mosley, the right arm off spin is into Pooran, and Pooran is driving back to the bowler, who down on his knees, feels to his own bowling. Pooran at 29 from 14. Rutherford has 2. West Indies 67 for 4. This is over number 8. As Mosley's in and Pooran is stretching forward. A few exploratory steps there by the non-striker. Rutherford backing up, has to get back. And
not looking to flick the ball anymore. So the idea is to actually bowl it into the pitch with a very low trajectory.
Right arm around the wicket to bowl to Pooran. Pooran is driving for the 3rd time this over. He finds the fielder at that cover position, and there's no run, so short third man, backward point, cover, sweep on the cover boundary, long off, long on, deep mid wicket. I feel that square leg, and Pooran is playing it to the left of the fielder at the point region, and picks up Dot ball, really.
Yeah, that's a
Had to
lovely
get
shot.
back. Good fielding there.
Yeah, good shot. Playing it late, getting it to the right of the backward point. So the call, they always say when the ball goes behind the striker, it's a non-striker's call. I am not so sure when it goes square the wicket or just behind square. I always feel that the batter is following the line of the ball.
For run out at the striker's end. Can you give me a
that's
best
where you
side
get
on
the
shot,
indecision. That both batters have a fair sighting, and I believe that if the striker is following the line of the ball, he's the best person to call. But I've been known to go against.
We can debate that, but
what is tradition.
It's an interesting thing that you put on the table. I'll tell you why. Because generally they say that is the non-striker's call, but the non-striker is always in the game where he's walking with the bowler, so he has an opportunity that he will obviously get there easier. Whereas the batsman might be playing the ball off the back foot, so then he has to get off the back foot to try to get going. And here's Pooran looking for an expansive sweep, slog sweep. Sorry, Rutherford looking for an expansive slog sweep. And the ball ricochets in the offside. That concludes the end of over. So a good comeback there in the circumstances. Having gone for 6 in the first delivery by Dan Mosley. He's conceded 7 off his first over. 8 overs done and dusted. The West Indies asked to bat first. They are 68 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, and just to talk about that running again, you're talking about in the actual running.
Right, with the batsman itself.
But I'm not getting that stage yet, is actually judging if it's a run or not. The striker, if he's following the line of the ball, I'm not talking about a French cut where he doesn't know where he's going.
Right.
If he's playing a cut or he's playing the ball behind square and following the line of the ball, the striker is probably the best person to judge whether it's a run or not.
So here is Rashid. This debate can go on. And this one is tucked into the leg side by Pooran for his 31st run from his 18th delivery, 69 for the loss of 4. And like I said, the advantage to the non-striker who will be following you will know where the ball is gone for one. Necessarily doesn't take into consideration whether the batsman would have been on the back foot or not, and that tends to put the batsman off a little bit. Here's Rashid in, and Rutherford is caught and slip, magnificently caught by Josh Butler. Oh my lord, West Indies 69 for 5. Hendy, describe that catch.
Well, let me give some credit to the bowlers first. It was actually a much slower delivery from Adil Rashid. I suspect it might have been a googly, but Rutherford was deceived somewhat. He actually held back his shot a bit, tried to play off the back foot, and a healthy edge going to the left of Josh Butler. He stuck the left hand out, and as a slipper myself, those are the ones you hope that they just stick. Don't for 1 minute think he caught that.
He found it in his hand. Well, England are on top at the stage. In the process of over number 9, 8 overs and 2 deliveries gone. They're 69 for 5. The applause you're hearing from the Greenwich and Hayes stands is for the introduction of Dre Russ. And Dre Russell comes to the crease. Nicholas Pooran is on 31 from 18 deliveries. And again, Hendy, with every wicket that falls in a T20 game, you're not out of it, so you still need to rebuild the innings, but you still also have to get the innings going at the same time.
And how do you rebuild?
And here you have...
And that comment you made about Rodman Powell, I suspect you can repeat that for Andre Russell when it comes to wrist spin.
He has his problems with wrist spin. I'll say that openly.
He hits
and he likes to hit his way out. Well, of recent times, he haven't been getting a lot to hit recently either for a long time. And he's due a major score, and this is a perfect opportunity. 8.2 overs into the 20-over game, 69 for 5. Nicholas Pooran almost have half of those runs. He has 31 against his name. And Andre Russell to have his first delivery without the helmet. And Rashid into him. And his first delivery, he's playing a slow delivery into the offside. Rashid 2 for 4. So he's coming and he's already making things happen, Hendy.
Yeah, not getting a lot of spin, but he seems to be making the effort now to bowl a little bit slower.
As he moves in to bowl to Russell, and Russell to this delivery is forward back to the ball. He didn't pick it. He didn't pick it, Hendy.
Well, he seemed to be looking to play into the extra cover area
and got it back to the bowler.
Back to the bowler.
Well, something has got to give. West Indies 69 for 5. 2 deliveries remaining over number 9, and Russell goes onto the back foot to delivery, which is turning very, very slow. Strokes it out to the fielder off the cover boundary. They take 1. And run number 70. So good to get Russell off the strike, basically.
Well,
you don't want a situation where Pooran is just standing at one end and watching wickets fall.
I think the West Indies will want that. They'll want Pooran to face as much as possible. But again, it's how Pooran opts to bat Rashid. I mean, surely he will want to see off Rashid, because I think that's where the real threat is on at this stage now, if they're going to really mount a challenge.
Rashid into bowl to Puran. Puran is working this one up to long on for his 32nd run, and the West Indies 71st run at the end of 9 overs. That's the latest, 71 for 5. Andy.
Yeah, Russell is probably in about 5 hours sooner than is ideal for the West Indies, but he has to earn his keep now. The West Indies are in trouble, and this is the stage is set now for him to try to partner with Puran. West Indies will be hoping that Puran will stay there deep into the innings, and an opportunity for Russell to, well, let me say he's been in a few overs too early. It really means now that he has an opportunity to get his eye in, so he doesn't really have to go that hard at the start of his innings. So far, we've seen that the first 3 deliveries that he's faced so far, he's been prepared to push the ball into the gaps and not go for the big shots that we're accustomed to seeing.
And if I can add to that, he has Nicholas Puran at the next end, who is in and who can get rid of the ball just as easy or even easier than Andre Russell without taking those extraordinary risks. Well, Jamie Overton comes into the attack, and he's being switched from the Joel Garner into the Malcolm Marshall end. He would have just finished the over for Reece Topley, who sustained an injury. And if you're just joining us, Brandon King was out for 3. Evan Lewis went for 13. Nicholas Puran is not on 32. He has a strike. And here's Overton at 71 for 5. The West Indies into bowl to Puran. Puran gets a short delivery, slaps it hard into the ground, fielded by the fielder from the point region. And they take 1. And it's a country net scorecard. Shimron Hitmar didn't score. Rodman Powell contributed 18. And Sherfield Rutherford made 2. And 71 for the loss of 5. 3 wickets to Saqib Mahmood, 3 for 30, and 2 for 6 to Adil Rashid. So England with 2 trump cards. Reece Topley, 3 overs, no minutes, none for 26. And the other bowler used Dan Mosley, 1 over, none for 7. Overton from the Malcolm Marshall end, right arm over the wicket to bowl to Andre Russell, into bowl to Russell, and Russell is getting the delivery calls, which forces him back onto his stump. The ball slides off the inner portion and back down to fine leg for a single. So Russell to 2, 35, 73 for 5. And that one seemed to just slide into him and catch him a little bit on the back foot.
Yeah, I was going to say he was a little bit late on that shot, not quite getting his timing right, but he's only been there for 4 balls so far. But again, to see that England have not made any effort to try and keep him on strike by bringing the fielders in the circle closer to the bat. Everybody was sat right on the edge of the circle.
Overton on the way into bowl to Puran, and Puran to this delivery is cutting it hard into the ground once again. They're going to take a single to point, and Puran to 34, having faced some 21 deliveries. It brings Russell back on strike. West Indies 74 for the loss of 5 in the 10th over. We did have a rain break. West Indies at 33 for 3, and I can hear this sweet singing army band, Barmy Army. Sweet Caroline, they're on top. That's their go-to song. Overton to do battle with Andre Russell. He has 2 against his name. West Indies 74 for 5. He gets a short delivery. He ducked early, and that ball just passed over maybe the top of the off stump, just on a 4-stump handy.
Yeah, if it was straighter, it probably would have been challenging the stumps.
Oh, yeah.
It was dug in short, but didn't really get up. And Russell probably just went down on length because it was banged in short. He probably expected to go a lot higher. And Overton to just the extended follow-through, as if he was making a statement.
Right arm over the wicket to bowl to Russell. Goes past umpire Reefer. Bowls to a short delivery, slotted through mid-wicket, over mid-wicket, into the bleachers for a 6. A short delivery handy. He went once, he went twice. Got away with the first one. Russell ducked early, and this one he just stood up, waited for it, and slotted it over mid-wicket for a 6. So Russell to 8, West Indies 80 for the loss of 5 in the 10th.
And this surface doesn't really have the same sort of ping that we saw in with the last ODI here. So by banging the ball into the pitch, you're really taking quite a significant amount of pace off of it. And I think Russell, on reflection of the ball before, reckoned, okay, I can deal with this.
5 4s and 6 6s to the West Indies, 80 for 5. Overton into bowl to Russell. Russell gets a slow delivery. Wide signal by umpire Reefer. And just rolling his hand against the seam. Overton.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for him because that one actually spun. So he went to bowl the cutter, and on pitching it actually gripped quite a bit and went down the leg side.
A surface that's not really conducive to fast bowling. I think you have to dig yourself in really, and you have to get the lines right. And Overton, none for 10 in his first over, second over basically. And he's into bowl to Russell, and Russell is stretching forward to a half volley and playing it in the offside. It looks a little comical, Handy.
Yeah, I think he probably got himself in no man's land because there's a possibility he was expecting another short delivery, so his balance was not really going forward into the shot. So he ended up playing it quite half, got all eye-hand coordination on that occasion. And, you know, getting back to the bowlers, the faster bowlers in particular, as we're going to have a Visani water break, you get the impression sometimes that bowlers, in the act of trying not to be overly predictable, I think that sometimes they try a little bit too much variation. And sometimes I think that the good length delivery is sometimes shelved a little bit too early. And sometimes, you know, I think that they make it more difficult for themselves. But that's another discussion.
I agree with 100%. So at the halfway stage of this innings, of this first 20 overs, the West Indies, after 10 overs, 81 for the loss of 5. At the top, they lost. Brandon King caught Overton off the ball of Mahmood for 3. Evan Lewis was caught by Bethel off the ball of Mahmood for 13. Nicholas Puran is presently not on 34 from 21 deliveries. He struck 2 4s and 3 6s. Shimron Hekmar was caught by Salt, the keeper off the ball of Mahmood without scoring. Rodman Powell was caught by Overton off the ball of Rashid for 18. And Sherfield Rutherford caught by Butler, brilliantly caught with his left hand full stretch. Well done on his knees at first slip. Off the ball of Rashid for 2. Andre Russell is not out on 8. The extras are 3. 2 leg byes and 1 wide. 81 for the loss of 5 after 10 overs. And they continue to come is Romario Shepherd, Aki Hussein, Shamar Joseph, and Ngodakesh Moti. 4 of wickets, 1 for 11, 2 for 18, 3 for 18, 4 for 59. And it became 5 for 69. The wicket of Captain Powell. And Rutherford would have been the last man out. Sorry. And bowling for England as players about to recommence. And you can tell bowling for England. Topley, 3 overs, no middles, none for 26. Mahmood, 3 overs, no middles, 3 for 30. Rashid, 2 overs, no middles, 2 for 6. Mousley, 1 over for 7 runs, no wicket. And Jamie Overton, 1 over for 10 runs, no wickets. More from Hindi. And I'll continue until Andrew returns.
Yeah, definitely advantage England. They've restricted, one can say, West Indies to just about 8 runs per over. I think more importantly is picking up the wicket. So to have those 5 wickets at this stage after just 10 overs, they've certainly put themselves in a very strong position. And Rashid, who will continue, be looking to increase in that wickets column.
So it's going to be Rashid to continue, and he's on his way into bowl to Puran, and Puran gets a little bit on the line of the leg stump, and we'll pick up a single. Let's see if there's a signal from the umpire. There is a signal of leg by, so the score's gone on to 81 for the loss of 2, and momentarily we'll be joined by Barry Wilkinson. Hendy?
Yeah, a very tentative shot again from Puran, as he's been very, very watchful to Adil Rashid.
Short ball and just dropped. A chance for run out as well. It's all happening here at the Oval. A short ball that was pulled in the air. A really, really good effort there. Looks to me like from, is that Mosley or is it Jacob Bethel? But it was short and it was a good effort at a catch. It would have been a spectacular one had it been taken. It was Pepper actually. Not quite. Oh yeah, Pepper is on, of course, for Topley. Here comes Rashid again and bowls to Puran. Puran turns the ball quietly into the onside and gets another single.
Scare there for Russell. It seemed to be a bit of a top spinner, and it just hurried on to him. It got onto the toe end of the bat, and there was Pepper at the straightest mid-wicket position, just on the edge of the circle. He ran back a couple of paces and then lunged with his right hand overhead, but wasn't able to hold on.
Rashid to Russell, short pulled. That's gone a mile over mid-wicket. More backward skirmish, but wherever it's gone, it's out of the ground. 6 runs. Muscle Russell, 90 for 5, and Russell rushes to 15.
Yeah, no need to experiment there for Russell. It was a bad ball. It was short. I think it was the googly, and it stuck in the pitch and went further down the leg side. And Russell just helped himself over long leg and into the crowd about 10, 12 rows back, and it wasn't held by the spectator.
Here comes Rashid now, bowls again to Russell. Russell gets another shot one and whacks this a mile. Bring the balls and come, Hendy. That's another ball lost over my wicket, out of the ground, and Russell is giving the crowd their money's worth.
Well, you're talking about two of the biggest hitters in world cricket at the moment, and Rashid just not getting it right. I don't know what could have gone wrong there. I don't know if he's not getting the grip on the ball. He's not looking to dry it, so maybe the grip is okay. I'm not sure what could have happened there, but another long hop, and Russell said just thank you very much, and bumped it right into the crowd.
What will Rashid do? Here he comes in again and bowls to Russell. Short again, but this one hurried on. It was also flat and faster, and he had to defend it and bowls it back to, plays it back to the bowler, and there is no run. So the over ends, 11 gone, 96 for 5, 21 to Russell from 11. Pooran has got 35 from 23. We thank, of course, our sponsors, Chefette Restaurant, who've been given some credit to and some vouchers we want to give away. We got a quiz, Henry. I also put some pressure on young Topley, or older Topley, to give us a question earlier. I'm going to give you over to think about a good cricket quiz question that we can give for Chefette Restaurants and the Sunny Flavoured Water. So think about it.
Yeah, I can tell you right now.
Okay,
so
let's
if
go.
England have got 3 of their players who were schooled in Barbados.
Right. This England 11.
Yes, this England squad.
The squad.
Yes, the
Okay.
T20 squad.
So this England squad has 3 cricketers schooled in Barbados. Tell us the 3. Send your message to 253-4679, and don't forget to put your name. Put your name, 253-4679, and we're going to give you Dasani Cranberry, the new Dasani Cranberry flavored water. And we also say thanks to Signia Globe and Chefette. We'll give away a Chefette voucher a bit later on. Henry Wallace has had a Chefette voucher earlier. He's enjoyed the new double burger special that they've had. And I'm sure that thanks to Chefette, we've been given double burgers that have come in. Lyndon Yeo, who was not supposed to be working today, has had 2 of those burgers already. I don't know where it is going because Lyndon is a very, very small man. I don't know where those burgers are going. But thanks to Chefette and thanks to the Sandy Flavored Water. So it's going to be Sam Curran. He's going to take up the attack. 96 to 5. Pooran, how good is this young man from Trinidad and Tobago?
Well, I continually say, he's one of the best sitters in the world, and no
he's
surprise,
such a little man.
No surprise that he's copped so much in the IPL.
Curran is also a very big IPL player. That delivered on the line of the off stump, and just on the off stump, he looked to stab that into the ground, couldn't score, and it's 96 to 5.
This is an interesting matchup with Curran, who has not exhibited the greatest form with the ball. To be bowling to Pooran, certainly in this mood. I can see him just trying maybe to bowl a little bit wider of off stump to take the pace off, but Pooran has the ability to fetch the ball from wide outside off stump into long on.
This delivery is outside of the off stump, a slow one, Hendy. He didn't time that at all, and it went through a couple of bounces to be taken there by the keeper, Phil Salt.
Yeah, I expect that to be the plan. We see there's a short third man, and there's also a backward point that's quite fine. There's a sweeper on the point boundary, maybe just behind point. So the intention is to force Pooran to play the ball square on the offside or behind square. But don't be surprised if Pooran just maneuvers across towards the off stump to bring the leg side into play.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Pooran. And Pooran on this occasion is driving powerfully backward of point, but there's a fielder on the boundary. Will he get there? Yes, he does. Very well stopped. Stopping 2 runs, as they also took 2 as well. And that was young Moosley, who I made the observation. I've never seen parents in the middle for the handing over of a debut hat. Never have I seen that before, but it happened today. Moosley's parents were in the middle watching him getting his hat. I've never seen that. Did it happen with you when Reese got his cap? So they're just asking if that went for 4 or not. They're just checking. I don't think it did. The ball was not in control. He was not in control of the ball when he touched the boundary. That should be fine. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite has got everything right today, and I think that will continue. 98 for 5. So Pooran back on strike. 37 from 26. This is an important partnership for the West Indies if they're to get 150. Here comes Pooran now. Bowls to Pooran, who's driving sweetly. But there's a fielder on the boundary, so he only get 1 run.
Yeah, so the change was made. The second fielder who was behind points on the edge of the circle, they pushed him right back onto the boundary. So now you had the 2 fielders on the boundary on the offside square of the wicket, which was a backward point who's gone all the way back on the boundary. And then there was a point on the boundary as well. So again, looking at that area for Pooran to score, bowling the full length and wide.
Pooran, of course, his brother who would have made his debut before him, but he didn't last as long as a snow cone in England cricket. He's thereabouts, more of a test cricketer. Russell, he's on strike. He's only played one test match in his life. That would have been against Sri Lanka, I believe. Here comes Curran and bowls to Russell. Oh, that's a good short delivery. That was a brute of a delivery, and I wonder if it hit Russell on the helmet. He went to duck and sway, and I think it might have just eluded him, or did it hit him as it went through?
I don't know, but he should have been looking for it because he's got a long leg, he's got a deep backward square in the boundary, he's got a forward square on the boundary, and he's got a long on. So there's no way that he could have been expecting anything pitched up, especially with the mid-off in the circle.
And I'll tell you this, Hendy, Sam Curran is not a big, tall man, but he put some pepper in that.
Well, it's a blind side as well for the right-handed batter with the left arm coming over the wicket. So, you know, Russell would need just to open up his stance a bit if he wants to counter that short ball.
Curran comes in again and bowls to Russell. Russell tails away and gets a good Yorker delivery, but managed to keep it out, and it goes down to flying leg for a single to bring the 100 up for the West Indies. It's been a mixture of a struggle with some sweetness in between, because they were 18 for 3, they were 59 for 4, 69 for 5, and now 100 without further loss, with Pooran on 38 from 27 and Russell on 22 from 13 here at Kensington Oval.
That's the pendulum you associate with T20 cricket, because the West Indies, having lost those wickets so early, still need to be in the dance. They still have to score. So it's almost like you have to be a little bit more selective, as we've seen from Pooran in facing Rashid, and to a lesser extent how he coped with Curran in that last over, where he was extremely selective. And I think you want to say the same for Russell. He hasn't been reckless or anything in just going for the big hits. He's been given some poor deliveries, which he capitalized on. But that's as I said, that's the pendulum of T20 cricket. To consolidate, you still have to find a way to score.
It's going to be Liam Livingston now to come on to start a spell as he comes in and bowls to Russell. And Russell is driving in the air and is not being hit cleanly. It's gone down to long off. It's going to go into no man's land though, and they'll get 2 runs. That was in the air for a mighty long time, but he hit it so wide of the long off and the cover that while they were running for it, the ball was just making its way down, and eventually when it touched the grass and not anyone's hands.
Yes, it was right in the gap between the long off and the deep cover. And I don't think that Russell played it there. I think it was a very healthy outer half of the bat that took it over there.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Russell. And Russell again gets a good delivery in the line, the middle stump, defends it, plays it into the offside, and there's no run. The crowd is beginning, Hendy, now to feel the vibe of this match.
And I like to see what England is doing here as well. We've got the short third man, and there's a backward point that's quite fine. They're there for when the top edge comes from the slug to the leg spinner.
Bowls again to Russell, who's tailing away and swats this straight. That's gone over Kensington Oval onto the top of the World Weeks and Walcott stand, and it has rolled over the ground.
That's
the biggest 6 that I've ever seen at Kensington.
No. That's a monster, but not the biggest. Chris Gale hit quite a few up there. But it's a monster hit. It's the monster.
Darren Bravo hit a ball over there already, right over the World Weeks and Walcott stand. But to hit that ball middle, I mean, that was struck, Henry, in the middle of the World Weeks and Walcott stand on those brand new photovoltaics that you just bought.
I think what's incredible about the shot, Barry, is that he played it off the back foot. I think that's really what made it phenomenal. The fact that he played it off the back foot, the way it was going backwards, that is a monster hit. Wow. And you associate that sort of hit with power. But I'm surprised that so many of the last few deliveries from the wrist spinners have been so short. And I can't understand if that is deliberate, or if they're not struggling to get a grip, but why would they want to bowl it into the pitch to someone like Russell?
Well, Livingston, let's see how he's going to respond to that. He's got 30 now, Russell, from 16. Here he comes in again and bowls to Russell. And Russell is driving inside out, but he could be out caught on the boundary. He is gone. Caught at backward point on the boundary. Some might say Russell was licorice to Liam Livingston.
Well, that's the length I thought he should be looking to bowl anyway. With the wrist spin, with the ball going away from the field is set for that sort of length delivery, spinning away from Russell. He middled it quite appreciably, but it was going square to a biggish boundary up against the breeze, and the fielder was perfectly placed. Didn't have to move too much, maybe a half a stride, and took it into his midriff. So consolation there for Livingston. I think he's finally got the delivery in the area that was for the field he had placed, and he got the just reward.
Well, he did entertain, I'll tell you that. 30 from 17, caught by Moonsley, and coming to the crease now is another big hitter, Romario Shepherd, who I think continues to be picked in this team for his lower order batting and certainly not his bowling.
That's a combination. I don't think that you're a big fan of his bowling, and he has not been as consistent as he should have been with his bowling. But let's look at his batting now, because that's the role he's been asked to play right now. He has been quite destructive at the end of the innings in recent times, and as you said, maybe 2 or 3 overs a little bit soon, but he can use that to his advantage and just push the ball around and hand over to Pooran again.
So Romario Shepherd, 395 runs from 29 innings, impressive strike rate of 144, but for all of that, Hendy, his best is 44 not out. Mainly because I guess he's not usually have a lot of time to bat, so he's never scored a 50 at this level. But Livingston now comes in and bowls his first delivery to Romario Shepherd, and Shepherd this time is just driving the ball out to cover point for a run. He's off the mark, giving Pooran strike again. So Shepherd goes to 1, and the total now goes to 107, is it? 107 for 6.
And it's fair to say that Shepherd is not just a hitter. I think he can actually bat.
Oh, no, Shepherd can bat.
He can play authentic.
He's got a
cricket shots.
first-class 100.
Yeah.
I think he would have scored that against New Zealand. So he's no rabbit with the bat. He can definitely bat if he puts his head down. But the role that he's been asked to play usually is that big hitting role,
finishing role, yeah.
as the finisher. Yeah. But he's got a lot of time.
Yep.
He's got 7 overs to bat after this delivery. Here comes Livingston and bowls to Pooran, and Pooran is getting a good delivery that bounces and turns, and he's forced to defend it into the offside as the over ends. 13 overs gone. The latest score, the West Indies in trouble, 109 for 6.
Yes, and the slow bowlers still getting some grip on this pitch. Actually, surely that must be an incentive even for the faster bowlers to try and bowl a few more cutters on this surface, because the ball is still very much gripping. That last delivery from Livingston, who has been bowling wrist spin to the right-handed batters. For the left-hander, he bowls off spin, and at that last delivery you could see how Pooran played it with some level of suspicion. As it bounced, it turned. It wasn't quick, it was slow, but you could see he had to make the adjustment. So the Windies, not for the first time in this innings, in some trouble. 18 for 3, 59 for 4, 59 for 5, 100 for 5, and now 109 for 6. They have not really been fluent in the innings at all. And it's going to be Overton, who's bowled just 1 over and 2 balls to 10, comes in now and bowls to Shepherd, and Shepherd is looking to turn the ball on the onside and will steal a leg by as the ball goes to a very short where we are perhaps a leg gully would be, and he's able to get a leg by to take the total now to 110 for 6. The run rate 8.35. Good thing for the West Indies, they've got batting all the way down Hendy, but they've just stuttered. They've stuttered in this innings. They have not looked fluent, and to me, they haven't really recovered from those 3 wickets that fell early. It's always difficult in T20 when you lose so many wickets in the first power play. But you reckon about batting all the way down. It may be long batting, but not necessarily strong batting. And I don't for 1 minute think that England has put away the possibility of bowling out the West Indies.
Short ball, that's hit in the air. Chance for catch taken at cover. Another good catch. This time from the wicket-keeper in terms of the usual man behind the stumps. He's shed those pads and those gloves. It's Joss Butler in the cover area taking a catch, and the West Indies have lost their 7th. However, the umpires are converging and they seem to be checking something. What could they be checking?
Well, I'm surprised to see that Pooran is standing on. I don't know if he's...
I think all they're checking is if he did drop the ball when he landed, or if he floored the ball.
TV umpire to director. We have an umpire's review for fair catch.
Fair catch.
I've checked the
that's what they're
bowler's feet.
checking.
Fair delivery has been established. Can you give me your best footage on the catch, please?
Let's have a look and see if that catch was indeed fair. I think it was.
It looked fair from we were 4 floors up.
So the ball in the air, catch taken. Did he floor it? That's
Ball
a very
in the
fair
hand.
catch. Nothing awry about that at all.
It stuck in the hand. It stayed in the hands.
Field is in control of his movement. Satisfied there's no contact between the ground and the ball. Ready to make my decision to the big screen.
But I guess you still have to make your checks and balances.
Who's making the check and balances? Obviously the batter. The batter obviously raised the concern. And
I didn't recognize he raised the concern.
Yeah, and he was clutching at straws really. Credit to Butler as well. It was a real. Well, I guess is how a keeper would take the catch, because when he rolled over, he cocked the wrist and rolled over with the wrist, the back of the hand on the ground, and he cushioned the ball quite nicely. So very well taken. As I said, I believe that England still have it in their plans to try and bowl out the West Indies.
And they're very well on the way to doing that. There's a lot of time, Andy.
Yep.
I'm amazed at how some cricketers respond to a crisis in the T20. They face every ball like it's supposed to be the last. You've got some 6 overs left after this and 4 balls. But Puran and Russell have been operating like if every ball is the last 2 overs. And I'm just amazed at how they didn't pace themselves and perhaps use a bit more better judgment to try and get a bigger total. But nevertheless, the new batsman is Akil Hussain, who's on strike now as Overton has got a wicket, and he comes in now as he passes the umpire and bowls to Hussain, and Hussain gets the delivery that he's just forcing down to the playing down quietly down to third man for a run, and he gets off the mark as Nelson for 7. 1-1-1 for 7.
I just wonder what instruction Akil Hussain would have received coming down the stairs. I'm sure his teammates would have been telling him, hold on, there are plenty of overs to go. But as you said, yes, it's amazing how so many batters are out in situations like these where it's an all-out attack. It doesn't seem to be any halfway measures.
So Overton now to continue. He's just got 1 ball left, 3 balls left, correction, in over number 14. You remember he bowled those 2 balls for Reece Topley, who's gone off the field injured. Also injured is a chair that was unfortunately smashed in the staircase. As this delivery is short. It's pulled and pulled well. That's 4. Backward of square, 4 runs. Well controlled there by Shepherd.
Very well played indeed. I think that was an attempt at a cutter as well. Notice that the fielders in the circle now, we spoke about how the fielders were right on the ring. Notice how the fielders now are in trying to save the single in the circle, and that was a cutter attempted by Overton, pulled it down short, and there was Shepherd just helping it around to the backward square position.
115 for 7. Here he comes in again, Overton, passes the umpire and bowls to Shepherd, and Shepherd gets another short ball, he's pulling it, but this time straight to the fielder, so they only get 1. 116 for 7, but Shepherd has played some really good innings. I remember last year, against the same England team, Shepherd was able to crank it up in Antigua. I think he actually put on 100 runs in about 12 or 13 overs in a match there against England. So he's been really good in the death.
Yeah, he's good at the back end of the innings, and just 1 ball to go in the 14th over, and West Indies were hoping that he would be there with the last couple of overs.
Here he comes again and bowls, and this delivery is driven, just pushed really there by Akil Hussain up to the backward point area for 1 more run to end the over. As the over ends 14 gone, 117 for 7. So one told me that Rihanna is supposed to come tonight and watch this game.
Yes, well, let's hope so. The current rate, 8.36 runs per over. So West Indies, not even with all these 6s that were struck so far, not able to run away with it. And pretty much behind the 8 ball. Good bowling from the Australian unit. Just Topley going just under 10 runs and over, and Saqib, he got some punishment there in his 3rd over at 10 runs and over, but everybody else is 7 under and less, well, with the except 1 over from Livingston where he picked up the wicket.
So 117 for 7. Topley none for 26. Saqib 3 for 30. He's been the main man. Overton has also picked up a wicket or 2. That's going to be Rashid to continue now. He's going to be bowling to Hussain. Hussain has only got 2. Russell and Puran are really well set. They revived the Windies, but they've fallen down again. Let's see what will happen now as Rashid comes in now and bowls to the left-handed Hussain. And Hussain this time is getting the ball on the line. The off-stump defends it to cover, and he can't score.
What odds would you give for this being a maiden? This is Rashid's last over, and I don't think Akil Hussain will try anything out of the ordinary.
A maiden or a wicket. Or both.
Or wicket maiden.
Here he comes in now and bowls to Hussain, and Hussain is going for a big drive, straight again to cover, still can't score.
Yeah.
2 for 20 he's got. He said he was having some problems. I heard him say through the mic he was having some problems gripping the ball, which is expected. It's pretty damp. And here he comes in again and bowls to Hussain. And Hussain this time is wrapped in the pad. It's a loud appeal for MEW. They're appealing still, and he's given him. And Hussain is going upstairs. It was a delivery that looked pretty plumb to me in terms of where it pitched. It hit him full. If that was not missing anything, he's gone.
Well, the only thing it appears to be missing is
TV
if it was
umpire
going
to
under the
director.
stumps.
We
It was
have
a
a
full-length
player's review
delivery.
for LBW.
And
The original decision
I was
on
saying
field
looking to
is
play
out.
on the front foot.
I've checked the
So
bowler's
I'm not
feet.
sure
Fair
what
delivery
unless
established.
there was any
Can
sort
we
of
move
nick
on to
onto
front
that.
downs,
So
please?
we'll find out from the third umpire if there was any bat involved. But full-length delivery there, and there was Hussein playing defensively, and it didn't seem
Doesn't
to be
appear
very
to be
close
any
to the bat.
involved.
But there
I'll just
was some
confirm that
turn.
with use of ultra
We
edge.
haven't seen a great deal of turn
I think
so
that's
far.
missing, Hendy.
So we'll see the ball tracking. Certainly no bat involved. A flat line all the way
There's
through.
a clear gap between bat and ball. Satisfied there's no bat. Can we move on to ball tracking when ready?
The players have gone back to their marks. I think they're satisfied that that's going to be not given out. But let's see. I think that might be missing. Let's have a look. We're going to wait for the trams to come. Here it comes now.
Ball tracking's coming up.
Ball tracking coming up. Pitched on middle
Pitch
of the
in
leg in line.
Impacts in line.
Missing.
And wickets missing.
Did a turn, and that's
Gonna
when
go
sometimes
back
it
to
can work
Zaid on
against
field.
you. We were talking
Zaid,
about
I'm
not
gonna
much
ask you
turn
to change your
on this
decision to
we've
not
seen
out
so
on
far
screen.
for tonight, but a much slower delivery from Rashid, and we've seen that when he's bowled a bit slower, he's been able to get a bit more grip. And that was a perfect example where we saw some turn into the left-handed bat. Good review by
Umpire
Hussein.
Bazaraf got it wrong. Here comes this delivery again, and he's wrapped to the pad. There's a long appeal this time. He's going to give him
He
again.
gone this time.
I think he's gone this time, though. Hussein is going to go up the stairs, but I think that he's gone. I think he might have misread the googly. That one was pitched on. That looks out to me.
TV umpire to director. We have a player's review for LBW. Original decision is
I think
out.
Shepard was saying to him, he said,
Check the front
this one
feet.
hit the back pads.
I've checked the bowler's feet. Clear delivery
It's always
established.
difficult
Can
to
we
tell
move
your
on
mate not to go
front row,
upstairs.
please?
Let's have a look. The review is out for the second consecutive ball. It was pitched just on off stump. That one is crashing into middle stump.
Can
I
you just take
reckon.
that
It's
back?
spinning
Doesn't
again.
appear to be
It's
any
spinning
bat involved.
I don't think there's
Yeah,
any
there's
bat
a
on
clear
that.
gap.
No.
Clear gap between bat and ball. Just go to ultra edge just to confirm that.
Well, just for the fun, let's say it's missing again.
Well, let's see.
But there's some turn again, so that's one thing. And he, Hussein, will put this in his memory bank as well when he comes to bowl.
Correct.
That there is some grip out there for the slow bowlers.
Standing by for ultra edge. Edge is coming up.
Ultra Edge says no edge.
Yes, there's no contact between bat and ball. Can move on to ball tracking when ready.
And it's just halfway up the pad, so
Here we go. Here's ball tracking. Outside off.
Pitching outside off, the impacts
Is
in line.
Hitting.
And wickets
Oh,
hitting.
oh, he's up.
I'm going to go back to Zaid on field. Zaid, I'm going to ask you to stay with your original out decision. You're on screen now. You can make your signal.
So he's been given 117 for 8, and the Windies go further down. Henry, do you reckon, though, the Windies bowlers looking at this would get any sense of encouragement that they might be able to get the same purchase?
yeah, I think the slow bowlers should be happy to see what they've seen so far, that bowling a little bit slower, there is a possibility to get some purchase on this surface. So yes, I think that they will take note of this, and no doubt part of the strategy would be to try and exploit those conditions at the moment.
So the two boys from Berbice are in the middle to battle, and it's a big one for them. Moti comes in to join Shepard, and at 117 for 8. All of Ghana will be saying, come on, do it for us, give the team one. Let's see if that's going to happen. Well, just 43 runs in 8 innings, not to get excited, but he's got a best of 32, so he's got almost all of his runs in 1 innings.
Yeah, he has an idea about batting as well. He is a lower order batter, so he's more than capable.
Yeah, indeed he is. Again, we thank our sponsors, Signia Globe, Chefette Restaurants, Crumbs Bakery, and Dasani Flavored Water. As this delivery now is one that's driven in the air. It's gone out to long on, over long on, 6 runs. And Moti shows he's no rabbit with the bat. The boy from Berbice bashes a big 6. 123 for 8. And Rashid, with one more left in his spell, is just shown that he might have to work hard if he wants to get a 4 for tonight.
Oh, where did that come from? You're talking
He
about
picked
holding
the
up
line. I think he picked the line right.
Is
Andy.
that what it is? Okay, all right.
Last delivery as he comes in again now and bowls. And this time when he comes down the pitch and whacks it straight to long on, over long on, 6 more. Oh my goodness me! Back-to-back 6s from Moti. And Guratish Moti is showing how you can make some moves and get the total going. 129 for 8. After 15, more from Hendy, and then it's Andrew Mason.
Well, that's the end of the spell for Adil Rashid. 4 overs, 3 for 32. And by my count, in those 32 runs, he was struck for 4 sixes. Totally unbelievable stuff here. You have to say that that's against the run of play. But Moti obviously came out to mean business. And even although it was just 2 balls left in the spell from the danger bowler, Adil Rashid, Gutesh Moti was going to have none of it. He was going to put back the ball because they reckoned they need to get a total on the board as well.
Given away down towards the long off air, that's gone for 4, and the 2 men from Berbice are very much at the crease now, and they're looking to do well in terms of trying to get the West Indies to a responsible score. Here is a delivery from Livingston, which is on the off stump. Shepherd goes back, and with the bat as broad as Rob Street in Georgetown, plays it out towards cover, and there is no run. So Livingston again comes up on his way, bowls to Shepherd. Shepherd is driving, the ball goes outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. Ball that was given a little bit of air, went for the drive. 133 for 8. Moti is on 12 and Shepherd is on 10. Over number 16. Livingston turns down, comes in from the southern end to bowl to Shepherd. Shepherd is forward, pushes into the offside, looks for a run, gets it too. Good intelligent batting. Ball pitched in the off stump, goes down towards cover, takes a single. Moti has come out and has made his intentions very clear. The man from Berbice, one of the 3 counties in that wonderful country. 83,000 square miles of rugged terrain. So 134 for 8, and Livingston round the wicket is going to bowl to Moti. He's got 12. Comes up now on his way and bowls to Moti into this delivery. Moti is driving over the double cover. Where's that ball? It's gone for 4. Wide up and off, pitched up on the line, the off stump, and Moti driving the ball away. The long off fielder could not get across. That's gone for 4. And they're jumping in the stands at the region's Mecca as the West Indies are hoping that these 2 will certainly get them up to maybe 160. We shall see. But they've done well. Livingston comes in, bowls to Moti. He's getting the ball outside the off stump. It's a wide call by the umpire. It was given lots of air, inviting indiscretion, and he won't be trapped. They allowed it to go by to be taken by the keeper. 1 to come in over number 16, 139 for 5. Livingston comes in, bowls to Moti. Moti gets the ball turned away in the onside, gets 1. Will he come back for the second? Let's see if he's going to do that. Yeah, he's going to come back for the second. The return comes in. And Moti, with the pace of over Delhi, the bronze king from Barbados, back for the second to end a good over for the West Indies. 16 gone. 141 for 8 is the latest score at Kensington.
Andrew,
Hey, you sticking on me there.
Andrew, that's a good over. Blimey, 4 overs left. Do you know, I'm going to have to congratulate the West Indies.
You reckon?
Seriously, they are playing better baseball than England.
Oh, I agree with that. 141 for 8.
When you play like this, I mean, we have a sweet, you have the pastries.
Yes, from
We have a
Crumbs.
sweet in England called licorice all sorts.
Really?
And tonight, the West Indies innings has been all sorts.
Okay, wonderfully said by, of course, our guest commentator, who has been to Barbados for 25 times now and will come and live here on the West Coast. Of course, that's where the big ups live. You on the West Coast, are you, Don? I'm sure you are.
Renting.
Okay, you're not in
Not
that
owning.
tiny place in St. Philip called Bayfield, where I was born, deep in rural Barbados. The action continues. Curran is back, and he comes in to bowl to Shepherd under the lights of the region's Mecca. After driving rains in Bridgetown all over Barbados, the weather's good. He comes up now, he's in, and bowls to Shepherd. And Shepherd looks to nibble the ball down towards third man. Goes by to be taken by the keeper. He was undone by a slow ball, played a day and a half early, and the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. 141 for 8. This is over number 17, and the West Indies are hoping that Moti, who's got some 18 from just 4 balls, Shepherd has got 11 from 9, can get them up to maybe 160, 170, which you'll see. And they'll be inspired by the thought that hope urges on until the tomorrow will be better. And if you feed your faith, then doubt will starve to death. Here we go. It's Curran as he starts again. Comes in from the northern end. Comes in to bowl to Shepherd. Shepherd is driving out towards cover. There's protection in the boundary, just a single. This crowd is energized here at the region's Mecca. 142 for 8 with that. Shepherd goes to 12. Don, talk to me.
Oh, listen, I've been most impressed. Certainly, how can you get 18 runs in 4 balls? That's brilliant.
Oh.
That's really effective batting.
It is indeed.
And the 6s he hit were
Tremendous.
good shots.
Tremendous. Good cricket shots. Curran to continue. He's going to bowl from the northern end. Topley off the field. Of course, Overton, 2 overs and 2 balls. 1 for 17. Rashid 4 overs. And has picked up 3 for 32. Mosley 1 for 7. Curran in his 3rd. Turns down, starts his run. Comes in to bowl to the left hand. The goodish Moti comes up now and bowls to Moti. And Moti gets the ball pitched up and hits it over the top. Runs for him. Will he get runs? 4. Out towards extra cover. Oh, he backed away and hit it high in the air. And it went down towards the extra cover area, and they're jumping in the stands on the far side of the ground, the Grenadine stand, and Moti has come out and has said, look, I'm going to beat this bowling. Call the fire truck. What a performance from him. The West Indies go to 141 for 8. How will Curran respond to this? Let's see. As he grips the ball and starts his run, comes in to bowl to Moti into this delivery. Moti's driving through cover 4 runs. The shot of the night. Oh my golly. Brilliant. Excellent. Superb. That is as sweet as the Julie Mango to get anywhere in Georgetown at Motor Market. Pitched up and stroked away beautifully between extra cover and cover, and it raced across the outfield like a shot from a gun. And what a way to bring up the 150 to the West Indies. And Moti is doing very well indeed. And like Michael Jackson, he's really hitting it here. What a performance from Moti.
Great shot. It actually wasn't a bad ball. Okay, he followed him. He gave himself a bit of room, did Moti. Curran followed him, but he played in to out, caressed it through the infield.
He's gone to 26 now. Here's Curran, comes in and bowls to Moti. He gets a shot outside the off stump. It's not going to be called a wide. It is. It was banged in short, and Moti was going away towards square, like to crash it square in the offside, but you know what it was? It was too wide, and it went by to be taken by the keeper. 16 overs and 4 balls gone. Moti has got 26 from 6, and Shepherd, his partner, has done a good job and looking to revive the West Indies here under the lights of the region's Mecca. Here is Curran as he mops the brow. The captain get a bit worried now. He's got the long off. He's got the long on extra cover on the edge of the circle. There's a backward point. There's a short 3rd man. There's a man inside the circle at short 5 leg as he comes in to bowl to Moti. In bowls to Moti. Moti is driving the ball. It's the back or maybe the pad. Slow delivery. Hits the pad. Goes to be taken by the keeper. And for once, Moti doesn't hit the ball. 151 for 8 with 1 to come in over number 16.
That's
Done.
well bowled. It was a slower delivery. It looked to me as if it was kind of the back of the hand, but Curran hasn't bowled badly here. Look, he's probably bowled 1 in the slot, but he needs to get out of this over. He's gone for, I think it is 10. Let's see.
Here is Curran, comes up now. He's in bowls to Moti. Moti is forward, plays the ball up towards mid-on. Clever batting with a washpan of common sense. Just playing the ball away like he's in a test match, down towards long on for 1 to end another over for the West Indies. Moti is on 27, Shepherd is on 12, 17 gone, 152 for 8 is the latest score at Kensington.
We've just had a close-up of the dressing room. The West Indies look really happy. What do you think a score's going to be here? They could get themselves 170. They could be greedy, 175. But if they only get 170, I still think that could be just above par.
Yeah, you're right about that. So these two will have to recognize there are 3 overs left. It's 152 for 8. And the action continues.
Oh, Overton
is coming in. He's up and bowls the ball pitched up and he's driving for runs on the 3rd man. Outside the off stump. The edge was found, but didn't matter. And it sails across the outfield. Moti has got them jumping at the Regent's Mecca. The man from Berbice, the man from Guyana, that lies in the Atlantic coast of South America, bordered by Venezuela, Brazil, and Suriname. A land of forests, rivers, mountains, high savannas, and rugged terrain. 156 for loss of 8, and Moti goes to 31. And if he continues, he may very well get the keys to Georgetown.
And they'll be dancing at the old border.
You're right about that. What a performance by Moti. We know him as a bowler, but he's batting. He's got a first-class 100, and it was against Barbados. Here's Overton, comes in and bowls to Moti. Moti is playing the ball away into the offside, down to backward point, like a test batsman. That's stroked away for 1. He gets a single. The party's partnership 40 from 18 balls. It's gone to 157 for 8. 17 overs and 2 balls gone. Moti's got 32 from just 10.
He has. It's been brilliant to watch. He's hit some cracking sixes, but for me, as a left-hander, he's also hit the ball in difficult areas. And England are now using Overton, who's never bowled at the death.
He comes
for
up
England.
now. He's in and bowls to Shepherd. Shepherd whips the ball away. 4 runs. Well played, Shepherd, on the line of the leg stump and splitting the field on the onside. Mind you, there's a fielder on the boundary at my wicket. There's also one down at backward square, and he found that gap. That's gone for 4. And the West Indians are recovering quite nicely, because you know what? That's all part of the DNA. This has been a tremendous response to a crisis here. Here we go. It's up 161 for loss of 8. And with that, Shepherd goes up to, I make him 16. Overton comes in to bowl to Shepherd. He's in bowl to Shepherd. Shepherd is driving the ball. It's the bottom of the bat and goes up the pitch. There's a wooden sound coming into the microphones. And of course, when you talk about Guyana, you talk about wood. Those lovely wooden houses there in Georgetown. You went to Guyana recently, didn't you?
I did, for England's game against India in the World Cup semi-final.
Yep, indeed. Wonderful indeed. So what do we have here? We've got star response to duty's call. Of course, that's very much part of the national anthem of Jamaica. So 161 for 8. Here's Overton, comes up now, bowls to Shepherd. Shepherd is playing the ball into the offside, long way down, gets back in his crease.
Well bowled.
Backward point was a slow delivery, and he cannot score 161 for 8 with 1 to come in over number 17.
Last 2 balls from Overton have been bowled very well, gone for 2 dot balls. The ball before was an excellent Yorker. That was a dot ball. So we're now back to the bowler, bowling his 6th delivery. Can he get out of this over?
When he comes up now, he's going to bowl to Shepherd. He's in and bowls to Shepherd in this delivery. Shepherd is hitting it hard out towards the mid-wicket. Yeah, will come back for the second. No, he won't. Mid-wicket comes off the one to get a single. But this has been a tremendous response here. 18 gone. The West Indies 162 for loss of 8, which is the latest score at Kensington.
2 boundaries from Overton. Well played, the West Indies. Moti, well, what's he got now? He's got 32 off 10. Shepherd 17 off 14. 2 overs left, 12 balls. Can England restrict them, or can they get a greedy 180? 175 will, for me, just be above par. This is going to be interesting. Having been losing their, 3 wickets in the power play in the first 6 overs. What was the score of the power play? Can we remember?
3, I think. I'll just double check that.
For 3.
Yeah, there we go. So we're down to the stage now.
Saqib Mahmood.
Mahmood is back in the attack, and we should see what happens here as he will continue. He's going to bowl to Shepherd, who's got 17 from 14. So the rate is now up to 9, and they're quite excited in the stands here at Kensington. In comes Mahmood under the lights, comes in to bowl to Shepherd, in bowls to Shepherd, and Shepherd's delivery is driving firmly up towards that long off area, gets a single. First ball just 1. The West Indies have recovered quite nicely. They're 163 for 8. We know Shepherd can bat, we know Moti can bat. So the West Indies with lots of batting down the order as well. Can they get up to 180? We shall see. Don, talk to me. Look into your crystal ball.
Well, my crystal ball, I think it went, unfortunately. We haven't got Topley at the death, so Mahmood's in, Overton's having to bowl. Listen, it's difficult for that last ball. Mahmood had a square leg just behind. Nobody down at fine leg.
Well, he comes in on bowls and ball pitch up, whipped away up towards the field, up wide, long on, gets a single. Batsman is Moti. This has been a tremendous knock from him. Tremendous batting, gets one to go to 33. We're into over number 19, 164 for 8. Shepherd is on 18. The rate is 8.95. And Shakib back in the attack. His first 2 balls, they've been good, just 2 runs scored.
Yep, very well bowled. Very well bowled. Just look at this field. No one down or no one up at short fine leg. We have a square leg 7 metres behind square. So that area, that segment, deep fine leg is available. So he's
Shakib
not
comes up
going to bowl.
now. On his way, he's in and bowls to Shepherd. And Shepherd is driving down to the fielder on the backward point boundary. Gets the one. It was outside the off stump. Went for that big drive. And stopping the ball just in front of the boundary and a single. This has been a good over because we've had 3 balls so far and just 3 runs.
And the right-handed Shepherd is making him hit on the offside.
Right.
He doesn't want him to hit on the leg side, so he's not going to bowl too straight at the right-hander.
Well,
Left-hander on strike.
right, yeah. So let's see what happens with this delivery. The West Indies would love to get a boundary here as the action continues. It's going to be Shakib as he starts his run. He's going to bowl to Moti. Just stops and goes back. He's just trying to get the field in position now. There's a short third man. There's a man at cover, extra cover on the edge of the circle. The backward point will come across now to the left. Long off, long on. There's also a man at short finding in the backward square. He comes in and bowls to Moti. And Moti gets a wide ball.
No.
Ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. It was
Another good
quick,
ball.
it was wide and couldn't get down into that.
3 runs in 4 balls.
Yep.
2 balls left.
Indeed.
Excellent bowling. He's
165 for
backing
8.
up what he did earlier in the day. He bowled nicely
Yep.
with those wickets. 3 wickets in early doors.
Yeah, indeed.
So-
It's been a fantastic over. There's no question about that. The West Indies are 165 for 8. There are 2 balls left. They need to get a boundary, I would imagine. Moti's got 33 from just 12. Here's Shakib as he comes in from the northern end. In bowls to Moti to the delivery. Moti gets his ball side the off stump. Very well. Ball a wide is called by the umpire. That looked tight to me, but have a look at that. Was that really a wide? Have a look
Well,
at that.
I have to go. It was signalled. As long as he's consistent, the umpire, I'll accept it's a wide.
Even if it's consistently wrong.
Yeah, wide.
Oh,
wide.
You
Fair.
think it is?
Fair.
It is.
Yeah,
So
definitely
good
a
call.
wide.
In fact, the square leg umpire was scoring wide as well.
I think the umpires
Two-
have
two
actually done
Frenchmen
quite
can't be
well
wrong.
today. The umpires
And he
have done
comes
a good
again
game.
on his way to bowl to Moti. In bowls to Moti. Moti gets a short ball, swings at it. That's not a wide. He doesn't get better than that. And again, good clever bowling. Just taking a bit of the pace of it. And Moti played a tad early. And the ball goes should be taken by the keeper. This has been a great over by Mahmood.
It has. When Curran was bowling, Moti was happy to go straight. It looks to me as if we're going to say to Moti, play square. The thing about Moti, he seems to score in difficult areas. He's awkward.
Well, here's Mahmood. This is going to be a very important last ball as he comes in to bowl to Moti. Goes past the umpire, bowls to Moti. Moti gets a short ball and swings it. Is he going to be caught? Yes, he is. Caught the square leg boundary. Mohammed wicket really was short. They pulled it. The catch is taken. And after all the pressure that Mahmood put on Moti, he goes, caught at mid-wicket. But this has been a wonderful response to a crisis from Moti. He came out with the West Indies team in big trouble. 166 for 9 now. Moti 33 from 13 balls. Well done to the man from Berbice.
Yeah, played beautifully. It was an entertaining knock. There'll be children watching. There'll be children watching on television. And there'll be children listening to us who will be most impressed by the way he played. It was such an effective knock. But can I just say, as an English fella, well done to Shakib Mahmood. 4 wickets. He bowled well earlier. He's bowled well at the death. Let me tell you, he has had some shocking days here at Kensington Oval where he's found it difficult. But tonight he's had his best evening here at Kensington Oval, here in Barbados, and he should be congratulated. And it wouldn't surprise me if the England boys will clap him off after the next 6 deliveries.
Well, from one Berbician to another, because Shamar Joseph comes from Berbice as well.
As well?
Yeah, but Berbice has produced some great cricketers. I mean, Royal Canada.
Is that becoming the new Barbados?
Indeed. Of course, has produced some wonderful cricketers. So the last over is about to be bowled, and here's Curran. He's back as he comes in to bowl to Shepherd and bowl to Shepherd. Shepherd swings the ball away. That's gone! 6 runs into the quality stand, over backward square. That was hit with tremendous power by a big, powerful man, brought up on the roti in Berbice. What a shot! Power, and more power from Shepherd, and gets the West Indies now up to 172 for 9. Well played, Shepherd.
What a good shot. What a poor delivery.
Oh my golly. Having a chance to sit in the monitor, that was it with real power. If they can get about 4 or 5 of these now, you can pretty close get to maybe 190, we shall see.
It was
172 for lots of 9.
Early
5
Christmas
to come.
present.
Here's Curran, comes in, bowls to Shepherd, full, and he drives over the top of cover. That's gone for 6 more. That's unbelievable. Pitched up on the line of the off stump and driven over the top of cover. That's gone for 6. And he's got them jumping at the Regent's Mecca. That was hit with tremendous power by Shepherd. Have a look at that. Power, and more power over the top of extra cover. It's gone a long way for 6 runs, and the West Indies have recovered. They're 178 for loss of 9. And really and truly, if you itch for success, then keep on scratching. If you itch for success, then keep on scratching. He must be inspired by that thought. This is tremendous batting from the man from Guyana. Here we go. He's gone to 31 from 18. There are 4 to come. And Curran starts his run. Comes in, bowls to Shepherd short, and he swings at it. The ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. A lot of movement in the crease. I wonder if it's necessity to do that. And the ball went by to be taken by the keeper. It was banged in short, 179 for a loss of 9 with 3 to come.
Well, what can I say? 2 terrible deliveries.
Yeah.
It was Christmas and Easter wrapped up in 2 deliveries. He's come down
And Valentine's too.
Valentine
As well.
as a
Here we go.
romantic.
Here's Curran as he starts his run. Comes in to bowl to Shepherd, in bowls to Shepherd. Shepherd is going back, doesn't take the single. It goes down towards that long on area. He reckons that he will want to bat maybe the last 2 if he can survive. There was a single in off and he didn't take it. Would you have taken it?
I would have.
Okay. And why would you have done it?
Would you have done it?
I would have taken the single.
I'm old-fashioned.
You're old-fashioned. Is that why you would have taken the single?
Yes,
Okay.
because I like.
We're in the modern age now, I would imagine. Here we go. There are 2 to come. Can Shepherd get a boundary here? And Curran starts his run. Comes in and bowls to Shepherd. And Shepherd is swinging the ball away. Looks, gets one. Will come back for the second. I'm sure he will. The return comes in. And he gets back for 2. Well done, Shepherd. He had to put on the skates to bend down towards the fielder and wide long on and back for the second. So 1 to come. The West Indies have recovered. Shepherd is 33 from 21. It's 180 for the loss of 9. And about half an hour ago, that didn't look possible at all. Talk to me, Doc.
Absolutely right. Brilliant bit of batting.
So 1 to come. 1 to come. Here we go. Under the lights of the Regent's Mecca. Here he comes on his way. Current in both to Shepherd. Shepherd is hitting the ball in the air. Down towards the white third man. They're going to skid out towards the boundary. 1. They'll get a second for sure. So the West Indies, after being in lumps of trouble, they've recovered quite nicely. And they're dancing in the stands at the Regent's Mecca because 3 Berbicians came together and made sure that there's no embarrassment in terms of the score. It's 182 for 9, a score that they will feel comfortable with. Thanks to Ramar Shepherd's 35 from 22. Don't forget the work of Moti. They came together. So at the end of over number 20, the West Indies 182 for 9. Talk to me.
16 off the last over. 182 for me is a greedy score. That's well above par. Well played.
Look into your crystal ball. Talk to me. What do you think will win?
Listen, all I can say is you're better at baseball than we are.
I didn't ask you that. Talk to me. What do you think?
I'm telling you, I think it's a very healthy score. Above par.
And?
I am worried.
And?
Where did it all go wrong? Where did it all go wrong?
You don't sound very happy.
No, I'm sad.
Why are you sad? You're in Barbados. You've been here 25 times.
But Yep, absolutely. I'm sad for the obvious. England lost Topley. That was a big call. That changed everything, changed the bowlers at the death. Different people had to bowl. But from my point of view, Saqib Mahmood, hats off to you. I am sure they're going to take the applause to Saqib. 4 overs, 4 for 34. He bowled beautifully in the power play. He got himself 3 wickets. He got a 4th later in the innings. He bowled well at the death. He showed great control. And Rashid bowled nicely despite him getting a little bit of an attack. He took his 3 wickets for 32. If you go outside of that, listen, there were times when Topley bowled well at the start, but his injury occurred. He had to go off. But for England to try and win this evening, Joss Butler, Phil Salt are going to have to play amazing innings. I do believe if England win this tonight, this will be an absolutely magnificent game of cricket where the whole of Barbados, the whole of all the Caribbean islands will be entertained by some fantastic batting. Don't write England off. They're under pressure with a young team.
Okay, so the situation then, 182 for a loss of 9. What we're going to do, we're going to certainly look in terms of that scorecard, and we shall endeavor to do that. Philip Spooner is with me as well. We're going to have a special interview, but of course we got to give the scorecard. So Brandon King caught Overton bowled by Mahmood 3. Evan Lewis caught Bethel bowled Mahmood 13. Nicholas Poran caught by Butler of Overton for 38. 1 ball for Hatmar, caught a lovely outswinger, Assault the bowler. Then the captain was caught by Overton off the bowling of Rashid for 18. Rutherford was brilliantly caught at slip by Butler off the bowling of Rashid for 2. Andrew Russell caught by Mosi off the bowling of Livingston for 30. Then it was the show between Moti and Shepherd. In fact, it was Shepherd knocked out 35 from just 22 balls with 3 sixes and 2 4s. Hussain leg before to Rashid for 2. And Moti came to the crease, and listen to this, I'll say this slowly. 33 from just 14 balls. 33 from just 14 balls, 4 4s and 2 6s. Shamar Joseph didn't face the ball. And in the final analysis, 182 for the loss of 9. But let me remind you, the West Indies was 59 for 6. Then they went to 110 for 7, and then 1 for 117 for 8. So this really represents a tremendous recovery by them. 182 for 9 in 20 overs. Let's look at the bowling. Mr. Topley, Reece Topley, your son. 2 overs and 4 balls, no batters done for 26. Mahmood, 4 overs, no batters, 4 for 34. Overton, 3 overs and 2 balls, no batters, 1 for 27. Rashid, 4 overs, no batters, 3 for 32. Mosi, 1 over for 7 runs. Curran, 3 overs, no batters done for 31. And Livingston, 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 21. So England with the ball 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bowlers. And the West Indies recovering from 117 for 8. And in the end, 182 for the loss of 9, which represented, in my view, a very good recovery.
Very good. Brilliant recovery. Listen, brilliant cricket. Are you going to tell me that nobody on the islands throughout the Caribbean weren't going to be entertained by those 20 overs? That is fantastic cricket. People should pay decent money to come and watch something like that.
Decent money. But
money.
The prices were recently reduced.
They were. So hopefully
did you know that?
Yes, I did. Hopefully, they got themselves value for money.
Value for money.
That was great entertainment.
Indeed. Well, just take a rest. As the former Prime Minister Owen Arthur would say, just season settle. And Philip Spooner joins me. There's a very lovely lady. She's in white. Don, have you ever met that lady? Have you? Have you met her? Just meet her. Her name is Tara. Lovely lady. Lovely. That's all you need to say to her. Lovely. No more, please. Hello, Mr. Spooner. Nice to see you.
Good evening, listeners. It's a fantastic occasion. It's a delight to be here. It's such a wonderful crowd.
Is it because of the commentary of
Don is
brilliant.
Don is beside himself with exuberance, even though Reece Reese went down. We want to wish Reese all the best. We hope it's not a major injury. But this is top quality entertainment, Andrew. This is enjoyable. Cricket is it. We saw Rihanna a couple of nights ago, and we saw Brian Lara last night. And this is Barbados is the center of the universe.
Yeah, but Barry
Everything is
Wilkinson
happening
was
in
saying that
Barbados.
Rihanna might be here. Is that true, Barry? Did you say that?
I haven't seen her. If she was here, I'd probably know.
Oh, yeah, but I don't know if there's any
haven't seen her.
credibility in what
I
about
haven't
that,
seen
really.
her. Little Miss Sunshine, Rihanna, where you at? We need to see you. No, but Andrew, Barbados, a lot happening in the country this week. As you said, Fenty Beauty was launched.
Fenty Beauty was launched, yeah.
Prime Minister in attendance.
Yeah.
Barbados welcoming, our hero. National hero.
Yeah.
She's here. She's having the time
The
of her
launch
life.
of the Brian Lara book.
Brian Lara book last night at Empire Club. What
Yeah.
a wonderful occasion. Brian Lara speaking so highly of cricket in Barbados and his relationship at Empire Club. And now tonight, such rich entertainment. Andrea Russell is back.
Oh, you back?
Russell
Russell's back.
Mania.
Yeah, indeed.
Who ran in his 99th T20 International. Who would have thought? And now we have with us Tara Wilkinson. The legend. So, Andrew, the reason why I'm here, and thank you for this opportunity. So, we have with us Tara Wilkinson, and many people in cricket might not know Tara Wilkinson. They'll know Hayley Matthews. But Tara is one of the women in West Indies cricket who's really doing a fantastic job. She is the head of partner servicing for the CPL, and she's been doing that from the time I know her, which is close to 10 years, well, over 10 years. And recently, Tara was named one of the future leaders in administration, the class of 2024 for the ICC 100% cricket. And that's a huge achievement, Andrew. It's a project that's open to females all over the world. You have to apply, you have to go through a very rigorous process, and Tara would happen to be one of the few women around the world who won this opportunity. So Tara, welcome, and how are you?
I'm great, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Tell us a little bit about your passion for the game of cricket, what got you into cricket, and what's brought you, what's part of your journey?
So my love with cricket is something that had to grow and develop. People come to cricket loving it. I had to fall in love with cricket. And I came to it through watching my dad. You know, he was really invested in cricket. He would watch cricket on the TV, and he would also listen on the radio. All of my aunts, we would all come around, and they would watch the game and they would talk about it. And as a child, you catch the passion and you catch the energy from them. But what really made me fall in love with cricket, coming out of that background and then thinking and seeing the platform that cricket provides for the region, and for people to strive for their best and come together as a community. When I saw that, and I saw that come together, that's when I fell in love with cricket.
And how did you become one of the leading women in world cricket in the ICC Future Leaders program? How did that happen?
Oh dear, it was one step after the other, and the support of people who along the way saw my potential, saw my possibility for growth, and who invested in me. And I started in sponsorship management with the Caribbean Premier League under our commercial director, Jamie Stewart. He really taught me all of the ropes around partner servicing, sponsorship management. And from there, I grew, evolved into moving from sponsorship officer to sponsorship manager and now head of partner servicing. It's really the people in cricket who invested in me and who helped with my growth, who helped me to see not just cricket, but what's the commercial value of cricket, and how can we say to the rest of the world, this is something that we have to offer, and how can we commercialize that?
And you were recently in Dubai. You had the
Yes.
opportunity to see the Women's T20 World Cup final.
Yes.
Many of us wanted to be there but weren't there. What was that like? What was the opportunity like to go to the ICC offices and see how the game is run at the highest level?
Oh my goodness, it was fantastic to sit there and to watch these women walk out onto the field and play their hearts out in a full stadium. The stadium, no seat was left empty. A full stadium, global brands, women playing cricket, playing their heart out, and to see that passion and the story that they bring to that field. It was phenomenal. And just to be at the ICC, we were in a workshop, and I looked around and I saw quotes from Clive Lloyd, pictures of Brian Lara. I mean, and you're halfway across the world, and you're seeing people from where you come from just right there on display in front of you. It's really a phenomenal feeling.
And you obviously got a taste of what is, as you said, what the phenomenal brilliance and the enormous global impact of West Indies cricket.
Yes.
No doubt. And what's next step for you in the ICC program? What do you do next?
So the program started with 3 days in Dubai, and then after that it unfolds into 10 months of mentorship and leadership training with some of the world's global leaders, both in sport and in branding and business. So you have those workshops that are ongoing, and then I've also been assigned a mentor who is from India. Her name is Lydia Buthello, and she heads the Nita Ambani she heads the Nita Mukesh and Bani Cultural Center. So I'm really looking forward to working with her because she has a passion around sports, but she also thinks about how to build, partnerships and lifestyle and the creative industries. How can we merge all of these things together to build something that people are invested in and people want to be a part of? So I'm really looking forward to working with her.
So for everybody in Barbados, welcome. There's a new name in cricket, Tara Wilkinson. She's a PhD in marketing, so she knows quite a bit about what to do. And I'm sure, given the opportunity, she too will be joining the Fancy family. But Tara, thank you so much for joining us. Rather, Andrew, thank you for the opportunity to do this. I'm a very strong advocate of women's cricket. I love women's cricket. I was there when West Indies were incorporated at CWI. I believe Haley Matthews is the most visible and prominent player in West Indies cricket. I get licks for that. But wonderful occasion. And again, we say thanks. Thank you, Tara, for joining us. And we hand back over to Barry.
Thank you so much. Anytime a Wilkinson is there, you've got to expect excellence. So that's good. So 183 is the target. You've got Salt and Jacks. I guess in Barbados, when people hear Salt and Jacks, they're thinking about being fried. You put the salt in the jacks and you have a nice meal. Let's see if Hussein is going to want to do something about that. The crowd is really into this now. They really think that this is a good chance to the West Indies. So Salt, he is about to face. He's done quite well. I don't know if Andrew, did you introduce the winner? Was there a winner for the quiz? Well, I don't know if there's a winner for the quiz because he was one of the questions for the quiz. Andrew told me I need to take the quiz seriously, and we haven't had the quiz. Here comes Hussein and bowls. This delivery, he's beaten with a beautiful delivery there. There's an appeal for LBW, and nothing there has happened. There's no run. So 183 is the target, and Hussein starts with a very good ball. Henry Wallace just on the line in the middle step, ripped him in two, and taken there by the keeper, and that's a pretty good start. None for none, as the left arm spin of Hussein comes in again. To bowl to Salt as he passes the umpire and bowls to Salt, and Salt this time is driving straight out into the cover area. A chance here for a run. They'll get off the mark, and they actually were thinking of two as the ball was misfielded there, extra cover by Russell, but they decided against it, and the total is one without loss. Henry, this is a big total there for England. The stats don't favour them. 11 teams chasing 170. The team batting first making 170 11 times have won, and the team facing and chasing has only won once.
Well, I guess the odds are stacked against them, Barry, but I think it's a gettable total. But I think, too, that England batters will need to get off to a good start, try to maybe make some inroads with the power plays, but certainly West Indies have the momentum. The way they finished the innings was certainly very inspiring. And Hussein, who has been coming up trumps for West Indies time and again with the new ball, is starting the defence.
Hussein comes in on balls to Jacks, and Jacks this time is flicking the ball nicely out to Ford Square. He'll get off the mark as well. How would you reckon England are going to chase this? Are they going to go helter-skelter, or are they going to just pace themselves early?
Yeah, I think they'll try to obviously pace themselves, but still trying to take advantage of the power plays. They'll look to see what the threats are in the West Indies bowling attack, and I think the guy that's bowling right now is someone who they'll keep an eye on with the new ball.
Here comes Hussein now, bowls to Salt, and Salt is driving down the ground. Lovely shot, but he won't get four. Or will he? Yes, he will, because it's misfielded in the outfield by Russell. He came across, dived over that rather than stopping it, and 4 runs.
There's the captain, actually.
Captain Robin Powell, correction.
He tends to, he likes to put himself in that position at long on. It can be a bit of a busy area for the spinners. When that one really was well timed, it went very quickly. He had to move to his left, about maybe 10 meters. He got to it, but wasn't able to keep it in play.
Here he comes in again now, the left arm spinner to bowl to Salt, and Salt on this occasion is defending and delivering on the line of the off stump, pushes it back to the bowler, and there is no run. We have here a big crowd, that a big section of the crowd, I should say, that they have signs saying Bajans for Bethel, led by his mom, Giselle Bethel, who's in the crowd. Hello to her, and hello to all of the Bajans for Bethel here at Kenton and Oval. As Hussein comes in again and bowls to Salt. Salt this time is driving back to Hussein. There's no run. The over ends. The first is gone. The target 183, and England, they are 6 without loss.
A good first over there by Hussein. Didn't really look to spin the ball too much. he tends to run the ball in with the arm to try and challenge the pads, bowling between wicket and wicket. And that's normally an indication when you see the ball being frequently played back down the pitch or in that particular area. Just once, I think the ball was played square of the wicket on the leg side, so his line has been quite good. England used a heavy roller during the in-between innings, and that was probably just to firm up the surface a bit, where the ball would just come onto the bat a bit more. But there is still some moisture there, and I believe there'll be grip on this surface all the way through the innings.
So England need a further 177 more runs from 114 balls. And that's a pretty tall order, but let's see if they're going to get it right. Andrew Russell's going to open the bowling for the West Indies. 60 wickets in 83 matches. An economy rate of 9.23, his best 3 for 19. So WrestleMania was pretty much in effect at the Oval tonight. And here he comes in now to bowl as he runs in and bowls to Jackson. Jackson's getting a wide delivery down the leg side, hits the pad. They go for a quick run. The throw coming in misses, and they get a leg by.
Ill-directed first delivery there from Russell. I think that Jacks will be disappointed that he didn't do more with that. Just getting it on the pad as he was shaping to play into the leg side. There's a fair bit of open space on the leg side in front of square because there's just a short fine leg and a deep backward square on the boundary.
So one slip, there's a short third man, there's a backward point of the boundary, cover and extra cover handy, long mid-off, mid-on. There's a square leg on the boundary and there's a short fine leg. Here comes Russell now and bowls to Salt, and Salt is hitting this in the air out to the long on area. I'm not sure we'll get to the boundary. No, it doesn't, but they'll get a couple more runs. Moti's onto it and 2 runs completed.
Yeah, not being able to get the full swing of the bat there on that occasion. It was more of a check, and he got enough bat on it to get it over the fielder who is on the edge of the circle at mid-on. And when I was speaking about the open areas on the leg side, I didn't mention the mid-on fielder who is in the circle. They're now deciding to push him right back and bring in the sweeper off the point boundary into the circle.
So we want to congratulate Damien Griffith. Congratulations to him. He's won the Dasani flavored water quiz, and Damien has won himself a case of the new Dasani flavored water cranberry. And we thank our friends at Dasani flavored water for sponsoring that prize. As Russell comes in on bowls, and this one is hit in the air, out to cover. Is this a chance for a catch? Running back, Rutherford tries, but that would have been a hard ass. In the end, he almost parried it into the boundary. He pushes it back. The batsman will get 2, but all told, a great effort for the catch, and even a better one to stop the boundary that he almost caused.
Yes, it was always going away from him himself. There was also the captain, and I think that was Hines. Some 3 fielders were converging on that one, but it dropped well away from Rutherford. As it bounced, it came up and caught him on the leg and went towards the boundary, and we think he was able to keep it in play just in time. So good work in the end. It saved 2 runs. Actually, no, they got 3, so he just saved 1 run.
Yeah, he saved 1, but the effort, I guess
Yes.
you commend him for the effort. 12 without loss. So Jack's on strike. Here comes Russell. Bowls to Jacks, and Jacks this time is whipping the swan, turning it into the onside, and he'll just get 1 on this occasion. Picked it there by Evan Lewis, and 1 run there to Jacks. We look back at that delivery. That was a chance for a catch. Salt did not time it. It came on the upper portion of the bat, and therefore that's why it didn't have any timing. Rutherford tried to catch it, but in the end he kicked it when it dropped, and not really.
He didn't kick it, it hit his knee.
Yeah, hit his knee.
Yeah.
And when he was running, it ended up being a kick.
He did good work to kick it,
He
then
did
to keep
very,
it in play.
very
Yeah,
well.
yeah,
He did very well. As Russell continues down balls to Salt, who's got 10. And Salt gets a slower ball that is whipped away out to the long on area for 1. Moti picks up. Moti's going to have a big role here tonight, no doubt about that. Are you happy with the 11, Hendy, or do you think that they're a little off balance with the bowling?
I'm not really sure. They've got the 2 spinners in Hussein and Moti, and you just felt that maybe ideally you'd like to have a bit of variation, but the 2 left-arm spinners have been so successful for West Indies, it was hard to leave out any one of them.
Here comes Russell now and bowls to Jacks, and Jacks gets a short ball. He's smashing it. Beautiful shot, over cover for 6. That was outside the line, the off stump, and there was Jacks tailing away and absolutely clobbered that into the Greenwich and Haynes stand for 6 runs.
Well, it was a poor delivery, and I think then the movement of Jackson going outside the leg stump, it was a half tracker really, and he just flat batted it over cover, got really good contact, and got it over the cover boundary for 6 runs.
Yeah, so 2 overs gone, 20 without loss, and England are ahead of the required run rate. They're at 10.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at that. As I said, with the heavy roller, it's probably going to just flatten out the pitch a bit. The ball is expected to come onto the bat a bit more. We haven't seen any balls really holding up into the surface from Hussain, but anything that's short has just been sat up to be hit.
Yeah, good cricket all around. I mean, you just feel, Andy, whichever way this game goes tonight, I expect tomorrow everyone is going to be rushing for tickets based on the excitement that we've seen here.
Yeah, it's been very entertaining.
Very entertaining.
West Indies did a really good job to recover and get to above par. I thought 165 was par on this pitch, and they got up to 182. So I reckon they've got above par, but I still think it's a gettable total.
So some youngsters from the St. Cyprian's boys' school out there, Cairo and the rest of the lads having fun. As Nasser Hussain would have been saying from the sidelines, because he's doing, of course, watching this game away, and he was saying that he thinks this is an important era for T20 cricket for England, because it's a new look team, kind of. Yeah. No Harry Brook, who just returned from Pakistan, as Hussain bowls to Salt, and Salt is driving straight to the mid-off area and dashes off for a single, and we'll get it too. So let's look at some of the England players who will be missing. There's Harry Brook, who's missing from this squad. Who else do you think is missing as a glaring omission?
Well, what England have done recently is to sort of broaden the pool. So the people the likes like Ben Duckett and those who you thought would be, a good option in T20 cricket. I guess Joffa Archer will also be considered at some point in time.
Chris Jordan.
So a few people being rested at this tournament. So it gives them an opportunity to introduce a few more players and just try to broaden that base.
You will have to give England A+ from management of players, Hendy, as Hussain bowls to Jackson. Jackson's defending a ball on the line of the off stump to cover no run. England's strength, the ECB strength, has always been player management. They do an impeccable job at that. They really manage their players well. And I guess, like you said, they have a larger pool to pick from, so therefore they can afford to do that.
And I think then it keeps the interest going, it keeps the appetite for the players as well, because more and more T20 cricket is being played around the world. So you really want to keep everybody involved as much as possible.
Hussain bowls to Jackson. Jackson this time gets one down the leg side, turned out to the mid-wicket area for 1. As the ball picked up just about now there by Shimron Hetmyer, who got a 1 baller tonight. He got a really good delivery, Shimron Hetmyer, and he was out for 1 ball for Duck. He's looking much trimmer, much fitter, but the runs haven't been coming as consistently as he would like to.
Yeah, not the same when he puts on the maroon.
No, when he puts on the maroon, for some reason, the runs just dry. They totally dry up. The money's not drying up. He just got bought again, or retained, I should say, at the Royals for just about $1.8 million US. Here comes Hussain now, and bowls to Salt, and Salt gets a delivery that is whipped away out to the bowler. Very well bowled. He choked him for room. It was outside the line of the off stump, spun back in, and Salt didn't really have any choice but to play the ball back to the bowler. So here he comes in again. Akil Hussain, the man from Laventil in Trinidad and Tobago, as he bowls now to Salt, and Salt is driving to cover, straight to Brandon King, still can't score. Good bowling, and good bowling to your field.
Yeah, still trying to play that forcing shot and not being able to get right onto the front foot to get that base of the weight going forward. Hussain just bowling slightly into the pitch.
Hussain in again as he comes in and bowls to Salt, and Salt is hitting this in the air, out to long on, over long on, 6 runs! What a shot! It appeared like he perhaps played it off with the bottom hand, but he got it for 6, Hendy, as it over ends 28 without loss after 3.
I think the key for me there is that he went deep in the crease, and it was short of a length, but by going back into his crease, he just made it that tad shorter, which gave him the opportunity to get under it and play that forcing shot. It went directly at the field at a long on, but who was Rutherford, but just over his head.
What an atmosphere we've got here. Pure excitement, and lots of energy. You just feel the vibe of some really, really interesting cricket and excitement all told. Shamar Joseph, he's going to pick up the attack now. 10 wickets, in 9 matches. Still very, very much in the infancy of his T20 career. Well, his career generally. I mean, this time last year he hadn't played Test, ODI, T20.
Yeah, still learning the trade. I know a lot is expected of the young man, but you know we really have to give him time to learn about bowling in competition, in world events, in international cricket.
Here he comes now, Shamar Joseph, and bowls to Jackson. Jackson gets a delivery that's wide and down the leg side. Signal wide now by the umpire. This time last year, Shamar Joseph was a security guard. He had only played T20 cricket in terms of CPL, but he had played no international cricket. Lots of opportunities came because a number of players said no to the Australian tour, and Shamar Joseph's name was picked up by Desmond Haynes, who was then the lead selector, and many people didn't even know of who was this man, Shamar Joseph, and out of the blue, he's now one of the hottest names on the lips of many.
Yeah, we went to on the 18th tour because I think an opportunity came up where they were looking to fast track him straight into the international team.
Yeah.
And the suggestion came, well, maybe we should get him on the 8th tour to see how best he goes.
This delivery is outside the line of the off stump, played it to the onside, and there's 1 run. Roland Bush just came to mention to me that he wasn't fired as yet, so he had a hand in picking Shamar Joseph as well. Congratulations, Roland. You made a good find before they fired you. How did they treat you like that? I don't know.
Roland has a good eye for talent, always did. So it was good that he was in the position to be able to share that expertise in team selection.
Yeah, so 30 without loss. Josh Butler's padded and set to come, perhaps next. Salt has got 18 from 12. Jax has got 10 from 7. Here comes Shamar Joseph now, bowls to Salt, and Salt gets one. He's whipping in the air, out to backward square, over backward square, 6 more. What a shot. Timing on that was impeccable. He just swiveled the bat on that, and it just sailed into the party stand to give another 6 to England, who now need 147 more from 100 balls.
And that's all you need with that sort of pace. That last delivery was 142 kilometers per hour. So pretty some good gas on that delivery, and the batter just had to get outside the line and help it around over the long leg area, and he timed it really well, went all the way for 6. That's the danger when you have the extra pace. You know?
Yes, it is. You've got to be on target with the extra pace, and he was off target there. So Jax on 10, Salt on 24. So this delivery is driven in the air, over cover. Is that going to go for 4 or 6? I think it's gone all the way for 6. They're going to just take a look at it. No, they've signaled 4. Nevertheless, it's a boundary, and Shamar Joseph here beginning to prove a little expensive, Hendy. With 3 balls left, he still has created some 12 runs off the over.
Yeah, it happens. I said with the extra pace in the power plays, the batters are going to go after it. It doesn't have to come off the middle. That's the thing about the faster bowlers. That one really spewed off the outer portion of the bat, went very high over the backward point area and dropped just about a meter inside the boundary. So that will give you an indication how far it went. Let's call it a fault shot.
Joseph steams in again and comes in and passes the umpire and bowls to Salt. And Salt this time gets a delivery that he's cutting over backward point, 4 more. Too short, no one there in the deep. You've got short third man, you've got a backward point, cover point, extra cover, and a mid-off. And that was really a gift, a real gift there, Hendy, 4 runs.
Yeah, a little bit too short, a little bit of whiff presented as well. I was just looking to see if the batter may have just moved away outside the legs, which he did. So he made a bit of room for himself to create that opportunity to access the backward point area. And once he got it over the infield, it was always going to be runs.
Yeah, well, Shamar Joseph's strength, from what I've seen, has been when he bowls Yorker length. When he's been short or when he's over pitch, he's got the treatment. When he bowls Yorker length, he's difficult because he has pace. Let's see if he's going to...
It's not easy to bowl Yorker length just at the start.
No, it is not. As he comes in and bowls, and this delivery is a Yorker length, but it's driven back down the ground, 4 more. That was the best of the shots, Andy. Well, I'm not sure if this is salt or pepper batting, but it's indeed a lot of spice.
Lovely shot. That, as you said, I agree with you. For me, that's the best shot of the lot so far. It was a check drive. It was a length delivery, which is the sort of length I probably think he should bowl, but no discredit there to the batter. Check drive right back down. It was in the air, but was past Joseph before he could react, and just going down on the offside of the stumps, and 4 more runs.
Well, if it continues at this rate, it's going to be a short night. as Joseph comes in with 1 ball left in the 4th and bowls to Salt, and Salt gets a short wide delivery and smashed over cover 4 more. Well, this has been an anomaly in terms of a good over. It has not been. It has really been poor. Shamar Joseph has been taken to the cleaners. Some 24 runs in that over, 4 gone, and the England team are sailing at 52 without loss.
Yes, difficult over there for Shamar Joseph. The good balls were put away for 4, and the bad balls were put away to the boundary as well. So not a good over for him.
Would you bring him back?
Oh, he has to come back at some point in time. But,
well, sorry. Would you continue with him?
Not the next over. No.
Okay.
I would probably look at a different option at this point in time. Hussein is on. It may be you haven't got. It's not a big total by any stretch of the imagination. It's a recovery to 182. I don't think it's a big total. I think it's just above par. So again, you want to get you want to exploit your bowling attack as much as possible in the early stages. We are now in the 4th over. Is it? So it's still in the power play. So you don't panic yet. These things happen in the power play.
So Hussein to continue. Here he comes in now in the 5th over, the start of the 5th, and bowls to Jax. And Jax this time is on driving. He wants a single, and he'll get it too because it's not fielded cleanly. Someone there looks like Rutherford slipping and enabling the batsman to get another run. 53 without loss.
Yeah, that straight mid-on position, straight mid-wicket position, sorry, having to go to his left. And the batters were waiting to see if the ball was going to go past him. He got there, got a hand to it, but it just ricocheted away from him, and they were able to pick up the single in the end.
183 the required target. Salt is on 40 from 17. What an inning so far. As Hussein comes in and bowls to him. And this time he's driving out to cover. This could be trouble. The throw comes into the non-striker's end. The stumps are hit, but I think that the batsman was able to get back. Yeah, I think he was able to get back there. So 53 without loss.
Pick it back.
What's funny, Hendy? Salt has got 40 from 18. Do you know what? That's been the top score of the individuals in the innings so far.
Yes.
That's amazing. No one got past 38.
Yeah.
And the West Indies were able to get 182. You had 3 30s, but no one really went on to get a 50 or even further. 53 without loss. 40 from 18. Required is 8.30, and they're going over at 10. Here he comes in now. Hussein, the left arm, spin it to bowl to Salt. And Salt tails away and cuts well, but very well fielded again. Oh, the Windies have picked it up there. That's Evan Lewis this time. And he's been able to stop what I think would have been a certain 4. Had it passed him, I think that would have really challenged the boundary.
Well, the outfield's a little bit on the heavy side, so there may have been a chance that might be able to pull it back.
2 Trinis getting into carnival mode there. Hussein and Lewis. One from Laventille, the other from Port of Spain. As he bowls again, and this time he's cutting, and Lewis does it now on the right side. Diving like Greg Louganis and showing his versatility. First diving and stopping one on the left, and then doing it on the right with one hand. This is good cricket from the West Indies.
Yeah, again, no attempt to just nudge the ball into the offside for a single, because the fielders, that ring of fielders, 5 of them all on the edge of the circle.
Here he comes in again, as he spins the ball from hand to hand. As he passes the umpire now and bowls to Salt, and Salt is driving back to the bowler. This is a really good over, another dot ball. So Hussein has really stymied the flow of runs. Just 1 run so far in the over, but 1 ball left. What would he do? He's on 40. Salt. Hussein has bowled 15, conceded 15 runs from 2.5. As he comes in now and bowls. Last ball of the 5th of the power play. And this delivery is driven out to cover. Chance for a catch. It bounces just before the extra cover. They get a single, but a fantastic over. 24 was in the last. Only 2 in that one. 54 for 5 after 5. More from Hendy. And then it's Andrew Mason.
Yes, a very good over there by Akil Hussein, who continues to do a good job for West Indies with the new ball, in the power play, with just the 2 fielders outside the circle, the long on and a deep forward square. So the invitation is there for the batters to try to maybe hit across the line to take advantage of that huge gap in the outfield between long on and forward square. But so far, Jacks and Salt to some degree have opted to play with a straight back, trying to play the line Hussein bowling between wicket and wicket, not giving any room either side. And so far he's been able to really keep them quiet, and that last over was certainly a very good exhibition of what is required. So the spinners certainly have been a little bit more challenging for the England batters, not so the case with the faster bowlers. So no surprise, Andrew, to see that the second spinner is coming into the attack, and I'm going to bring another seamer to continue with you.
Okay, so what do we have here? We've got a wonderful start by England. The West Indies are hoping that Moti, who did so well with the bat, can pull it back with the ball. As he looks up and sees that Salt is ready, and he comes up now and then stops, goes back to his mark. We start over number 6 here, and the required rate is 8.60 as he comes in to bowl to Salt, and Salt is hitting the ball over the top. That's gone a long way. That's gone for 6 runs over long off. Given some air, and Salt went right across the stumps and hit it high over the top of long off. That's been a wonderful start by England over number 6 and already. As Don Topley joins me, your smile must be as broad as Broad Street.
Listen, I've been off air, and England are doing well. Should I not stay off air?
No, come on air and make them do badly.
Well, it's been entertaining, hasn't it?
Very.
We said if this gets anywhere close, people are going to have a marvellous, entertaining innings. And 47 of 23 represents
tremendous. Here is Moti. He comes in from the southern, another likes Bosa Salt. Salt is driving up towards mid-off. Good save by the fielder at mid-off. Looks like the other Barbician. We're talking about Shepherd just inside the circle. There's no run.
I thought they might have taken him on there.
Yeah, I think, given the fact that he's not the fastest move in the world. Here's Moti, left arm orthodox spin bowling round the wicket to bowl to Salt. He's in both to Salt. Salt is swinging the ball away. That's gone for 6. What a shot. What a shot to bring up his 50 in grand style. Swung with tremendous power over the mid-wicket here. That's gone for 6. He raised the bat to acknowledgement of the crowd, and Phil is really driving some salt into the wounds of the West Indies.
Listen, has the ground got smaller since last June, July?
It looks so to me. What a shot. That was hit with tremendous power.
It was. It only probably went about.
Yep, indeed.
25 feet high. It almost went horizontal.
Here's Moti, comes in both of. He's looking to swing the ball away. Will get a single as Russell at short fine leg can't stop the single.
How would you feel?
It goes up now to, let me make it, what's it now? It's gone to 67 without lost and over number 6.
How would you feel if you batted with a chap? He got 54 off 26 and you're on 11 in 8.
Oh my golly.
How would you feel?
Here is Moti, comes up now in bowls, pitcherman driven over the top of the long on area. That's gone for 6. Jacks is getting to the action, and what a shot. And England are very much here at Kensington Oval, sucking it to the West Indies, as we would say in the Caribbean parlance. They're raiding the barn like a reggae artist in Jamaica called Anthony B. You've never heard of him?
No, I haven't.
No,
actually. No,
it's sweet to the belly like Vibes Cartel.
I will have a little check.
You should.
Check out.
So, 73 without loss. Call the fire truck. It's somewhere in Bridgetown. It's got to come into Kensington Oval. Moti comes up now in both to Jack. Jack is swinging at the ball. Put across it. And Moti gets his man. He was a victim of his own indiscretion. That was a naughty shot. That was uncalled for. But you know what? Moti gets the wickets, and it's not good batting at all. Have a look at that. A big swipe, like blind elder, as we would say in the Caribbean parlance. Moti strikes, 73 for 1, 6 gone. That's the latest score at Kensington.
Yeah, Jax, he hasn't had a great Caribbean tour so far. He is a good player, I promise you, but it just hasn't happened. He's opened, and well, the poor fella has had to return. Probably not the best shot. He plays so well down the ground, and he's probably played a more difficult shot for himself. But it brings Josh Butler, who has not played any cricket since the World Cup, since that defeat in South America,
Yep.
Guyana.
Okay.
So, listen, a little bit of pressure.
So is he rusty?
Gotta be.
Oh, fair enough.
He's as rusty as a Caribbean nail in Speightstown.
Oh my golly. That's why you've been here 25 times. Well, so the captain arrives with his team in a position of command. 73 for 1, 6 overs gone. It's been to the pump, the West Indies here, but they've gotten their man, Jacks, who played a naughty shot. Let's look at that on the monitor, right across the stumps, and the ball crashing into the middle stump. Is there hope for the West Indies? We shall see. 73 for 1. Salt is 54 from 26. Butler hasn't had a chance to score. And the West Indies bowling looking a little thin to me, I would say. It's going to be Shepherd to come into the attack now. Of course, there's no Alzari Joseph, who's been banned for, 2 matches?
Are you comfortable with that?
I think it was a little soft, really. I think it should have been much more. You agree with that?
Oh, you're a strong
Oh, yes.
disciplinarian.
You can't walk off the field like that. Come on, that's naughty. Here is Shepherd. Comes up now, in bowls to Salt. Salt swings at it. The ball goes by to be taken by the keeper outside the off stump. Played a day and a half early. And Shepherd goes back to his mark. 73 for 1.
You know dressing rooms and team environments.
Yeah.
Do you think there was more to that than meets the
Well,
eye?
it didn't happen in the dressing room, sir. It didn't happen in the dressing room. Happened at Kensington Oval in the full view of everyone.
Lack of respect?
Yeah, that's not right. That's not right at all. In fact, I was speaking to a great man from Antigua, and he was saying to me that that's right. You got to do that. You got to make these guys understand that discipline is so important. And I certainly agree that action had to be taken. I think there was light on the action because the reality is two matches. I think should be more. Should have been more. Anyhow, 73 for 1. Of course, they're gonna quarrel with me for saying that, I'm sure, in Antigua, because there are 2 stations they're taking the broadcast in Antigua, Point FM. Hello to our friends at Point FM, Mr. Lee. Here we go. As Shepherd comes up now, in both to Salt. Salt is banging the ball away to cover 4 runs, I believe, or will it be stopped? A diving attempt, beautiful. Stopped there at cover. Didn't see the fielder stealing across the right. That's Shamar Joseph. They're back for the second. A lovely flowing drive through cover by Salt. He's a dangerous man, you know. And it's now 75 for 1 and over number 7. Salt, 1,000 runs now. Strike rate of 167. Best of 119. How do you assess that?
Brilliant. He's still a good player. Very
He is
good player.
indeed.
Dangerous player.
Very dangerous indeed.
Modern player.
Very dangerous
If
indeed.
he got 119 tonight, that might put a big dent in the total.
I would agree with that. Shepherd comes in, bows to Salt. Salt is getting a ball, pitch up and drive down to long off. Will he be caught? No. Dropping just in front of the field up at that mid-off, long off area.
You know,
and again, one of the things too that, you know, people criticize me and that happened, but I'm not sure that someone like a Russell should up at long off. It's too critical a field, and you want to get perhaps your best up there. I mean, he might not have taken the catch, and these are things that coaches should work out. You know, you got to try and hide him because he's slow in the field, and you can't have someone like Shepherd. Someone like a Russell up at long off. He's so slow now. Okay. These are critical positions, you know. He's not mid-off, just inside the circle.
Can I say very well bowled? He outdid Salt then.
And he comes on his way to Butler. That says outside the off-stump and playing away down to third man. And brilliantly caught. That is the catch of the century. Absolutely superb by Moti. He stuck his hand out. We want to see that on the monitor 25 million times. Brilliant, excellent, superb. It was a big edge, meaty edge. It went down towards third man, and the man from Burby stuck his hand out. Look at that. That is a stupendous catch. Absolutely stupendous. A performance worthy of commendation. He should be given the keys to Burmese for that. It was outside the off stump from one Burmesian to another. There was a big meaty edge. There was the fielder Moti sticking his left arm out, poaching the catch, and it's now 76 for a loss of 2. Well done to Mr. Moti.
What a night Moti's having. His confidence must be sky high. He batted beautifully. He has taken a wicket, that of Jack's, and now he's taken a catch which gets rid of Josh Butler for a first ball duck.
He's rusty. Rusty.
He's rusty.
He is indeed. Wow. Big crowd gathered
The
here.
shot was on. The shot was on.
Shot was on.
But it's just, it was like a chap picking apples off an apple tree.
Apple tree.
Just snatching
From your garden.
from my garden.
You got some special fruits in your garden?
Plums, apples, picking apples, plucking apples off an apple tree.
Any mangoes?
No mangoes, no pawpaw.
Okay, no pawpaw.
Sugar beet just down the road.
Any avocados?
No avocados. But what I do notice in your shops, a shortage of tomatoes. I grow tomatoes.
I heard that indeed. Well, I need some because they're about $6 or $7 a pound in Barbados. In fact, I went to Border Market when I was there last, and I was a little bit surprised, I must admit, that the fruits in Border Market are not that cheap anymore. Come on. 76 for the loss of 2. The batsman's coming to the creases. Bethel. Oh, the Barbadian is here. Here's Shepherd. Comes up now, bowls to Bethel. Bethel is covered up. Turns the ball away to the onside for 1. May contemplate the second. No. Puts his hand like a traffic policeman in the busy streets of Bridgetown and says, no, I won't flirt with danger. And the man who was born and weaned here, Jacob Bethel, watched by his father, watched by his mother. In fact, they were on my show recently. They must be very proud indeed, because he's a player that I had a chance to see. He's just about, very, very small indeed, 14, 15, looking to be a star. We saw it from that early age. He was going to go on to make good progress in terms of cricket. 77 for 2, 1 to come in over number 7. Salt is on 57. Bethel has got 1. So congratulations to him. Giselle, of course, his mother. Graham would have played at the under-19 level, his father. Here's Shepherd, the big Berbican, comes up now, bowls to Salt. Salt gets outside the outside, cuts it down to backward point, can't score. Inside the circle, looks like another. I don't know if Waterford is from Berbies, but he makes a stop. The over comes to an end. 7 gone, 77 for 2 is the latest at Kensington.
Shepherd's bowled a lot of that over as slower balls. He's bowled damn well there, taking the pace off it, which is sensible bowling. Yes, the Bethels. They tell me Graham Bethel was actually a very good cricketer in his youth, and so was the old man, as in Bethel's grandfather.
Yep, indeed. Yeah, he was the former captain of the Barbados team as well.
That's right,
Yep.
Arthur
Bethel.
I've been learning about that.
Yeah, good left arm cricketer. Would have played for Pickwick as well. The same club that Henry Wallace played for.
I played against Pickwick, 1985.
1985.
Here.
Okay. How old were you then?
Me?
Yeah. 1985.
21.
Okay. Here we go. Well, here we go. It's Shamar Joseph is back. Comes up now in both to Bethel. Bethel is edging. At the bottom of the bat, I believe, taken by the keeper. Pitch outside the off stump. Had a big drive at that. And the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. So this is over number 8. Let me remind you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, 77 for 2. The Salt on 57. Bethel has got 1. Let me remind you, the target is 183. We're under the lights at the Regions Mecca. And we're with a man who a year ago was a security guard somewhere up in Berbice. Now he's come on the scene and has done pretty well. Here's Shamar Joseph, comes up now to both the Bethel. He's in both the Bethel. Bethel is covering up, plays the ball down to that short point area. Can't score. A couple of good deliveries being bowled here. Just trying to keep it tight. Outside the off stump and down towards the position of backward point. Inside the circle looks like Russell. And there's no run. 77 for 2. The target is 183. And it's 77 for 2 and over number 8. Talk to me, Don.
I'm struggling after the 2 dismissals. I'm struggling. I need England to have a good.
Here's Shepherd, comes in, both have to play it away! Down towards the position of Wyther, but a lovely cut shot there by Bethel. That with tremendous power. And in the end, just gets a run for it. It really launched into that. We know he can bat 78 for 2. 7 overs and 3 balls gone. The rate required is 8.4. The target is 183. And we want to thank CBC Radio 94.7 FM, 104.1 The Beat, Light FM 104.1 in Guyana, Omega Radio in Jamaica, NBC in St. Vincent Point FM in Antigua, WTP Media in Antigua, 2020 Vision Radio 102 FM in Nevis. Hello to our friends in Nevis. Here is Joseph as he comes up now. He's in and bowls to Salt, and Salt comes right across the stumps and drives the ball away down towards that long on area. Coming into our views, the captain Powell, the man from the land of wood and water, comes across to make the stop, and the batsmen get a single. So what do we have?
Where's the land of wood and water? It's not Grenada.
No, Jamaica.
Jamaica.
Yeah, land of wood and water. They say there's more wood than water there in Jamaica. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, that's what Henry Wallace told me. He loves Jamaica. There's a place in Jamaica called Mandeville. In Jamaica, that Henry Wallace, he loves it. Mandeville. You must ask him why.
I'll ask him why. I will.
Here we go. Shepherd starts his run. Now make that Joseph comes up now. He's in and bowls to Bethel, and Bethel is swinging the ball away. Will get a single, pin right across it, dragging it from outside the off stump down toward that mid-on area. A much better over constructed here by Shepherd, an over in which we just had 3 runs. So this last ball is going to be important here. The West Indies will have to try and dry up things now because they're behind the 8th ball. There's no question about that. So he wouldn't want to concede a boundary here, but he's got a man who has really been doing very, very well. It's Salt on 58, 31 balls. It's 7 overs and 5 balls, and it's going to be Shamar Joseph to bowl the last ball of his second over. Comes up now on his way. He's in. Bowls to Salt. Salt is playing the ball away. 4 runs. It goes past the field at short third man, splitting the fielders there at a wide gully and backward point. That's gone for 4. He didn't want that, but the boundary is conceded. So 8 gone. 84 for 2 is the latest score at Kensington.
That's a great shot, playing it down to third man, the vacant third man. Was it with you or Barry? When Barry said this is slow and a rubbish batting wicket, and I said against the new ball, when I was watching you guys, when England were bowling quite nicely, I actually said, and I advertised, I thought this was a pretty good wicket. Yep. And I said especially against the new ball. Yep. I think it's playing even better now. I think it's playing better now. Might have been a little slow at the start, but it's turned out to be a good wicket. That might be just the bowlers.
Yeah, could very well be as well. You're right. So, what do we have? We got Moti to come into the attack. This time he's going to bowl from the northern end of the ground. Hello to whoever you are. Listen to the broadcasts across the world. Of course, it's on the West Indies YouTube channel as well. 84 for 2. We start over number 9. 99 to get from 72. He comes up, Bolty and bowls, and there's the batsman going back. Bethel, left-hander, punches to cover, can't score. Moti started well. Long off, long on, mid-wicket in the boundary, short mid-wicket. There's a man inside the circle, short fine leg, backward point. There's a man at cover. He's in, bowls. He's down the pitch when he gets there, swings at it. Will just get a single. There was Moti bowling the leg stump. There was Bethel going after it. Hits the bat, the bottom of the bat really squirts down towards backward square, and he gets a single. So it's up to 85 for 2. 8 overs and 2 balls gone. Let me remind you, the target is 183. Moti has had a tremendous night. He's got the wicket. He's taken the catch maybe of the year, and now he's also picked up the wicket as well. Moti to continue. Left arm orthodox spin, making Berbice proud. As he got long off and long on waiting, he's going to bowl to Salt. They need to get rid of Salt here. As he comes up now, Moti on his way, bowls to Salt. Salt is looking to lap the ball away. A cheeky shot, will get 1, will get a second. I would imagine him even contemplate the 3rd here. No, he won't. Backward square has to move a long way across to pick it up. That's another Berbician. The Berbicians there, Berbice is a place that has produced, as I said, some tremendous cricketers over the years. Rohan Kanai, very much a Berbice man. I mean, when you look at Berbice over the years, certainly we would have had, well, he's gone to great beyond now, as he was then Clyde Walcott, actually went to Berbice, I'm told, and really had a wonderful say and did some tremendous work in producing some fine cricketers from Berbice. So we want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts, Berbice. Of course, famous for sugar, Essequibo and Demerara, which of course is the capital. Here's a swing.
4.
And that's 4. What a shot. Given a bit of air. And there was Salt hitting that ball with a lot of power. Down towards mid-wicket. He is the key here. He's gone up now to what? I make him 68, is he? And it's 91 for 2, 8 overs and 4 balls. And England, despite losing 2 wickets, they're doing very well with the scoring rate.
Absolutely, that's a terrific shot. He's tried to play with the line and the length there, and it's gone into his arc, and he's hit it through mid-wicket. In the air, 1 bounce, great shot.
Here's Moti in bowl, so Salt is driving. Lovely flowing shot up towards that long off area. We get a single. Ball spits in the off stump, so that single goes to 69, and it's 92 for the loss of 2 with 1 to coming over number 9.
It wasn't a bad ball either, the ball that went for 4. Moti's having a night. He is the man of the moment for the West Indies.
When he comes up now, he's going to bowl to Bethel. We'll have to finish strongly. Comes in, bowls to Bethel. Bethel is back. Good
ball.
Delivery, bang on target. On the line of that middle stump, plays the ball away down towards long on for 1. Bethel gets his 5th run. 9 gone, 93 for 2 is the latest score at Kensington.
One of the issues for England just right now is Bethel's sort of getting, well, he's got 5 off 8. So look, he's getting under a runner ball. And that under the runner ball is putting a little bit pressure now back on Salt. So what does Salt do? He's going to have to do something to keep up with the run rate or keep scoring runs. Looking at the bowling figures, Hussain, 3 overs for 16. Russell, 1 over 13. Get him back on. Shamir Joseph, 2 overs for 31. Keep him on. Moti, 2 overs for 28. And Shepherd, 1 over, where he bowled a lot of slower balls.
He did.
For 4, of which 3 of the 6 were dot balls.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, he's now a white ball cricketer. When I first saw him about 5-6 years ago, maybe a little bit longer than that, playing for Guyana, he bowled a heavy ball right here at Kensington Oval. Now he's just about medium pace, but he's going to bowl to Bethel, who's got 5 from 8. In he comes round the wicket, on his way and bowls to Bethel into this delivery. He's driving straight, lovely shot, 4 runs. What a shot! The on drive is always a beautiful shot to play. Zoom it on like a shot from a gun. And mind you, there's a fielder on the long on, but didn't have a chance.
No, he didn't. He was a little squarer. That is a quality shot. That'll give him some confidence. But as you said, the on drive is probably one of the hardest shots in
to
the
play.
book.
There's no doubt about that. And he drove it beautifully with Hetmar down on the. In fact, Hetmar is going to move now because it looks like King is in that position. And Hetmar has now gone up towards mid-wicket in the boundary. Shepherd round the wicket. Comes up now in bowls to Bethel. Bethel is wrapped in the pad. The ball will squirt down towards the position of make that short gully for 1 to carry the score to 97 for 2. We're into over number 10. But this has been really fantastic stuff from Salt. He's a dangerous man. Of course, would have gone to Harrison College here, learning his cricket in Barbados. I know that Philo Wallace claims that he was his coach. And it's now up to, I make him 69, 97 for loss of 2. So here we go. It's going to be the bowling of Shepherd as he starts again. Comes in to bowl to Salt, who's got 69, bowls to Salt, short, and he's looking to
another slow ball.
A wide score by the umpire. It was outside the outside. He was looking to maybe run it down to backward point. It was so slow. A wide score by the umpire, and the English fans who are very much in their numbers, they're quite happy with England's response to 183 for victory. You agree with that?
I agree with that. He's playing nicely, Salt. I'm going to give the Mario Shepherd a little bit of credit here, and he's bowling mostly slower balls this over.
Well, he comes up now, he's in the balls pitched up and driven. Lovely shot down toward long on. They get 1, but they come back for the second. They will certainly. Return comes in from Joseph. They're back for the second. The 100 has come over the board for the English under the lights of the region's Mecca. They need 82 from 63, and when you look at that, you would think they should possibly go on to win. Cricket's a funny game. Saul has been brilliant. He's got 71. Bethel has been quiet. He's got 10, and the two looking to continue to do well for England. Here is Shepherd, comes in and bowls, off pitch up and stripped away. Good intelligent batting. Out to Mount wicket, they get one. There's a scream of no coming from Bethel. Has come off the boundary quickly. Shamar Joseph, very athletic, picked it up, fires the return to the keeper. 9 overs and 4 balls gone. Big crowd here. I'm told that the tickets were all sold for the Greenwich Lane stand, the Royal Weeks and Walker stand. We've got a full house. Well, I mean, on the far side of the ground, the beaches up there. Still a lot of room here, but that was added recently for the World Cup. Can you imagine what's going to happen tomorrow in terms of the game here? I expect another bumper crowd. Of course, Barbadians, I mean, they like to watch the cricket. There's no question about that. It's the region's mecca, Kensington. 102 for lots of 2. Here is Shepherd comes in, ball outside the outside, cut away, 4 runs.
That's
Lovely
a good shot.
Splitting the fielders.
That's a good shot.
Down towards wide third man, that's gone for 4. Beautifully played indeed.
I criticised and suggested he's getting a runner ball, and he had 5 from 8. He's now just hit 2 fours, one down the ground at mid-on, and that delicate cut through
the
backward
field.
point for 4. That was a beautiful shot.
It was, absolutely.
All timing.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, you've got Shepherd bowling a bit wide. Russell is that interesting field there. Russell is going to go back now. He's going to go back to the boundary.
Well, where
of
do
course,
they
there's
bring
always
the
a
man?
liability with him in the field.
No.
Yep.
Square third man. So who's coming up? Mid-on. Mid-off. Mid-off is coming in to the inner circle. Mid-on is back.
Here we go. As Shepherd comes in with the last ball, he's in both to Bethel. Pitch up and he's driving off the bottom of the bat, can't score. Good tight last delivery. Coming in from that cover area is, looks like Joseph to pick it up to end the over. Time for drinks, and what a battle we've got here with the score 106 for 2, 10 gone. That's the latest score at Kensington.
The first half of this England's 20 overs. Listen, I think England will have enjoyed that, and they'd just be in the ascendancy. But to come, Livingston, Sam Curran, Dan Mousley and Jamie Overton, they have to score predominantly the higher percentage of the runs needed. And, Jamie Overton coming at 8, Rashid 9, Mahmood 10, and maybe Topley if needed at 11. But really, Liam Livingston has to play well, along with Sam Curran. Both have been the form batsmen in the England chases of late.
Indeed. So what do you have in terms of, when you do an assessment here, 106 for 2, you would think that Salt 72, Bethel 14 with good batting to come. One would think at this stage England are in front firmly, in my view.
Firmly. You're going to say firmly. I'm going to say they're just ahead. If you get yourselves a couple of wickets, a wicket or 2, things change.
Okay.
Because people coming in, like we've seen with Bethel, will struggle straight away. One ball was fine. He was 5 off 8, but he's just hit 2 boundaries. He's found himself, he's got the timing for the wicket, so he's happy. But I'm going to say shrewdly that I think Shepherd has bowled very well. Where he's what's his bowling figures, Shepherd? 2 overs for 17. I think that's all right. He's one of the cheaper ones. Hossain has only got 1 over left. Where do you bowl him? Is he your banker that's not going to go for many? Where would you bowl Hossain? He's got 1 left. Russell's got plenty. Joseph 2, Moti 2, Shepherd
Joseph
2.
has not been at his best tonight. I mean, look at those figures. Thomas no better done for 31.
I think you should give him another go.
You reckon? Is it because you're English?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to have a change. The players have refreshed themselves. Barry Wilkinson is going to come a call in. Thanks to our friends at the Sani. Cranberry is very nice. We're going to give you a couple to take back to England. The cranberry.
Very nice.
Yeah,
cranberry juice is quite good for you.
Yeah, indeed. And tomato juice that we can get some from your garden.
With a bit of Worcester sauce.
With a bit of Worcester sauce.
No vodka. No vodka. But our tomatoes in England, when you grow them and they're at what I call, they're a beautiful day temperature. They taste much better than any supermarket.
All right. So continue to do the good work. Barry Wilkinson will come a call in after another word from you.
Thank you, Andrew. Here we go. It's going to be Hussein. This, we were just talking. When's he going to bowl his fourth? It's going to be right now. So he needs to bowl in and out and bowl a good over. Good evening, Barry.
Here comes Hussein and bowls the salt on driving out to the long area where Bethel will get another chance to strike. No, I'm going to give you another quiz.
Another question?
This is the Shafet cricket quiz.
And I give you the question.
I'm going to make it, no, I'm going to give you the question.
Oh.
Here's the question. Jacob Bethel, as we all know, went to school in Barbados. Which primary school did Jacob Bethel go to? Which primary school did Jacob Bethel go to? Send your answer to 253-4679. You've got a text, no calls.
Primary school?
Yeah, 253-4679. Here comes Hussein bowls to Bethel. Bethel is beaten with a beautiful delivery on the line of the off stump, taken there by the keeper. There's no run. You get a chance to win a Shafet voucher for one of the new burger packs that they've got there. So send your text messages to 253-4679 and please put your name so you can win your Shafet cricket quiz. Here comes Hussein now, bowls to Bethel as he comes over the wicket and bowls to Bethel. Tails away and driving beautifully through cover, but there's a fielder on the boundary, so just one run to him and he goes to 15 as a target 183, the score 108 for 2.
He's bowled well here, opened the bowling, bowled 3 in the power play, 0 for 18, and he's halfway through his last over of his work tonight. Bowled really well, as he always does with a new ball. Very able bowler.
Here he comes in now and bowls to Salt, who was on 73, and Salt this time is going to cut, misses, taken by the keeper, and there's no run.
Missed out on a run-scoring delivery then, didn't he? Hey?
Yeah, definitely did. Yes, he might have got him 4-2.
Yeah, he's got a man square of the wicket at deep cover. In fact, what they've done, the West Indies have brought 2 behind square, a fine third man, short third man, and a squarer short third man. We've got 3 in one sector of behind square.
Hussein comes in again now and bowls to Salt, and Salt is on driving.
2.
They're going to push for 2 here. They get 1, and that's all they'll be, I'm afraid.
Ooh.
Very good fielding.
Was.
Very, very good fielding there in the outfield. And what could have been 2 was just a single.
Livingston in nets. Then we're looking at could be Curran, Mousey, and then you've also got big Jamie Overton.
I don't see how England can lose this, to tell the truth, but we have to see. So Bethel is back on strike. He's got 15 from 14, just over 100 strike rate. As Hussein comes in now again and bowls to Bethel, and Bethel is just playing this into the onside, out to the mid-wicket area for 1 more run. Evan Lewis is there, and hello to Sachin Ramsabak, who promptly sent me a note and said, Barry, you've credited Port of Spain for a cricketer that is really from Bakapur in South Trinidad. And I said to him, Sachin, South Bakapur, Port of Spain. He laughed. Hello to you, Sachin Ramsabak, who's listening. As the over ends, 73 more needed now from 54 balls.
Right, here we go. Who's going to be looked to be bowling? It's going to be, well, he didn't bowl a great first over. I think he went for 13. Russell? I think he went for 13, if my memory serves me right.
Yeah, he had an expensive first over, but usually Russell, to me, is much better in his second spell in T20s than he is.
Is he?
As an opening bowler. I'm surprised that he continues to open the bowling in T20s because I don't think he's an opening bowler. But here he comes in now and bowls to Jacob Bethel. As he passes the umpire and bowls to Bethel, and Bethel gets a slow delivery. He's looking to be very cute and adventurous, trying to play a reverse scoop. And in the end, he missed it and it almost hit his stumps.
Well, third man is up on the inner circle, so's fine leg. So he's looking to go behind. The problem associated with that is that Bethel's on 16 off 16 balls now. Salt's on 74. The pressure will build up on Salt.
Here he comes again and bowls to Bethel, and Bethel this time is doing the correct thing, just giving Salt the strike in terms of rotation and cracking the ball out to the backward point area for 1.
Mid-off is coming up into the inner circle. Mid-on goes back for the right-handed Salt. I'm just going to have a look at this. They're chatting, captain and indeed bowler. two strong, powerful men. They look like bouncers at a nightclub. Hugely strong.
Of course, the T20 series moves on to St. Lucia from here as Russell comes in again and bowls to Salt. And Salt gets a full delivery down the leg side. That's a gift.
6.
Is that 6 or is it 4? 6 runs. That was a gift, an early Christmas present. And Salt goes to 80, and the total races to 117 for 2.
Oh, that was a knee-high full toss. My word, I can still bowl those at 60.
Who can't? It's a nothing ball.
Oh, I bet you there'll be Bayesian, there'll be Jamaican, Trinidadian, there'll be club cricketers going, my God, club cricketers can do that.
That was a real gift. Salt racing to 100. He's on 80. Here comes Russell now. Bowls to him. And this time he's flicking the ball. Flicking the ball down to the fine leg boundary. 4 more. Oh, well, this is a real assault on the West Indies team. Phil has got 84. Bethel's got 17. And England are looking pretty to win.
He can bowl one terrible delivery, but to bowl 2 on the trot, I mean, that is a leg stump half volley. There's a fine leg standing up in the inner circle. I mean, that is just charity. That really is. Dreadful delivery. Not just 1, but 2 on the bounce. How do you drag the over back from that? He's bowled 3 balls, gone for 9. 1, 4, 4. So how do you drag the ball over back? By getting him out. Can he do it?
Here comes Russell now, bowls to Salt again. A slow delivery, turn into the onside. They might hustle for 2. They get 1, and that's all they'll be. They see there's no need to be quote-unquote licorice.
Good fielding, good fielding.
You just milk the runs, and you get there quite easily. 121 for 2. We want to thank Lannings, the hotel, of course, who's putting up Andrew Mason in St. Lucia. Andrew will be continuing the tour with the West Indies. And Lannings, one of the best all-inclusive hotels and resorts in St. Lucia, have come aboard. And we want to thank them for their gracious sponsorship as we head the tour to St. Lucia.
Absolutely. So I presume everyone will hear the radio again.
Yeah, definitely.
All 3 games in St. Lucia on the same station.
Andrew will lead that charge along with Sunil Ramdeen and Claudius Emmanuel. As this delivery is short and pulled down to the mid-wicket. Didn't play it timely, tugged it, and they're going to come back.
Well
for 2.
run.
And that's really good running between Salt and Bethel, who move now to 19. 61, 59 more needed now for 48.
59 of 48.
That's a gift. That is indeed a gift.
Yes. What's the flight time to St. Lucia?
Well, it depends who's the captain, but I would reckon about 45 minutes.
45 minutes? Do you get food on the plane?
Definitely not.
No, okay.
Before they can start serving your landing.
Okay. No, I'll do. Yep. No, so I shall prepare. Very good. Looking forward to it.
I went from Barbados to St. Lucia on a plane called Caribbean Star back in the day, and there was only 2 people on the flight. It was myself and Ezra Stewart. And it was only myself and Ezra on the flight, and we couldn't understand what's going on. Caribbean Star used to fly 1 or 2 people back and forth on a plane that seats about 70. Amazing, but they're now closed, of course. They were owned by the man called Sir Alan Stanford. You know that name?
Blimey, did he? Really? But actually, it's a wide bowl. No, it's not. It's a dot ball where he's left it alone, and the umpire hasn't signalled it. And I have to say, Phil Salt is inquiring to the umpire.
I would inquire too, because I thought that was extremely wide. Umpire Bazaraf didn't.
Where's Bazara from?
He's from Trinidad and Tobago. His father is the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board.
We won't say anything.
This delivery is outside the line of the leg stump and played into the onside, played out to the mid-wicket area for 1.
Good evening, sir, Trinidad.
He's also the vice president of this broadcast, Cricket West Indies.
We won't say a thing.
On YouTube.
Phil Salt never should inquire with the umpire whether it was a wide. Philip, don't do that.
No, I think it's once you're fair. If anyone is fair, criticism should not be judged. That's my opinion. So,
I learned a quote about fair criticism the other day.
From whom? Here comes this delivery that he's looking to reverse sweep there by Jacob Bethel.
That's twice he's done it.
Twice he's done it
and twice he's
missed.
failed.
Yeah.
There'll be schoolmasters who teach the batting. There'll be pulling their hair out about the reverse sweep.
Here he comes again in balls. He comes down the pitch, and
4.
this time he gets the ball out to the 5-man
Buys.
area, out to the 3rd-man area, and that's going to go for 4.
Buys.
You reckon? No, that was 4
He's
runs.
hit it.
Yeah, it came off the bottom portion of the bat.
Really? It missed the keeper. Did it go through between his legs?
No, what happened there is
outside.
that Bethel came down the pitch, was beaten in flight, and when you're beaten in flight with a wide ball like that, you just get the bat down, and he got the bat and got the outside edge.
No chance of a catch for Puran.
No chance of a catch from Puran. So he's gone to 23, Bethel. 23 from 20, 129 from 2, and now they need 50. The partnership is 53 from 37. Bethel comes down the pitch again, on drive sweetly, out into the mid-wicket area, and they'll just get 1 run.
Don't know if you heard in the microphone there, Salt turned quickly and then said, no, no, no. Good call, because that was a cracking bit of fielding.
We're going to check our quiz, our Shafet cricket quiz. We want to give you that chance to win your Shafet double burger pack. Hello to Mr. Ran Halut, our sponsor. And hello to Lisa Carter, of course, doing a really great job there at Shafet. As Moti comes in again and bowls. Short, wide delivery, and this is cut
got
straight
away
from the
with it.
fielder. And there's no run. 13 overs gone, 130 for 2. England are just sailing away with this. They need 53 runs from 42 balls.
Yeah, this is going to finish up a very, very close contest. You still think England are in the ascendancy? They are. Yes, statistically wise, they are. But 1 wicket maybe brings 2. Anything could happen. And England's, they've got Curran, who has played quite nicely. Waiting with his pads on is Liam Livingstone, the ODI captain of last week. He made that magnificent 100 in the 2nd game at Antigua to level the series. But you never know with Livingstone, anything could quite happen. It looks quite still out there, not so much, not looking across to the scoreboard and the little flags there. Not too much of a breeze tonight. The ball's not swung in any of the series. Russell's gone off.
This delivery is driven by Bethel beautifully through the cover area, but he's only going to get 1, I reckon. No, they're going to come back for 2. Evan Lewis has been doing a good job up there in the outfield. Doesn't feel cleanly, but they still managed to get a brace.
So Russell's gone off, injured, I think. He's gone to powder his nose.
Or he's going to perhaps give it to the
coach.
To the coach.
Oh dear. Gosh.
No, I don't think they'll risk that again. But with a very soft 2-match ban, anybody could risk it again because it's just 2 matches. Who knows?
He might have been rested anyway.
Here comes Shepherd now. Bowls to Bethel. And Bethel is driving in the air over cover. That's gone for 4.
Good shot.
Very good shot by Jacob Bethel. It was pitched up and Bethel smashed it. No chance for the cover to take a catch, and he gets 4.
Yeah, super shot. Bit of width on it though. Shepherd probably will regret bowling width. He's tried to bowl a cutter. He started off too wide and it's gone even wider, and Bethel just waited, and then really the only description I can offer is slapped it straight over extra cover for 4.
I think it was quite sensible cricket because you had the room, you had the opportunity with the delivery, and he didn't try to really hit it too hard. He just slapped it over the cover. Here comes Shepherd. How he will respond. Bowls to Bethel, and Bethel this time is driving. Well stopped at mid-off. Very well fielded at mid-off there by Brandon King. It was hit to his right. He had to dive on it. He got his body down. He put his body on the line there, but he saved 4 because had it passed him, that would have gone into the boundary. Yeah. So Bethel moves to 31 now from 24. It's 137 for 2.
Just starting to stretch away from a runnable Bethel. Very important in the support knock for Phil Salt. When you score 86 in 46, you just don't keep going. You're going to have passages of play where you don't score quite as quickly. But he's still there for England.
This delivery is short and swatted over the mid-wicket area. Almost a catch on the boundary by Rutherford. No such luck on this occasion. It's gone through his hands for 6. A good effort, but I'm telling you this, England are walking away with this game. Salt has been really brutal. Full marks to him. He's got 92 from 47. And England are well set to win this match, as that was a drop chance, but it was a hard one because he was on the boundary. He really couldn't have done much with that.
In football terms, he pushed it up over the bar. A couple of questions. If you do lose this, What do you think about that?
Short ball again and pulled, but this is controlled pull, and it's gone down on the ground.
Do you think this has been a
Rutherford
good
gets a single.
batting wicket? Because I
In the
do.
end, it has been.
I do.
It has been a very good batting wicket. I think you have to be patient, and West Indies don't have patience, and that's why we saw the impatience got the better of them. They were highly impetuous, and then Russell and Puran need to just think their cricket. They're dynamic cricketers, but when you got 8 overs left, there's no need to try and hit every ball for 6. Look at what is happening. They're getting the 4s and the 6s, but they're still getting the 1s and 2s in between and playing sensible cricket.
Such an
39 for
such an
37.
important knock for Bethel, this.
Very big one for him. So,
And
one ball
England,
left.
and
One ball
England.
left in the over. He's got to 31 from 24 with all eyes on Salt. But it's Bethel on strike as he comes in and bowls to Bethel. And Bethel gets a slow delivery. He carts this one down to the backward point area for 1 run. Rutherford is getting a bit of a very sarcastic grind out there. The over ends 14 gone, 145 for 2. 38 from 36, almost a run a ball, and a cakewalk should really be for England to win this match.
Absolutely, they should be. They're in the ascendancy now. I'm not quite as nervous as I was when they started this last 20 overs of England's batting. Sweet Caroline is being sung, and it's always a favourite in night cricket, whatever the country, whatever the duration of the game. If it's night cricket, there you go. Hey, what a great song.
How much money has he copped in rights from just England alone singing that?
Yeah, amazing.
Oh,
Amazing. Amazing.
Are you talking about the dancing girls or the song?
The song.
Oh, the song.
The song. I didn't notice the dance. Where were they? Where were they?
Oh, they were on the screen for a minute.
Oh, were they?
I saw you looking at me, but you were looking at me, not the screen.
They were very glamorous and some cracking colours.
So, who's going to continue here? It's going to be
Moti.
Moti to bowl his final one.
Yes. Right.
Neil Diamond.
Yes.
Is he still living?
I think he is. Oh,
That's
full
this delivery
toss.
is a full toss and it's swatted away down to the third man area for 4. Jacob Bethel is having an amazing knock at home. 36 from 26. And England, 149 for 2.
There would have been complete disappointment in the Bethel household. All the family that are well known around Barbados, perhaps even further. He got a duck last week in the ODI, but tonight he's come home and playing beautifully to send, well, a lot of his family. Looks like England are going to win at the moment. The Powell's having a look at the ball, the umpire's looking at the ball. Moti's not happy with the ball, but England are the ascendancy.
Yeah.
Salt 93. He's probably looking to get a century. It is two Barbados boys that could win this game for England.
So we had the cricket quiz earlier, and we asked the question as there's a break in the game. Tell us the primary school that Jacob Bethel went to. Andrew Mason is saying that people are not putting their names, so you're missing out. But Andrew, let's have a look at the answers to see if anyone has actually gotten anything right. The number to call, or the number to text, 253-4679 for a chance to win a Shafet cricket voucher, and 253-4679. Let's look and see if there was anyone who actually had it right, even though people are not leaving their names. All right, let's have a look. Let's see here. Let's look at some of the answers. St. Cyprian's. Nope, you're wrong. Someone says Harrison College. We know that, but we're asking for primary school. Which primary school did Jacob Bethel attend? This one is stumping people. So one here says Bailey's. No, he didn't go to Bailey's. Philip, that's perhaps a bit too far for him. Someone else here says St. Cyprian's again. No, he didn't go to St. Cyprian's. So no one wants to win this Shafet quiz.
Really?
All right. Don't forget, send your name when you send in your text to 253-4679. Which primary school did Jacob Bethel go to in Barbados? All right. So it's going to be Moti now to continue with 5 balls left. Here he comes in and bowls to Bethel, who's pulling out to mid-wicket. He'll get 1. He might get a couple, and he does. 2 more to Bethel. So Bethel is eyeing a half century here. Well, Salt is eyeing a century. Salt needs 7. Bethel, he needs 12.
Seeing his team home is so important. In a winning cause, he would like to be there.
Moti to Bethel, who's on driving. Bethel looks really good when he plays sensible cricket. When he tries to be cute, he misses out. A nice on drive out to the wideish mid-wicket area for one.
As a batsman, for me, he's quite easy on the eye. He looks, well, lots of left-handers are, aren't they? But he does. He looks good. He looks athletic, compact.
Gregory Graham says Will's Primary School. Gregory, no, you're close, but you're wrong. Good try. No one wants to win the Shafet Cricket Quiz, and we'll have to perhaps change it to the Dasani Water Quiz, as this delivery is pitched up and driven out to the mid-off area, and there is 1 run. Bethel back on strike, so 6 for Salt to get the 100, and 11 runs for Bethel to get a 50. Can someone please tell Andrew Mason that I need to go next door? So he has to come. Just 2 balls left as this delivery is down the leg side and turned to short fine leg.
Right. Good call, because that was a good bit of fielding yet again by short fine leg, and that is 53 is...
Yeah.
Can't quite see who that is. Down the wicket.
Again, down the wicket. Drives and misfielded. Poor fielding there. The short third man by the captain Powell. And the...
and again.
And again. Oh my goodness me. This is a...
3.
This is a colossal bit of fielding.
In the
Very, very
sand.
nice.
Sand here in that quarter.
Yeah. So over ends. 15 gone. I'm going to leave you to do some commentary till Andrew comes back.
Will do.
We need 27 from 30.
Well, poor bit of fielding by the captain. He was running around in the sand that has been put down when we had that rain delay in that sector that is by the boundary, about 20-30 metres of sand that was put down here at Kensington Oval. Very difficult to field down there. The going is tough. The horses would be upset, but the captain has just upset Moti because he's just given away 3 runs from his fielding, making it 3 easier runs for England to get to their total. And we're going to see, I think it is Shamar Joseph, I think it is into the attack from the Malcolm Marshall end. He's talking to his captain. They're changing their field on the leg side beneath the Hall and Griffith, and other players are coming to have a little look and a little chat where the fielders should be. I think it is Shamar Joseph into the attack, and he's going to be bowling to the left-handed Jacob Bethel with just, is it 27 runs needed off 30 balls, and it's a welcome back. Good evening, Andrew Mason.
Well, how are you doing, my friend?
Well, I'm a lot happier than I was.
Well, you should be. Here's Joseph comes up, bowls to Bethel. Bethel is coming onto the front foot, drives down towards long off for a single. Cakewalk here, there's no question about that. England certainly should go on to win this comfortably, as I predicted a long time ago, and I was on with you, really.
You did.
Yeah, I did. I mean, one of the things too about West Indies cricket is that you just get the feeling that they're so much better when they're chasing, because sometimes I don't know if there's a plan, really, when they have to defend. I must admit that. And they're not the best in the field, because we've got some cricketers who are not very mobile. And that's another question that must be put up there. And some of them have to be put under the microscope as well. That's wide. Too wide, the keeper.
Could have gone runner by.
Yeah, indeed, they could have done that. You're getting very greedy.
Yes,
It's not wide.
yes.
You want to run another one?
Yes,
You want to?
Well, Pooran did move to the ball, but it was a little bit lazy, and he parried it the best part of 2 metres away. And Bethel was down the wicket, but his colleague, Salt, had blinded him looking at the ball, so he didn't know how far it went. Bethel could have gone.
So 158 for 2. Here's Joseph. Comes up now to bowl to Salt, who's 94, and he's driving out towards cover. There's protection on the boundary. Hetmar comes from in front of the Greenwich end, stand at the far side of the ground to pick it up and to get a run. This crowd is, of course, the Bajan crowd. I know some people have come in from all over the Caribbean. Had a good chance to have lunch with my good friend Benny, who's a Guyanese, living in the States now. And he found a Guyanese restaurant at the bottom of the hill at UWI. And we had some good food there. Yes, I had a piece of chicken and some vegetables. I'm watching my weight. Can't afford to put on any weight.
You haven't got much weight.
Really? Yeah, got to watch that.
I heard
jog in the morning.
I heard that this morning.
Yeah.
I heard
Who told you that?
You told me you didn't jog this morning because of the rain.
Yeah, that's very true. You remember very well.
I listen.
Here's Joseph, comes up now in both the Bethel. Bethel is swinging the ball away, but that's got us a big hit. Bang! Onto the Garfield Storage Pavilion, down a backward square. That was hit with a washband of power. Wow! Gone for 6, and that Bajan boy, born and weaned in Barbados, is giving the West Indians a nightmare under the lights of the region's Mecca. Wow!
2 Barbados boys are taking England to victory.
Yeah, indeed. Salt as well. Barbados.
It was a great shot. It was a little bit short. It was a cutter. He got his arc wrong. And
he's gone to 49 now.
Yeah.
Here's Joseph comes in, mostly swings it in the air. Will they have a chance for a catch? He's safe. We'll get one. And Jacob Bethel gets to 100. And they know that even although they want the West Indies to win, he raises the bat to acknowledge him to this crowd. He was born and bred in this country, and we own him. There's no question about that. He raised the bat to it. Now listen to this applause. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. 50 to him. Yes. Yeah. It is describing that he's 50. Yeah. Wonderful knock from him. 50 from just 33 balls. He started slowly, and then he went with the pace of Usain Bolt. Here we go. As Joseph comes in, both Salt. Salt is coming forward and flicking the ball nicely up towards that wicket there for 1. We'll come back for the second. We'll get it 2. England are all over the West Indies here. This has been a performance of the highest order. They've come into Bridgetown and they're batting very well indeed here. Salt is on 97, Bethel is on 50, 15 to get from 25, and in horse racing terms, with about 2 furlongs to go, and Lyndon Yard, was a horse racing commentator, will tell you, they're 3 lengths clear and kicking for home. Here we go. As Joseph comes up now, he's in and bows to Salt. Salt is getting to the next side, wide call by umpire Reefer. Score goes up to 169 for 2. A big crowd gathered at the region's Mecca. A lot of support for England, a lot of support for the West Indian boys. But I'm afraid it's going to be England that will take the coup de grace. 169 for 2, 15 overs and 5 balls gone. And they've done a wonderful job. And they're winning this race like Trump did the other night against Kamala.
Yes.
Here we go as the action continues. A ball outside the off-turn, cracked away out towards the cover area by Salt. He gets 1 to go to 98. He's got visions of making 100. And at the end of over number 16, 170 for 2 was the latest score at Kensington.
What can I ask you? Just take me out. I didn't write it down. I normally write it down. What was the West Indies power play after 6?
Okay,
can you remember?
Let me just double check that.
They were 3
Lyndon,
down.
just check that first, please?
Lyndon, would you check that, please?
We'll double check that.
3 down. We had the rain.
Yep.
And we had the Topley injury.
But it was not smart batting by the West Indies.
I'll still go back to say, I thought England bowled well with the new ball.
Yep, they did. And they pushed the West Indies back. I mean, look at the dismissals. I mean, Poran got up, naughty shot. Look at someone like a Russell, got a poor shot as well. Now, it's going to be Shepherd to continue. He's going to bowl to Salt, who's got 98. He's in. Bowls to Salt, and Salt is swinging the ball away. Down towards the boundary. 4. Through the field, and that's gone for 4.
100.
And Phil Salt runs towards his colleagues on the far side of the ground. Well, he learned his cricket at Harrison College in Barbados. This has been brilliant. It's been exciting. Tremendous performance by Salt. And he raises the bat to the acknowledgement of this wonderful crowd here. He came out with his side having to get 183. 53 balls, 9 fours and 6 sixes, 102. Phil Salt come to the top of the class, my brother.
Well played, Phil Salt. How emotional must that be for that gentleman, that he went to school here, grew up here, he will be known here. He was talking to himself, he was yelling in jubilation.
Here Shepherd comes in, bowls to him, outside the off stump, he hits it, flat bats it up towards that position of long off for 1. This is the cane in here. They require 8 from 22, watched by a massive crowd. There were concerns that many will not come to Kensington Oval, but I know Barbadians, they love their cricket. T20 cricket, of course, is always the meal of the day nowadays. And I expect another bumper crowd tomorrow. England will start the series on top. We'll look forward to the game tomorrow. This game is done and dusted, there's no question about it. From Robb Street in Georgetown down to Nelson Street in Barbados, where I'll take you a little bit later on to have a beer. So, what do we have? We've got 8 runs to get from 22 balls. And Don Topley is looking at his watch way past his bedtime. Here is a delivery which is short and pulled away. And in fact, hitting the bottom of the bat. It was looking out towards square leg. It ends up on the pitch there as Bethel looked to swing it and didn't make any proper contact. But that wouldn't matter at all. It's been a performance that England will be quite happy about. They would have been a bit worried, having been so much in control with the West Indies, 117 for 8. They recovered quite nicely thanks to 2 Barbadians. But Saul has been brilliant. Bethel has been his first officer. And the 2, inspired by the thought that if you feed your faith, doubt will starve to death. And they are on top of the world. Here comes a delivery which is pitched and driven over the top of cover. That's gone for 6. That is absolutely ridiculous. Pitched up and launched over the top of extra cover with real power from the Bajan boy Bethel, watched by his father, watched by his mother, watched by the Pickwickers, the club that he would have played for. And under the lights of the Regent's Mecca, he's been simply brilliant. He made a duck in the match in the ODI, but he knows that both faith and fear sail into the harbour of your mind, but only faith should be allowed to anchor. The world steps aside for a man who knows where he's going. He knows it, he feels it, and he's got England just 2 runs away from what would be described as a comprehensive victory. Here we go. Shepherd is in bowl short, pulled away, down towards the boundary. 1. Will they come back for the second? They will. They get the second run, and under the lights, quite appropriately, a Bajan boy has won the battle between the West Indies and England. Here at the Regent's Mecca, here Jacob Bethel. A couple nights ago, he made a duck, but he responded to the challenge admirably. And in a display of power play, 58 from 36 balls, sold 103 from 54. England win by 8 because 183 for loss of 2. Congratulations to the men from England.
Oh, emotional. You can see the 2 boys hugging then. Bethel, Salt, wow, family galore in the stadium tonight. What an emotional win. An emotional game, an entertaining game. The West Indies batted really well and they got a very decent score, way above par score for me, but maybe the conditions helped England with a little bit of dew, made the wicket just come on a little bit better, but England have won a mighty win here at Barbados. This particular game will be remembered, not just for 2 Bajan boys who got England over the line, but it was an entertaining game, and I really do believe so many people witnessed a fantastic entertaining game of cricket. It was a joy to be here, it was a joy to watch. Andrew, it's been a joy to commentate on.
Yeah, stay with us. We're going to wrap it pretty soon, of course. We're going to come back here tomorrow. I think we need to get some water. You want some water?
I've got some.
Okay.
No,
or do you prefer something stronger?
stronger later.
Yeah, later.
I have a table booked with some friends.
Yeah.
Look, there's going to be, and these friends have come to watch the cricket in Barbados. There's a table book. They're going to enjoy it.
Yeah, I would imagine.
With a slight bit of sadness. We're just concerned, and I've got to find out how England's opening bowl
All
is.
right. Well, you can go to Spikestown. You could go into Oystins and have some fish and
Not
celebrate.
tonight. Tonight we're going to Il Tempio, and we're going to have supper there. So it's going to be homemade pasta.
Homemade pasta. All right, leave out the custard. All right, and the mustard as well. So let's get back to the job that we've been paid for. England's victory, 8 wickets. I think it was comprehensive. The West Indies did, in fact, recover from 117 for 8, but you always felt that 183 was just thereabouts. I mean, that kind of start that they had with Salt doing so well, Bethel a bit slow at the start. They came together. West Indies did not get a lot of wickets. In fact, the West Indies bowling looked pretty ordinary. And I've always said that when the West Indies have to defend, I'm not sure that I see a clear plan of action. I've said that for quite a long time. And they've got to go back to the drawing board now and come again, because this really has been a very comprehensive victory by England, I'm afraid.
Can I just say, we saw the ODI earlier in the week, and we both said, and we joked about medium pace, Ford bowled well the other day. Was he not considered a game today?
He could have been.
He's in the squad.
Interesting selection too. Several people have said to me, you got Hope, and of course you got someone like a Rushton chasing the side who can do two things for you. He can bowl off spin and bat it in the middle. And when you look at the West Indies today, if you go through the top order, they were victims of their own indiscretion. I mean, it was naughty batting by many of them. And it only took Moti towards the end and Shepherd to get them up to a score that one could be described as decent, comfortable, not commanding by any stretch of the imagination. Because in the past, in T20 cricket, when you make 160, it was considered a good score. But nowadays, people can't even defend 200. I mean, the batsmen have certainly taken over, and you always felt that 182 was going to be below par.
Well, I will bow to your superior knowledge reference West Indies cricket. But on your spinner note, can I just add?
Yes.
Hossain bowls 3 of them in the power play.
Yes.
All right? He's a quality opening bowler that's a spinner. Okay? So that's fine. Then you bring Moti in, and he doesn't bowl in the power play, but he does bowl. But who does he bowl in tandem with? And I do think there could be room for a smart cricketer like Roston Chase.
Yeah, indeed.
For me, I always think he's smart, and he is a fine cricketer, batsman, stroke off spinner. Looking at the bowling figures quickly, Hossain 4 overs, 0 for 20. Russell 2 overs, 0 for 27. Look, you know, you've got to ask, what does he bring to the bowling? Joseph, 3 overs for 45, and Shepherd, nearly 4 overs for 45. So one of your seamers only bowls 2 overs, goes for 13.5. Joseph bowls 3 overs and goes for 15. And your other seamer goes for 3.5 overs, 1 for 45. I'm going to say to you that I think Ford could do a job.
Yep, I agree with that.
It's
I thought he was very, very good.
It's not about just pace. And if we just go back to the batting was tremendous. I thought England bowled well at the power play. Pooran made 38 and 29. No one really went on and got what I call a proper score. They all made cameos. And a proper score was a century, Phil Salt, or a 50, which was Jacob Bethel.
Yes, indeed. So let's recap, because, of course, we're going to come back here tomorrow. We thank the stations for staying with us. England won the toss. They chose to bowl first. I think that was the correct decision. We had King making 3. Lewis got 13. Pooran 38. Hetmar first ball duck. Powell, the captain, 18. Rutherford 2. Russell got 30. All not being smart with their batting. Towards the end, Shepherd got 35 from 22, and then Moti got some 33 from 14. A brilliant knock from him. And the West Indies at one says 118 for 7 recovered to reach 182 for 9. In terms of the bowling, well, top player had to go off with an injury. None for 26 from 2 overs and 4 balls. But the man was Mahmood, was brilliant. 4 overs, no maidens, 4 for 34. And then we had Rashid, 4 overs, no maidens, 3 for 32. Livingston, 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 21, the wicket takers. A word on England's bowling.
Not bad, not bad. I thought Saqib Mahmood was the star. He bowled beautifully, got wickets, bowled beautifully, and he also bowled sensibly and smartly to pick up his 4th wicket at the death. So I'm going to say Saqib Mahmood was tremendous. He probably had his best day in England colours, and I tell you what, he's had some very average days and some disappointing days here in Bridgetown, Barbados. But today he was sensational. So well done to him. I didn't think England bowled particularly well at the death, and they missed a bit of Topley later as well.
Yeah, indeed. So set 183 for victory. Salt, brilliant. 103 from Jester, 54 balls. In terms of 4s, 9, 6 sixes, Jacks went for 17, Butler for Duck, and then it was Bethel who came. Of course, we said earlier that in the game he played in the ODI, got a duck, but batted really very well and quite appropriately won the game. Not out 58 from 36 balls, 5 4s and 2 6s, and England on a canter, 183 for 2 in 16 overs and 5 balls. The bowling for you, Hossein 4 overs, nobody's none for 20. Russell was expensive. I think they've got to rethink this thing about Russell opening the bowling. These are liabilities in the field. Shepherd was very expensive indeed as well. 1 for 45, and Joseph was even more expensive. 3 overs, nobody's none for 45, and Moti 4 overs, nobody's 1 for 45. A big, big victory for England.
It was. I might get this wrong. I'm just trying to think as Bethel's going to meet the locals and the tourists, shaking hands, going to the families. He's just met his mother on the side. He's given her a great embrace on the television. But I think England got home, and I think the unbroken partnership was worth something like 110 in 64 balls.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
So, let's look at the West Indies now. We're just waiting for the... Of course, you're having a bit of a challenge here. You have some water. Take a bit more. Take a bit more. All right.
My father would do that with rum.
Oh, now, let's look at the West Indies. Were there any positives?
The batting at the end. To get a total as they did.
Yeah. Any other positive? Okay, let's go and join Nikhil as we prepare and we go for the post-match show.
Series who have made this possible: CG United, Dafabet, Blue Waters, Macron, Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc., Banks Beer, and Coca-Cola. Firstly, we would present the Player of the Match, CWI Player of the Match Award to Phil Salt, and his presenter will be Mr. Conde Riley, Director of Cricket West Indies and President of the BCA, who's celebrating a birthday today. Happy birthday to you, Mr. Riley. And it's almost Phil Salt's birthday every time he comes to the Caribbean. Phil, what are they feeding you when you come to the West Indies?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I think it's probably the place I'm happiest, so I don't know if there's something different in that, but yeah, I enjoy batting here. It's obviously, I've grown up on these surfaces, so maybe a combination of both. Nice, man. Tell me about the balance. We saw you in the one-day international innings a couple of days ago. Finding that balance between power and also being smart and the rotation of strike, how have you found that? Yeah, it's, I really enjoyed playing the 50-over cricket and getting into a rhythm with that, but also coming out here tonight, you've got to adjust quickly. It's only a couple of days, one training session, you're straight into a completely different tempo game. So you've got to be really specific, with how you're training and what you do, but no, I'm coping all right. What have you put into your offside game that has allowed you to be successful through that area this year? Do you know what? Not a lot this year. I've just sort of been running with a few things, opening my grip up at different times and then closing it back down to access different areas of the ground. And I think that works on these sorts of wickets, so keep running with that. Touch on Jacob Bethel. You batted with him a lot tonight. What talent is he, and what can we expect from him in the future? Yeah, he's a huge talent. Some of the shots that he played there, he's not 21-year-old lad. You know, if you didn't know how old he was and you saw him playing, you know, you think he's played 100 games already. So, you know, massive feather in our cap to have him in our team, and you know, long may he continue doing that.
Where does this one rank in the 3?
Number 1.
Lovely, man. Well, keep cooking. Phil, well done, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks very much.
Phil Salt, player of the match today for a dominant third T20I 100. First man to score 300s against one team.
So indeed, thanks to Nikhil there. Interesting interview. Let's go and hear what Mr. Powell, the captain of the West Indies team, has to say.
Approach. Are you happy with the way you guys went, the aggressive way?
I think it's generally the way we go. You know, tonight it didn't really come off, but, you know, credit have to be given to the boys. After what we would say not our best batting performance, we still managed to score 180.
What do you think you could have improved and, on reflection, done a bit better with the bat?
I think we talk about wickets in clusters. You know, no matter the batting lineup you have, if you keep losing wickets in clusters, you will always struggle. And, you know, that is something that we talk about, and unfortunately it happened tonight. You know, it's just for us as a batting group to fix that.
Are you happy with the way you guys are going pretty much from 1 to 10, everyone going after, or would you like to see guys be a bit more circumspect?
We have highlighted the way we want to play, you know, and it's just for us now, even in the bad times when we lose, we still have to back ourselves and keep pushing the guys in the direction in which we want to play. You know, it's just unfortunate that tonight it didn't work for us.
And what about you, with the ball? You went in with 5 bowlers tonight. Robin, how do you think you're going to get your team to be a bit more penetrative, especially in the middle to back end?
I think it's just guys have to work on their individual skills. You know, we can always sit and talk about ball in different areas, but when we come under pressure, we have to be able to execute.
And tell us about that spell from Akil Hossain, wicketless but very economical.
Yeah, he's been doing a good job for us. You know, it's just unfortunate tonight that he didn't give us the wickets that we were looking for to start, but nevertheless a commendable performance from him.
And the crowd? What?
Yeah, it's always good. You know, it's always good playing England here in Barbados. You know, it's a lot of fans coming out and support us, and that just make for good cricket.
All right, better luck tomorrow. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, man.
Robin Powell, captain of the West Indies, will now ask Joss Butler. Come in. Joss, not the most to do tonight, but you must be very pleased with the way your team have gone about things.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic performance. Really delighted for the guys. Started off with the ball, picking up those early wickets, and that's a really clinical partnership from Salt and Bethel there.
Seeing them come at you guys the way they did with bat in hand, did that alter your plans with ball?
Not really. I think we know what to expect from the West Indies. They always play in a very similar fashion, so that's where wickets are at a premium. I think anytime you let them spend too many balls in the middle, they can really hurt you. So we really chased those wickets, and that was a big part of the game tonight.
That decision for you to come at number 3, tell us a bit about the thinking behind it, and that Phil Salt innings. Is this sort of the ceiling you see for him at the top of your order?
Yeah, I think Salt's been outstanding. You know, obviously likes playing against the West Indies, and but I just think in the last 12 to 18 months he's really taken his game to new heights, and I'm sure he's got even more levels he can get to. He works incredibly hard. He, he's getting all the performances he deserves.
What impressed you the most about your power play bowling?
Yeah, I think, like you said, those wickets, we know that they're hard to shut down in the power play with only 2 fielders out, but Saqib Mahmood picking up those wickets, crucial players in the opposition. So I thought they hit some great lengths, and I think there's with the toss, there was a little bit of too paced and a bit stoppy, and we found the right length.
And Joss, what have you told some of the younger talent within your squad? We saw Bethel tonight, Mosley on debut, and how you want them to play in a series like this?
Yeah, I just want them to really enjoy it and really express themselves. It's a fantastic place to tour. There's a great crowd here, a ground to play cricket at, and to sort of take it all in and showcase their talents. And they certainly did that this evening.
Congrats on the win tonight.
Thank you.
All right. So we heard.
Thank you very much
from.
Nikhil. What a game! What a night!
Of course, in terms of the captain making some very interesting comments, talking about the young cricketers in the side, and the final analysis, it really turned out to be a very big victory for England, and you must be a very happy man.
Very pleased indeed. Look, however many thousand are here, it was an entertaining game. It was fantastic to watch. Some of the hitting, some of the bowling was good, as Joss concurred with me that he felt England bowled well with a new ball. But from an England point of view, England, Salt and Bethel were brilliant. Bethel will have learned so much from that knock taking him forward. Philip Salt said it was the best knock he's ever played for England. And well done to those two boys. Listen, I've loved it tonight. There is obviously a tinge of sadness at the moment for the Topley family, but for England, they will try and just celebrate the evening and go again tomorrow. We could win the series. We could be 2-0 up tomorrow.
Yeah, it's quite possible.
2-0
and
up.
go to St. Lucia.
St. Lucia, great wicket.
Good.
Great
Indeed.
wicket.
And of course, it could be 1-1 as well.
It could be.
Could you say that, please, for balance?
It could be 1-1. But can you just remember, these boys, your boys, English boys, are going to have 2 games in succession. You might find there's some squad rotation. I'd like to see Ford, that medium pacer, given a game.
Interesting. So we're going to leave you now. Of course, we want you to join us again tomorrow, just around 5 minutes to 4 o'clock. We certainly inform the stations as to the time we're going to start the broadcast. We want to thank you very much from Light FM there in Georgetown, right through to the 2 radio stations, taking the broadcast in Bridgetown, stops in Antigua, St. Kitts, Nevis, Jamaica, of course, Trinidad and Tobago. We want to thank you for taking the broadcast. But the final thing I want to say that the West Indies will have to look at playing that extra ball. They only went in with 5, and it's always a danger. And I would suggest that they should be looking someone like a Roston Chase to come into the side, because the reality is that if you have 5 bowlers, you could be in some trouble. That's all conjecture. What reality is that there was a big, big victory for England. England winning and winning very big. And a birdie from Buckingham Palace said, England were sweet to the belly like Vibes Cartel under the lights at the region's Mecca. Andrew Mason for the final time, saying goodbye from Kensington Oval.
You've just heard commentaries of the West Indies England series, a production of the Cut and Drive Network. Join us again for more on Cut and Drive.